Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A bright star appeared. It was said that one day, a red star rose above the Milky Way, brighter than the moon. From that moment, the laws of heaven governing the sun and moon were destroyed. Troubled times of wandering began, overturning the sky and turning the earth upside down. Born with the will of this star will turn and correct the world. People fought. The thought appeared that he would rule the celestial. The sword slid along the ground. The man struck a sharp blow. He clenched his teeth tightly. It was heard that isn't it magnificent? Looking straight ahead, the guy said that yes, he is just like an adult, and he is barely 15. The warriors frowned furiously. It was heard that he had watched him in various battles, and People rushed forward. It was said that he is strong. The guy swung his weapon deftly. He gritted his teeth, and it was heard that he should look at it. In such battles, doesn't he look as if he is saying that he will never kill himself? The guy frowned and shouted that he was so tired. The sword fell to the ground. He closed his eyes and said that he was tired to death. Looking away, the warrior replied that it would be hard. The guy looked at him in bewilderment, hearing this. Looking at him, the hero said that he was more responsive than it seemed. Raising his eyebrows, he added that even when he himself was in a difficult situation, he still helped his comrades in danger. The man looked at him angrily and shouted that he had cracked himself. Swinging, he added that he did not want to fight, he would simply kill him. Blood splashes appeared. The warrior threw him aside. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what he saw. He was right. The warrior fell to the ground. It was heard that he had said he was very responsive. The man looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist walked straight ahead. Frowning, the warrior shouted what he was doing. Why was he getting on his nerves here, after all? The hero walked past the crowd. It was heard what he was doing in this hellish slaughter. Without any weapons, he asks him. Stretching his hand forward, the warrior shouted that he was so overconfident, or just reckless. Frowning, the protagonist said his weapon. Turning around, he added that this is recklessness. The warrior frowned in bewilderment. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that even if you hold in your hands something that no one can kill, you will only die faster yourself. Looking at him, the warrior wondered what this idiot was talking about. Standing still, he added that it was just some kind of nonsense, and why can't he object to anything? As they climbed the mountain, the hero said that instead of rushing around with a sword, he would rather spend his time on something else, to which the warrior asked again. Frowning, he added that he said something else, and what else? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that he would find their army a way to victory. The man looked at him in amazement. Holding a spear in his hands, he asked him what he thought, that in this chaos, he would succeed. Suddenly, the warrior thrust the spear into the enemy's head. The opponent flew to the side. The hero stood still. Raising his head, he said that they would win if they retreated. Frowning, the warrior thought that they would retreat. Standing behind the hero, he shouted that the hell, they were lured. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. He looked at the warrior. Grinning, the man said that he was simply incredible. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that yes, he was not simple either. He had immediately realized that their allies had been lured in just by hearing the retreat. Raising his hands up, the warrior replied that no, he was a fool. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had been so caught up in the fight that he had not noticed what he should have. The man turned around silently. Looking at him, the protagonist asked where he was going, to which the warrior replied that he was going to the barracks to the command. Smiling, he said that now that he had learned how to win, he should report this to the generals. Looking down, Chuck said that it would be better if he did not go. Standing on the ledge, he added that he thought that high-ranking generals would listen to slaves like them. Smiling, the man replied that he did not care, he was just doing his job. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Looking at him, the hero said that he was an idiot. He silently looked at the star. Gritting his teeth, the general asked what retreat was. Stretching his hand out to the side, he added that he was suggesting retreating when the goal was just around the corner, to which the boy responded approvingly. Standing in front of him, the man said that well, he was listening to his reasons. Frowning, the warrior said that until now the enemy had alternated attack and retreat. In other words, it was quite possible that part of their troops were hidden separately. Smiling, the general asked what he meant by them luring them. Looking away, he said that this insignificant slave considered them idiots, to which the boy replied that he did not mean that at all. Raising his hand up, the man said that if he did not return to his place now, he would cut his throat. The warrior looked at him angrily. He raised his head up. Looking at the hero, he remembered that it would be better if he did not go. Did he really think that high-ranking generals would listen to slaves like them? Looking straight ahead, the boy said that the weather was clear, there must be many stars visible tonight. Lowering his head, he added that how many people would see these stars. The boy grinned and exclaimed. He tightly clutched the weapon in his hands. The warrior stood still. Looking straight ahead, he said that so. Suddenly, he rushed forward and shouted. The battlefield appeared. Corpses lay on the ground. Suddenly, the body moved. The hero crawled out from under the mountain of corpses. He leaned forward. The protagonist pulled out his leg. Sitting on the corpses, Chuck was breathing heavily. The battlefield appeared. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that there was no one, only a red wind cutting through the darkness. Turning his head, he added what he should do now. Suddenly, something moved to the side. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked again. A hand crawled out of the mountain of corpses. Chuck's eyes widened in amazement. The warrior climbed out of the pile of corpses. The hero looked at him in surprise. The guy clenched his teeth. The protagonist opened his eyes in bewilderment. Looking at him, Rick said that thank God he had survived. Grinning, he added that he was glad they met again. The hero looked at him silently. He raised his head up. The protagonist was watching the star. The star was shining brightly in the sky. A mountain appeared, and a question was heard about what he knew about the royal star. Sitting on the ground, Rick said that they say that a child born with its power will become a ruling ruler. Grinning, he added that this means that one day he will turn the world upside down. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that, however, unfortunately, 12 years have passed since the star rose. Looking at him, the hero asked what is there to regret. Rick looked to the side and replied that he was born 3 years before the star appeared. The protagonist looked down and asked again. The warrior grinned and said that if he had been born just 3 years later, he would have tried to become the ruler. Chuck looked ahead silently. Frowning, he thought about the ruler's star, the red star that had flared up in the year of his birth. The boys looked at the star silently. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he should not regret anything, because it is known that stars do not immediately open up to human eyes after they have risen. Looking at him, Rick asked what he knew about the royal star. Frowning, the protagonist replied that the power of the star would be received not only by a child born in the year of its rise. Looking to the side, he added that all children born at least 3 years before that could also well receive it, so he, too, could become the ruler. The guy frowned upon hearing this. Grinning, he asked what he thought. Putting his hand to his face, Rick said that anyway, he had nowhere to go except to the Wulian School of Martial Arts. Since that was the case, it would be nice to become a ruler. They silently looked forward. Looking to the side, the guy asked what, by the way, and when he managed to hide among the corpses. Looking straight ahead, the hero answered that right when he left. Sitting next to him, Rick said that it turned out that he was sure that he was finished anyway, to which the protagonist said that yes, because no general would listen to the fact that they needed to retreat in order to win. Grinning, the guy said that he was right, then he thought that he did not need to die with this bunch of idiots. Looking straight ahead, he added that he understood that when he spoke about retreat. The mountain appeared. It was heard that the Tartar troops had no need to defend this earthen mountain, and even so, they fought desperately for it. That was what lured them. Gritting his teeth, Rick said that it didn't matter how stupid. Corpses of soldiers appeared. It was heard that because the enemy was fighting, he thought that he had a great goal before him, and he was holding on despite everything to plant his banner. The blame for the fact that he had destroyed so many soldiers lay with these idiot generals. Rising, the boy said that somehow, thanks to this, he had a chance. Raising his hands in the air, he added that he was going to desert, and thus end his slave existence. Looking away, the hero asked if he was also a descendant of traitors. Looking at him, the guy answered that he was. Clenching his fist, he added that he was too, so that's why he was taken into slavery at such an age. Looking down, Rick asked that they would leave together. They looked at each other. Grinning, the guy asked that he didn't want to. Lowering his head, the hero answered that he wanted to, but couldn't. Sitting on the ground, he said that there were 2 people he had to protect. Standing next to him, the guy heard that his frail mother, and even more frail sister. Closing his eyes, Rick answered that well, that's good. Looking straight ahead, he added that there could be nothing better than a family to return to. The guy looked at the sky. Grinning, he said that he had no one. The protagonist silently looked ahead. Waving his hand, the warrior said that well, he was going. Suddenly he stopped and said that he definitely did. Turning around, the guy introduced himself and asked what his name was. Turning his head, the hero answered that it was Chuck. Smirking, Rick asked again. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that if he hadn't heard, it was his problem. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he was much more hot-tempered. Jumping up, he added that if fate would have it, they would meet again. Now he was definitely leaving. The warrior came down from the mountain. The hero silently looked ahead. Sitting by the tree, he thought that he had left. Looking at the star, the protagonist added that here he was, alone with the royal star. Chuck lowered his head and remembered the phrase that one way or another, he had nowhere to go except to the Wulian School of Martial Arts. Since that was the case, it would be nice to become a ruler. Looking down, the hero thought that he was a ruler, he said. Standing on the ledge, the protagonist said that damn, he didn't give a damn whether he would become one or not. The boy grinned and frowned. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. His hair was covered with glitter. The girls were standing on a ledge of a rock. Putting her hand to her face, one of them asked which of the 2 was the royal star. Lowering her head, the girl answered that who knows. Looking to the side, she asked what she thought. Looking straight ahead, the girl answered that shouldn't the one who goes against fate become the ruler? Grinning, Lena answered that yes, that's right. Looking straight ahead, she added that they themselves are the makers of their own destinies. Standing on a rock, the girl said that the one who waits will achieve nothing. The boy looked to the side. The thought appeared that the conqueror is the one who can become the royal star. The main character was sitting on a rock. A tall building appeared. It was said that in the autumn of that year, having just united the Baidao faction, the Wulin martial arts school had gained enormous strength, which caused the forces of the Bianhuang Wulin school, the supporters of the Majiao demon worship cult, to unite into a night alliance. The view of the mountains opened up. It seemed that soon, the Wulin Martial Arts Alliance centered on the Middle Plain, and the Night Alliance founded by Bianhuang Wulin began to show their ambitions towards each other. Red flags appeared. The carriages stopped. It was heard that they had gone crazy. Frowning, the hero shouted that this was impossible. Standing behind him, a man asked what this commoner brat was again, and another added that this small porter was unceremoniously interfering again. Clenching his fist, the warrior shouted that he was either dying or crazy. How dare he be so impudent to the leader? Raising his hand, the protagonist replied that they could not go around Mount Yasushan. It would take more than 3 days. Standing in front of him, the man said that this was why the leader said he would give them a bonus for 3 days, or that did not suit him either. Frowning, Chuck said that in any case, they could not go around. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted that he was an idiot. He said this because he did not know that the Yasu bandit clan, the most bloodthirsty of the 18 bandit clans, lived in those mountains, so going around the danger was the right choice. Looking to the side, the hero said that something told him that they decided to illegally appropriate the gold for traveling through Yasushan. Standing in front of him, the man asked again. Frowning, the protagonist replied that food kills birds, and greed kills people. Joe glared at him and yelled that he was showing off now, having read some nonsense somewhere. Looking straight at him, Chuck replied that the decision they were about to make would determine everyone's life or death. Pointing at him, the man yelled that yes, that was why they had decided to go around, so that everyone would survive. Frowning, the hero replied that no, they would die. The leader looked at him in amazement and asked again. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that it was precisely because of their greed. Gritting his teeth, the warrior yelled that how dare he, let him watch his language, he would never live like a human being because of his lousy language. Turning around, Chuck replied that no matter how annoying it was, but thanks to this language he would survive. Looking straight at him, he added that with a language whose words they ignored. Frowning, the hero said that he would save himself and his comrades from death. The carts were driving through the forest. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it was up to them to decide whether to take a detour or spin the wheel of fortune. Raising his hand, he added that in any case, he had warned them, so they should take care of their lives. Grabbing his weapon, the man shouted that he would get it now, to which the leader replied that he should stop. They could not waste any more time because of some arrogant kid. He looked away. Gritting his teeth, the man said that there were no more than 3 hours left until sunset. They should move out and walk at a fast pace without rest until there were 100 li left to Mount Yasushan. Raising his hand, the warrior shouted that they were moving out, walking at a fast pace without rest until there were 100 li left to Mount Yasushan. The warrior looked in surprise, hearing the shouts. Turning around, he said to shut them up. Had he forgotten that they were now secretly going around the mountain from the Yasu clan? To which the warrior responded approvingly. Raising his hand up, he said that everyone should be quiet until there was 100 li left to Mount Yasushan. They were going without command. The carts were driving through the forest. Mountains and forest appeared. Ben was sitting on his horse. Joe suddenly turned around. The hero looked away. Gritting his teeth, the man said that if he had known that he was so annoying, he would have abandoned him somewhere. Frowning, Ben replied that what could he do, the new leader had sent him, so there was nothing left to do but take him with them. Looking away, Joe said that since we were talking about it, how nauseating it was to believe in the favor of the previous leader and to curry favor with him. Grinning, he added that as soon as the new leader took his place and appointed that boy a porter, everyone felt relieved. The hero walked straight ahead. It was heard that, however, he would leave these clothes to him. Gritting his teeth, the man said that even if he had been a manager before, anyway, he was a porter now, so these were his clothes. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that he could do nothing about the clothes. A room appeared. It was heard that he should choose. Sitting at the table, the man said that he could become a porter and stay in business or crawl out of here on all fours. Standing in front of him, the protagonist answered that he would be a porter. Frowning, he thought that as long as the new had spread rumors about him, he could not change his position. Looking straight ahead, Chuck added that also because of his infirm mother and sister, he had no choice. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that in return he had a condition. Looking down, he thought that if he didn't get paid now, he would barely be able to feed himself, not to mention expensive medicine. Looking at him, the man asked what the condition was, what he wanted. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that he would become a porter and accompany deliveries, so he asked him to let him continue wearing these clothes. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. Turning around, Joe asked what he was saying. Wearing these clothes was a condition for being demoted to a porter. Frowning, Ben said that these clothes were a gift from the previous head. The man held a brush in his hands. It was heard that the previous head saw how this kid wrote cursive. The man watched the hero. It was said that and, at the same time, he overpraised him, comparing him to a legendary calligrapher, appointed him a special manager. The man held the box in his hands, and it was heard that after that, he asked a first-class weaver to sew these clothes and gave them to the boy. The hero looked straight ahead. It was said that for some reason he thought that these were just elegant clothes, but it turned out that they were very dear to him. Turning around, Joe said that he was still such an arrogant guy. Smiling, he added that if he had watched his language and properly respected the new leader, he probably would not have been kicked out of the place. The guy looked at the protagonist in amazement. Frowning, Ben said that here it was, the price for seeing what was not worth it, and for excessive luxury with an inflated ego. They drove straight ahead. Looking at the star, the man asked what about the Yasu clan, would it really be okay? Raising his hand, Ben said that of course it would be dangerous to some extent, but there was nothing in the world that could be achieved without taking risks. Looking away, Joe said that even so, he was a little worried. Sitting on his horse, Ben said that recently, the Huanglong company from Guangzhou and the Huayang company from Xiangyang managed to pass through this mountain, Sichuan. Frowning, the man said that but that was because they officially passed through, and did not go around. Putting his hands behind his back, Ben said that this was also true. The carriages moved forward, and they heard that but that was what was important. Looking away, the leader said that the Yasu clan did not pursue companies going around outside their territory. Frowning, the hero said that therefore it would be dangerous, because they were going around now. Looking at him, the guy said that he did not understand. The people were walking along the forest. It was heard that he had quietly overheard what the leader had just said. According to him, all the companies that went around successfully completed the transportation. Looking at the hero, the guy said that since everything went without incident for them, then it probably did the same for them. To which the protagonist replied that he should look at it from the Yasu clan's point of view. Raising his hand up, he added that companies had already gone around the mountain twice with the aim of illegally appropriating the fair. Finding out about it too late, they were simply beside themselves with anger. But if it happened a third time, what would he do? Clenching his fist, the guy replied that of course they would pay him for it. Suddenly he froze. Looking down, the guy said that they would pay. They walked behind the cart. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that, whatever the case, he had a bad feeling. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked why he was speaking so ominously. Looking away, the hero replied that he shouldn't worry too much, he was just talking to himself. Frowning, the guy thought that he had scared him to death first, and now he was telling him not to worry. Sitting on his horse, Ben said that there was only half an hour left to go and they would get out of here, so let them push. The man turned sharply to the hero. He angrily clenched his teeth. Chuck silently looked forward. Joe turned his head away. The hero frowned. Looking at him, the guy asked what was imagining, or if he was in disfavor. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that it didn't matter, he couldn't blame them for not being able to accept him. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked how capable he was. Looking at the star, Chuck repeated the phrase. Looking straight ahead, he added that he himself did not know, he had not yet tested the limits of his abilities. Frowning, the hero wondered if he would ever get such a chance. Looking at the star, Rick said that one way or another, he had nowhere to go except to the Wulian School of Martial Arts, since it would be so nice to become a ruler. Grinning, the protagonist wondered what and why he remembered him. Turning around, he added that because of the ruler's star, which had been in the same place for 11 years, did his dream of becoming a ruler come true. They walked through the forest. Putting his hand behind his back, the man asked what he had told him, thinking about retiring after they finished their sortie. Looking down, Joe asked if that was true. Looking at the star, Ben replied that this ruler's star was shining redder and redder every day. Frowning, he added that he was completely sure that the worst war in history would soon begin. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what he was talking about the war between the Wulian Martial Arts School and the demon worship cult. Looking at him, Ben replied that it was true, since he had heard a loud rumor. It meant that there had already been clashes in some places. Frowning, he added that he could still see this view before his eyes, the view of the world that had turned into a sea of blood. The horse suddenly stopped. It was heard that for heroes, turmoil is an opportunity, but for them, ordinary men, it is a horror that they must avoid, so they had better get out of here quickly. Looking straight ahead, the man said that in any case, this sortie would bring him a huge amount of money for retirement. Why did his heart clench so much? He abruptly lowered his head. Looking at him, Joe exclaimed. The man began to fall down. He fell to the ground. Looking at the hail of arrows, Joe shouted that it was the Yasu clan. Arrows began to fly at the people. The hero's eyes widened as he thought that this was what had happened after all. The people were being shot at multiple times. An arrow had hit a man's head. The entire cart had been shot at. The guy grabbed his head. The hero clenched his teeth. The guy looked away and asked what was going on. Sitting by the cart, he asked what would happen if he were hit by an arrow. The protagonist hit the horse and said that he would never see the riddled animals that couldn't talk. The horse charged forward. The guy frowned and shouted that he would be riddled with bullets too. Frowning, Chuck replied that if it was meant to be, then so be it. He clenched his teeth. The hero hit the horse. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. Leaves were falling from the sky. The protagonist looked away and thought that the shooting seemed to be over. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. The people were holding torches in their hands. They stood on the top of the mountain. Chuck looked at the people in amazement. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. The people froze in bewilderment. It was heard that they were going to come down here. How many of them? At least 200. The man clenched his teeth and said that these scoundrels from the Yasu clan were coming down to them. The people looked to the side. It was heard that let him give the order. The enemy is numerous. They will not even be able to fight back. Lying on the ground, Joe said that the leader is dead. The people ran up to him and exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, the man said that in that case, he can also give the order. Kicking the body with his foot, Joe shouted that what order, they can only run. The people looked around. It was heard that they were surrounding them. They have nowhere to run. Stretching his hand forward, Joe shouted that they should set fire to the wagons. Their goal was the cargo. If they set fire to the wagons, then fewer people would pursue them. Holding a torch in his hands, the man responded approvingly. The wagons began to burn. It was heard that anyway, there was no other way out. The leader was dead, that these things were now for them. They must survive. The people set fire to the wagons. Pointing to the side, the man shouted that fewer torches were visible ahead. They were going there. Crossing his arms, the hero said that they would all die if they went there. The people turned to look at him in amazement. The protagonist looked at them. Standing in front of the people, Chuck said that they would not break through the encirclement. And even if they did, then in any case they would all die, no matter how far they went. Frowning, the man shouted that he suggested that they just stand here and wait until they died. Looking at him, Chuck replied that if they kneeled, they would have a chance. Stretching his hand out to the side, Joe shouted that he was crazy. What was he even talking about? The angry Yasu would never pardon them. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if they wanted to go, let them go, and he and the other porters would stay here and beg for mercy. Looking at him, the man said that they should run too. Looking away, the protagonist replied that well, none of them knew how to fight anyway. The people rushed forward shouting that great, they would survive, run or stay here, let them do as they knew best. The hero looked at them silently. Looking straight ahead, he thought that his path had come to an end. The protagonist frowned and added that they had not listened to him. Chuck stretched his arms forward and said that they would put out the fire. They should definitely put out the third cart, to which the man asked what about the third one. There were jewels there. It was the most valuable cart. Standing in front of the hero, the guy asked why they were going to put out the fire. Because it was the guards who set the carts on fire. Raising his hand up, the hero replied that Yasu's goal was punishment, not cargo. The sight of the blazing carts would only anger them more. Rushing forward, the guy replied that they would do at least once, as Mr. Chuck said. Behind him, in the fifth cart there were barrels of water. People took the barrels in their hands. They began to put out the carts. The hero poured water on the flames. Suddenly he looked in surprise. People opened their eyes in amazement. The squad moved forward. The man confidently took steps. He frowned. The protagonist looked at him silently. People froze in front of each other. Grinning, the man asked what they were doing. The protagonist stretched his arms out to the sides and replied that he could see that they were putting out the fire. The hunter crossed his arms and said that the arsonists had fled and those who remained were putting it out, which was rather strange. Looking away, he added that all those who had fled would soon die. Looking straight ahead, the warrior said that, but that did not mean that they would leave them alive, putting out the fire. Looking at him, Chuck replied that no, they would survive. Standing in front of him, the man asked what and how, would they kill them all, to which the hero replied that they would spare them. The warrior looked at him in amazement, and asked for what reason. The protagonist frowned and said that they should be spared. He extended his hand and added that they had 4 reasons. Mountains appeared, and it was said that among the thousands of mountain bandit clans in the world, the 18 strongest were called the 18 clans. Buildings appeared on top of a hill, and the thought arose that the heads responsible for the clans were called the 18 tigers. A view of the entrance to a cave opened up, and the thought arose that one of the 18 clans was led by HEIR, who surpassed the other 17 tigers in cruelty combined, and that was the Yasu clan. People were standing in a dungeon. Hunters were sitting by a fire. People were sitting on the floor. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that the head of the Yasu clan was HEIR. Looking at the throne, he added that if the rumors were true, he was the embodiment of cruelty. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought that they were all dead. He added with a frown that his ideas would work against him. The men looked at him in surprise when they heard that the chief. The man stood at the entrance, and it was heard that the chief had arrived. Chuck's eyes widened in amazement. HEIR stood still. Frowning, the hero thought that the only glimmer of hope for their survival lay in the man's past. The man's eyes lit up, and the thought arose that Harry, who came from a military background, had started from the bottom and risen to become the commander of the army of 500, but that was the limit of his growth. The man looked furiously, and the thought arose that because he had neither high social status nor anyone's patronage, Harry, tormented by doubts, had left the military and began to move with various schools and convoys of transport companies. He held the man's head in his hands, and the hero thought that, however, no one paid attention to abilities, everyone was concerned with misdeeds. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought that the place that had become his last choice was a bandit gang. The man stood still, and he added that it was a place where one could achieve unlimited heights only if one had the ability. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that it was a place where everything was straightforward and there were no offenses. Kneeling, he added that their survival now depended on who would be stronger. Harry was rising to the throne, and a greeting was heard. The protagonist's eyes widened as he thought that he could not be sure whether Harry still had the spirit of a young man indignant at injustice and prejudice. Standing near the leader, the man said that there was a lot of blood on his clothes. He was not wounded, to which Harry asked what he thought. Was it possible? Some escort guards, and a couple of managers, nothing serious. Looking at him, the man added that there were not just a couple, but dozens, and that he should definitely go with an escort in the future, and asked what but why he had brought this head. The weapons suddenly fell to the ground. Sitting on the throne, Harry asked what and who these were, to which the man replied that it was a squad of porters. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He abruptly threw the head forward. The people looked at him in amazement. The protagonist's eyes widened. Sitting on the throne, Harry said that he should put it on a stick and place it at the entrance to the mountain. The warrior looked at him and asked what he meant. He wanted to set this up as an example to all the deceivers. Gritting his teeth, the leader replied that although this was his intention, it seemed he should not have done it. Frowning, he added that there were also many throats here that could be cut. The people looked at him in amazement, hearing this. Joe's head was lying on the ground. It seemed that there was no one here who looked even more pitiful, so he made an excellent choice. The hero looked at him in fear. The people lowered their heads. It seemed that, and yet, what are they doing here? Looking straight ahead, the leader said that didn't he say not to leave alive a single enemy who showed disrespect to their clan, didn't order to cut off their heads. Turning his head, the man answered that did you see, this guy insisted that they should certainly spare them. Standing near the prisoners, he added that, moreover, he gave them 4 reasons for this. The protagonist's eyes widened. It seemed that this was interesting enough, and it seemed to them that he would be interested in him too, so they brought them here. Looking at the hero, Harry asked, "What's that, an interesting person?" The man closed his eyes and said that he knew that he was very trusting, so it was easy to deceive him, because he could win people over even with simple words. The leader grinned and replied that because of this, he sometimes gave useful advice. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Sitting on the throne, the man said that he should say that there were 4 reasons why they should spare them. Looking straight ahead, the leader added that if he heard any nonsense. Gritting his teeth, he said that he would definitely rip his mouth off. The people looked at the hero in amazement. The man's head was lying on the floor. The leader frowned when he heard that firstly. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that firstly. The people widened their eyes in amazement when they heard that he would not receive any benefit from killing them, only losses. Looking at him, the leader replied that there would be a benefit, but they would not have it here. The man frowned and said that cutting the throats of the bastards who looked down on them and telling the whole world about it was their benefit. Looking at him, Chuck replied that after such a terrible warning, no one would pass through Mount Yasushan anymore. The leader opened his eyes in surprise. The man looked away. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that yes, this was their service. They had violated the unspoken agreement to pay for passing through the mountain. However, protesting the injustice, their service would spread rumors about the inhumanity of the Yasu clan everywhere. Clenching his fist, Harry asked what rumors he said. Frowning, the protagonist replied that even after receiving the fare, the Yasu clan bandits plundered the cargo and killed all the people accompanying it. Such were the rumors. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that it was impossible. Sitting in front of him, Chuck said that even if it was a lie, they would do it anyway, because it was the only way to maintain the credibility of their service. Harry looked at him in amazement. The man looked away when he heard that the Yasu clan was securely entrenched deep in the mountains, while their service carried out transportation throughout the continent. The warrior frowned when he heard that, so what if they decided to spread rumors? The people looked in amazement when they heard that no matter how much their clan denied them, eventually the rumors would spread quickly. The man's eyes lit up and he asked what if they let them live. Gritting his teeth, Chuck said that they would spread the truth about what happened. Considering that their leader was the initiator of this unscrupulous act, the service would need to save their good name. Perhaps the service would even pay a visit to the Yasu clan to apologize and pay tribute. The prisoners sat in the center of the room. Harry crossed his arms and said, "Okay, now let him name the second reason." Grinning, the hero replied that they had already brought their clan considerable profit. Looking at the leader, the man said that they had put out the burning wagons with cargo. Sitting on the throne, the leader asked again, to which he replied that yes, the convoy guards had set the fire and fled, but these people had put it all out. Looking straight ahead, Harry asked what and what. They probably had little time, but even their children could have handled it. Frowning, the protagonist replied that everything was correct. However, a wagon appeared. It was heard that only they could have put out wagon number 3, with the most valuable cargo. If not for them, as he said, due to lack of time, that cargo would have turned to ashes by now. Grinning, the leader replied that he spoke well. Chuck looked at him silently. Sitting in front of him, Harry said that he would listen to the third reason. Looking at him, the hero replied that before that, let him ask a question. Frowning, he asked if he had a dream of putting the Yasu clan at the head of 18 clans. The man opened his eyes in amazement. The people looked at him in surprise. The thought of what he had just blurted out appeared. The man's eyes lit up and he asked what he was asking now, if he was thinking of becoming the supreme chief of the 18 clans. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he did. Clenching his fist, the chief exclaimed. Frowning, he shouted that they would finally hear the sound of his tearing mouth. A glow appeared around him, and the chief shouted that the current supreme chief was his adoptive father, the next would be his adoptive older brothers, and he was now saying that he dreamed of violating the principles of morality in his envy of his father and brothers. The crowd stared at him in silence. Sitting in front of him, the hero said that he wondered what rumors would spread outside the Yasu clan. The people looked at him in amazement. Frowning, the leader suggested that they take a walk. Grinning, the man said that he would enjoy his walk. The wind was very refreshing today. Harry looked down. Placing his hand on the throne, he said that it was good. Looking straight ahead, the leader added that maybe they could replace the head with a stick. Chuck frowned as he looked at him. The mountains appeared 3 years ago. A river flowed below the mountains. A lake appeared. The entrance to a cave appeared. It was said that it was the cave of the heavenly demon, where the heavenly demon himself, the extraordinary hero of the demon worship cult, abandoned everything. Particles appeared in the water. It was thought that a young man entered. For more than 500 years, many masters have struggled to master the heavenly demon martial art, but until now, no one has succeeded. The man sat on a rock. It was said that all they have achieved was death. The man looked forward. A glow appeared above him. It was thought that, however, today, one man finally broke the 500-year-old tradition. Particles appeared. It was said that this was it. Rays flew forward. It was thought that the manager of the Wulin Martial Arts School, together with the founder of the demon worship cult and the unifier of the Bianhuang Wulin Society. The man sat quietly. It was said that he had made a brilliant contribution to the formation of the Union of the Night, and was called the Demon Knight. The dragon's eyes lit up. The dragon began to fly around. Rick closed his eyes. The thought appeared that the sword of the heavenly demon Rick. The torch brightly illuminated the surroundings. Looking at the exit, the man said that apparently he had won the head over to himself. Looking to the side, the warrior said that he had won over their warriors even earlier. Frowning, the man said that the command had set the fire and fled, but he, instead of running away, stayed to put out the fire. If you would do that. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had no idea how he had sunk to some porter. The people were standing on the ledge. It was said that but one thing was absolutely clear. He would be an extremely unfortunate loss if they put his head on a peak. The warrior frowned and thought that maybe what he had just demonstrated to them was only a small part of his skills. Maybe he was hiding talents that he could not even imagine. The leader and the hero looked straight ahead. Standing still, the protagonist heard that he would spare them. Crossing his arms, Harry said that the 2 reasons he had given were already enough to spare them. Frowning, Chuck replied that he had still asked for a third. Standing next to him, the leader said that if he continued to crack, his head would definitely be on a pike, asked what would suit him. Looking at him, the hero said that if this was his fate, it was inevitable. The man frowned and said that his words entailed responsibility. Standing in front of the hero, he added that if he again said something he should not, he would pay for it with his life. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he simply saw something. Crossing his arms, the leader asked what he saw. What was he talking about? Frowning, Chuck replied that there was flame in his eyes. The man glared at him. Standing in front of him, the hero said that even that flame told him that deep down he passionately desired to take the place of the leader of all the clans. The leader looked at him in surprise. Flames appeared around him, and he said that he didn't care what he saw. If one more careless word came out of his mouth, he would immediately rip his throat out. Frowning, Harry added that he should say what the third reason was. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that before he named the third reason, he wanted to put forward a condition. Standing in front of him, the leader said what the condition was. Clenching his fists, he added that he couldn't promise that he would definitely fulfill it. Gritting his teeth, the man said that even so, he would listen to him. Looking at him, Chuck replied that if they returned like this, they would all be fired from the service. Although their lives were saved, they would be left without a livelihood. What company would agree to hire porters who sacrificed the load without resistance for their own survival? Looking down, the leader asked what he meant by that. He was offering him to give them money as well. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that for poor people like them, being left without a livelihood was much worse than dying. Lowering his head, he added that if suddenly his words would help him in any way. Chuck bowed and said that he asked him to allow them to take the bodies of the leader and the guards. He wanted to at least bring the bodies to their families. Crossing his arms, the man said that in this case, they would not be able to be fired from the company, because they would bring the bodies of their comrades, to which the hero replied that this was exactly it. The leader frowned angrily. Turning his head, he asked if he knew about the royal star. Looking straight ahead, Harry said that many people dream of her, dream of becoming a king. What about him? Looking at him, the protagonist heard that he also dreamed of becoming one. A dark sky appeared. The building stood on a cliff. The thought appeared that he also dreamed of becoming a king. That's what Harry asked him, but he didn't answer him. It was raining heavily. The thought appeared. More precisely, he couldn't be sure. They decide their own destinies. But people were walking near the carts. The thought appeared that for those who have nothing, even these words are already luxury. Mountains appeared. It was said that how can one dream of the future, when every day is a struggle for survival? Lowering his head, the hero thought that only hopes that today will pass calmly. The men looked straight ahead, and he added that tomorrow in satiety. The hand hung from the cart. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that when he told Harry the third reason, he felt his heart beating wildly in his chest. The carriage moved forward. A thought appeared that the desire sealed deep in his soul responded to his words and began to overwhelm him. They moved through the forest. It was said that if you think about it, their meeting with Harry was also destined by fate. It was raining heavily. A thought appeared that it was quite curious how his fate would change because of meeting him. The entire road was covered with puddles. Mountains appeared. It was heard that he told him that it was impossible to become the head of 18 clans. Why did he say that? He himself knows. He is weak compared to his brothers. Besides, their clan is located on the very outskirts. The entrance to the cave appeared. It was said that this is why the other heads do not restrain him. That's right, that kid said so too. Meat was roasting on the fire. It was heard that the answer about the third reason was as follows. Sitting in the middle of the cave, the leader said that he asked him to say something that only he could say, to which the man asked what and what about. Holding the meat in his hands, Harry said that the 18 clans were going down the wrong path. The warrior looked down. Looking straight ahead, the leader continued that he said that if the brothers continued to feud so much, then a split would soon occur, so both should retreat and go for reconciliation. The image of a hero appeared. It was heard that since almost no one expected a trick from their clan. Sitting in front of the fire, the man said that he was talking about the fact that, by giving sincere advice, the Yasu clan would eventually turn its weakness into strength. Gritting his teeth, the warrior replied that he said everything correctly. If he did so, he would attract the attention of all the heads, including the supreme. The kid thinks like a military man. The leader bowed his head and said that if he humiliated himself to support his brothers and insisted on harmony instead of division, he would definitely have a chance. He said so, and when? Harry gritted his teeth and added that when that chance came, he would not miss it. The man looked surprised when he heard that it was so strange. When he listened to what this guy was saying, his chest flared up with heat and his heart began to pound like crazy. No matter how hard he tried to calm down, it did not go away. Frowning, the leader said that he had properly stirred up the desires that were overwhelming him from within. Looking straight ahead, the warrior asked that he had even given him a cart to transport the corpses. Closing his eyes, the leader said that Chuck, that was his name. Standing behind him, the warrior asked why he had suddenly mentioned his name. He gritted his teeth when he heard that he should remember it well. The leader closed his eyes when he heard that it would save his life someday, to which he replied that human life was unpredictable. Perhaps the next time they met they would switch places. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if they met again in the opposite situation. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that he would certainly spare them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that therefore he should never forget his name. That was the fourth reason. The man looked at him in surprise. The leader looked down. He clenched his teeth and wheezed. Standing in front of the hero, Harry laughed loudly. A bright star appeared. It was heard that then, laughing, he looked at the royal star, which shone brighter than in all these 11 years. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the man said that he would also promise something. He frowned and added that if he could seize power over the clans, he would do whatever he wanted. The hero frowned when he heard this. Walking straight, the leader said that the war between the Wulian martial arts school and the demon worship cult had already begun, and an all-out war would soon begin. Looking ahead, he added that with such a development of events, 18 clans would have to make a choice. If in this situation they continued to squabble among themselves, then troubled times would sweep them away. Standing on the ledge of the rock, Harry said that this was the reason why the clans needed to unite. Besides, if he became the head of this union, then an influential position among the candidates for the place of the head was guaranteed. Crossing his arms, he added that this was also Chuck's words. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that he should not have let him go. He should have grabbed him and handed him over. Standing in front of him, The head said that he was not one of those who would stay, even if he was held by force. Frowning, he added that he was very important, and besides, if something happened, he would not be able to cope with their service. Looking down, Harry said that he had seen the royal star glow red above his head. A building appeared on top of the mountain. It was heard that he knew what he was thinking at that moment. And what if the one chosen by the royal star was Chuck? That's what he was thinking. Bright particles appeared in the middle of the field. A blue glow rushed forward. The guy was sitting on a rock. He closed his eyes. Looking straight ahead, Rick thought that he always regretted that. Suddenly the rocks began to crumble, and he added that he was born 3 years before this star. Then it told him. A glow appeared around the guy. The thought arose that the stars do not open to human eyes immediately after they rise. Rick rushed forward, thinking that even children born 3 years before the appearance of the star can receive its power and become a king. A blow suddenly flew across the rock. Jumping up, the guy thought that hearing these words, he firmly decided. A tornado of blue rays appeared. Flying forward, Rick thought that he would throw off his slave fate and become a king. Lightning flew behind him. He was flying forward rapidly. The guy stopped abruptly. Rays were flying around Rick. His eyes lit up brightly. Grinning, he said that only 3 years? A star appeared, a question was heard, well, how is it? The star shone. It was said that for all the time spent in the cave of the heavenly demon, he did not forget for a second and was sure. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that the royal star, it is the meaning of his existence. Raising his head, he added that so he should not even dream of getting it to someone else. Grinning, the guy said that he will never forgive the one who takes away what belongs to him, whoever it is. Standing on the stone, Rick heard that he was finally found. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that it means everything that the heavenly demon left. Grinning, he added that it was already completely his. Looking at the star, Rick asked that everything is ready. Putting his hands on his hips, he heard that it was completely. Everyone was waiting for him to come. Looking down, the guy replied that it was great. Rushing forward, he added that they would begin. Rick suddenly flew up and shouted that the era of demon worship would begin. Water was dripping from the leaves. The sun was peeking through the clouds. Birds were flying forward. It was heard that 5 young men and 3 girls, combining excellent martial arts, intelligence, and literacy. The girl was walking straight. It was said that the inhabitants of the Freeman called these rising lights 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, and the 5 most important beauties of the Celestial Empire were called the 5 flowers of the Wulin School of Martial Arts. She looked to the side. It was heard that 12 young men obsessed with martial arts called the 12 months of the Freeman, and only one person was included in all these groups. Looking straight, Amanda heard that this person was that girl, to which she replied that yes, that's right. She grinned and added that a phoenix with a sword, a blue flower, a crescent moon. Lowering her head, the girl said that these are all the names of that girl. Looking at her, Lena said that she was a beauty. Even if you looked at her in men's clothing, you would never forget this beauty. Putting her hands on her hips, the girl asked that, by the way, this is the place where the Sichuan branch will soon encounter a demon worship cult. She grinned and added that over the past 100 years, they have managed to repel the attacks of the cult that is part of Bianhuan Wulin 12 times. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that she wondered if they could continue to achieve such success. Standing behind her, the man asked what and how could it be otherwise, to which she asked again. Jack frowned and said that he meant that they would participate in this battle together with her, so of course they would succeed. Looking at the girl, he added that he was sure she would see how these cultists were running away from her, exhausted. The girl grinned and asked again, and the man answered approvingly. Looking straight at him, Kate said that he should look at her, how she looked. Closing his eyes, Jack replied that of course, like a mistress. He smiled and added that since she was dressed in men's clothes, she should certainly look like a man. Pointing at him, Kate said that it just seemed to him, because he knew that she was a girl, in general, in the future he should not make mistakes and address her correctly. To which Jack replied that yes, no one would even hear them here, there was no need for that. The girl frowned angrily. Smiling, the man replied that yes, I understand, Her Excellency, the 5th Master of the Black Warrior Regiment of the Wulin Martial Arts School. Pointing at him, Kate shouted that she was just a master. Raising his hand up, the man asked to wait. Smiling, he asked why she called him uncle then. Looking away, the girl replied that he simply called her mistress often, so she did too. Lowering her head, she added that she understood, leader, from now on they both will not make mistakes. Rushing forward, the girl said that they were going. Walking forward, Kate said that they should hurry to get to the Sichuan branch today. It seems that it is not far, but in fact the distance is considerable. Following her, the man replied that the cultists need about 3 days to get there, so there is no need to hurry. Anyway, they will only be able to unite with the main forces tomorrow. Gritting his teeth, he added that they have more than enough time. How about investigating the situation in the city? After all, the cultists can infiltrate the market. Frowning, Kate replied that they can infiltrate. Yes, that is possible. Leaves flew off the trees. It was heard that they would do as he said. Amanda smirked and asked why she was watching that girl. Lena, looking straight ahead, replied that she could change everything. Raising her head, she added that that girl would have a huge influence on one of them. A colorful sky appeared. Suddenly darkness fell. A view of the city of Chengdu opened up. Standing in the square, the man heard that how could this be? From the room, it was heard that for what offense did they fire him? He knew from the beginning that their leader was the most insignificant of insignificant people, but this was too much even for him. Sitting at the table, the porter shouted that didn't he save them from the thugs in the mountains? He even brought here the bodies that were destined to be fed to the wolves. The girl looked away, hearing that how could they throw him out? Yes, they should thank him. She looked at him in surprise, hearing that they would have shit themselves if they had been there with them. They were sitting at the table. It was heard that how fearless he had been in the Yasu lair. He had only to look their leader, the bastard, in the eyes. Jack and Kate looked at each other. The man frowned and thought that the Yasu clan. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that this was to some extent expected, so let them not be upset. Looking at him, the men asked what was expected in fact. Grinning, the protagonist asked that didn't they know that the new leader didn't like him? It would have happened anyway. If not this time, then another time. He just had a convenient excuse. Turning his head, the man said that he still didn't understand. Such capable guys like him, you won't find in the whole world. Closing his eyes, Chuck answered that he was just too good. The men looked down in silence, the thought that doing their job well was not always a plus. Frowning, the hero thought that even if he did not want to notice the mistakes of others, they were obvious to him. Sitting at the table, he added that perhaps he was not good enough. Holding the chopsticks in his hands, the protagonist thought that he should not have paid attention only to the numbers, pretending that he did not see what was behind them. That was his mistake. Suddenly, Chuck looked in amazement. Looking at the food, he thought that they spent so much on him. Frowning, the hero asked that they did not overdo it, ordering so many expensive dishes. Smiling, the porter replied that everyone contributed as much as they could, from everyone a little, so he should not worry and help himself. Sitting at the table, the protagonist heard that he saved their lives. They should at least somehow repay him. Why is he sitting? Let him eat quickly. Since they have gathered, they will have a snack and say a few kind words about this scoundrel, their leader. Chuck looked down, listening to the fact that he should try this fresh fish with golden beans. They say this is their most popular dish. Turning her head, the girl said that the Yasu clan, it is headed by HEIR, right? Frowning, Jack answered that it is true. This clan is known as the most cruel of all 18 clans. Looking straight ahead, he added that he once heard this. One of the convoys of a local transport company was completely destroyed by the Yasu clan, and only the porters returned safe and sound. Looking to the side, the girl said that apparently it is them. The man crossed his arms and asked how ordinary workers, who couldn't even fight, could return alive, to which Kate replied that she should be quiet. People were sitting in the room, and it was heard that, be that as it may, he was very surprised at how he could think so quickly, and he came up with 4 reasons why the Yasu clan should let them go, standing in front of these bloodthirsty bandits. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that, and when he listened to him confidently talking to them, he just had goosebumps. The man looked surprised to hear that, and what's even more surprising, the Yasu agreed with the reasons that Chuck gave them and let them go. Raising his hands up, the guy said that by the way, they heard the first and second reasons, and what about the last 2, to which the porter replied that he was also extremely curious. Let him tell them. Raising 3 fingers up, the man said that the third reason, if they were left alive, the head of Yasu could become the head of 18 clans, after all. So the other asked, is that possible? He does not quite understand. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that they should forget about it. The men looked at him silently. Frowning, the protagonist said that there are many things in the world, learning about which, they will harm themselves. As they say, language is an enemy, so he asked them to completely erase this from their memories. The people sat silently at the table. The man walked forward. It was heard that he suddenly became afraid of his words. Standing in front of the door, the girl heard that they should not discuss such things as the post of the head of all 18 clans. In order to live long, they should pretend that they did not hear anything. Stretching her hand forward, she said that she still wants to listen, even at the risk of her life. The people looked at her in amazement. Standing in front of them, Kate heard who she was, to which the girl replied that she was asking for forgiveness. She accidentally overheard their interesting story when she passed by. If they tell her their story, she will order a first-class table to be set. Smiling, Kate said that it was superior in price and quality to this one. The hero frowned, looking at her. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that let them agree, isn't it a good deal? Standing in front of them, she heard that it seemed they had made a mistake. It seemed like what to do. Apparently they were talking too loudly. The protagonist put his hand on the table. Clenching his fist, he said that they should eat before the food gets cold, to which the man asked where he was going. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he suddenly met the Lord, so he should go and bow his head. People looked in amazement. It was heard that really. Raising her hands up, the girl said that what about them? What kind of Yan Wang would she be? Suddenly, she exclaimed in amazement. Smiling, Kate asked that maybe they meant him. Taking a step forward, the hero said that he was just joking. Walking next to the girl, he added that it was better for them not to discuss this here, so it would be nice to change the location of the conversation. He hoped that they would keep their promise to pay for all the food and set the table to the highest standard. Looking straight ahead, Kate replied that he should not worry about it. She was a woman of her word. The protagonist left the room. Smiling, he said that he would never forget the treat they provided him today. These were expensive dishes, so let them eat everything without leaving anything. The best brothel in Chengdu appeared. A view of the house sign opened up. The building appeared. She heard that he was a warrior sent by the Wulin Martial Arts Union, and this was the 5th master, so they were wandering warriors of the Wulin Union. They had heard about the skirmishes between the Union and the cultists in the Sichuan branch. Frowning, the girl thought that the further the conversation went, the more she was convinced that this guy was not an ordinary porter. Harry was the head of the Yasu clan and a brilliant master. Sitting in front of the hero, Kate thought that surviving after a meeting with such a person with only eloquence was not such an easy task. How did he manage it? The hero frowned. A thought appeared. What kind of trick did he use that Harry spared him? Grinning, the girl said that the singers would come to them after their conversation. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he did not think they should come. The girl shuddered in surprise when she heard that when it came to beauty, she didn't think they would find anyone here in Qingwe. The local singers were undoubtedly the real beauties of the sky, but their beauty could hardly compare to hers. Frowning, Kate asked if that was a compliment, or if he was laughing at him by saying that he looked like a girl. Holding the bottle in his hands, Chuck replied that he didn't mean to ridicule her. He knew that his tongue was his enemy, but he couldn't do anything about it. Looking straight at him, Kate said that she wasn't angry at all. If he told her what reasons Harry had given, she would repay him in full, in addition to food. Lowering his head, the hero asked that he was going to bestow wealth on him so that he could live happily ever after. Looking at him, the girl replied that if that was what he wanted, she would do it. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he was even envious. She could easily spend her huge fortune on all sorts of trifles. Looking down, he added that the people he had just dined with risked their lives to feed their families. Looking straight ahead, Kate replied that she did not understand such a life, asked what, but that did not make her guilty. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck replied that for sure, not all people are born in the same conditions. The girl looked down and replied that what vain chatter, let's get back to the point. Sitting in front of the hero, she said that a confrontation had begun between the Wulin Martial Arts School and the demon worship cult. 18 clans had not yet managed to take one of the sides and were neutral. On the mainland, there were approximately 10,000 participants in the 18 clans. The man crossed his arms. It was heard that the situation would be very different depending on whose side they took. Harry's eyes lit up brightly. Putting the glass on the table, the girl said that this is why it is important for them to have connections with the supreme head of all the clans. Frowning, the hero said that since it is so important, he cannot tell them everything so easily, asked that they make a bet. Gritting his teeth, Jack asked what other bet. Was he stalling for time? Turning his head away, the protagonist replied that well, then he refuses to talk, unfortunately for him, not to him. The man looked at him angrily and asked what and how dare he, and Kate said that she accepted the bet. Jack turned to her in amazement, and the girl added that she should tell. Looking straight at her, Chuck said that she was very generous. First they need to be alone. Pouring a drink, he added that the bet was that they should surpass him in drinking. Frowning, Jack shouted that it was not necessary. He should not sign up for this. Sitting at the table, Kate said that it was nothing complicated, they would try. Looking away, the man said that she would not hear anything from him anyway. It would be better to go back, to which Kate replied that he should go without her. Jack looked at her in amazement and objected. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it was in order. Lowering his head, the man said that he understood, that he should not forget that they were moving out tomorrow, at the hour of the snake, and then asked what she was going to do. Frowning, Kate replied that he should not worry. He knew how strong she was when it came to drinking. Looking straight ahead, she added that she should definitely find out everything about the Yasu clan from him. The man walked towards the exit. Opening the doors, he heard that they might have a chance to make a huge contribution. The doors slammed shut. Looking straight ahead, Jack thought that something was bothering him. People were walking down the street. The building appeared. It was heard that there were 4 more bottles of wine. Again, how much they had already drunk. The chandeliers illuminated the room. It was said that she drank more than he thought. The same could be said about him. The scraps were on the table. It was heard that he had made a mistake, having made an alcoholic bet with her with the intention of outdrinking her. What was she talking about? He was a man of his word. Smirking, Kate asked that apparently, it would not be so easy to win. Holding the bottle in his hands, the hero replied that he was reading his thoughts. They would already reach the finish line. They began to drink. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that she could not get drunk first. She simply had to find out about Harry from him. Looking down, the protagonist thought that suddenly, it turned out to be not so easy. He thought that he would definitely win, since it concerned alcohol, but somehow, he bypasses it. Holding the bottle in his hands, he added that he should never blurt out what they talked about with Harry that day. People were carrying alcohol. It was heard that they should hurry up, and if they run out of wine. The star in the sky shone brightly. Sitting at the table, the girl asked what he was going to continue. He was already drunk, to which the hero replied that a guy similar to a girl. Why does he drink so easily? Holding the bottle in her hands, Kate replied that enough is enough, let him admit it. Her eyes dimmed, she heard that defeat. Holding the bottle to her mouth, she heard that he admitted defeat. Lowering her head, the girl said that let the head of the clan, Harry, speak then. What did he tell him? The thought arose that it was necessary to tie it up, while she was at least a little sane. Lowering her gaze, the hero said that the supreme head, that he said so, therefore, to the robbers, he went to get water. The thought arose that let him forgive him for his lie, but he had no way out. Closing his eyes, he added that he said to make him his successor. Here, he said that it was a great honor, and then thought that he could not stand it any longer. Hitting his head on the table, the protagonist said that was it. Looking at him, Kate wondered what had just happened. Harry had said all this and got out of there alive, this rogue now. Closing her eyes, she added that yes, why was everything swimming before her eyes? Let him pull himself together. Frowning, the girl thought that this swindler had just fooled her. Looking at the hero, she added that she was crazy. What did she expect from some porter? Her uncle was right, she hadn't heard anything sensible. Putting her hands to her face, Kate thought that she wanted to prove to her father, who considered her just a weak woman, that she was capable of at least something, and was wrong about everything. Closing her eyes, she added that she had only been deceived by this scoundrel, she was still too inexperienced. Looking to the side, the girl thought about how she could kill him so that rumors would spread about how wonderfully she had dealt with him. Grinning, she added that she would kill him only because she had been deceived. Looking at the hero, the girl thought that no, this was ruining her pride and future plans. But she couldn't just leave it like that. Tilting her head, she added that why was the room shaking all the time. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that she had to hold on when he woke up. Even if she had to torture him, she would try again. The hero was lying on the table. The thought appeared that he would never get around her. Clutching her head, Kate added that how dare he deceive her. Gritting her teeth, she thought that he would regret it. The girl began to fall down. A crash was heard in the room. Lying on the table, the girl thought that how dare he sleep like this. Closing her eyes, she added that she really wanted to sleep. The hero was lying on the table. The door opened slightly. Frowning, the man asked how she was. Peeking out from behind him, the girl asked again. People were lying on the table. It seemed that they had died. Frowning, the girl asked that her job did not include cleaning up corpses. Let him say no. Looking at them, the man replied that he shouldn't worry. Since they were both breathing, they would live. Putting her hands on her hips, the woman asked what and why the young people were getting so drunk, said that it was amazing that they had survived after that. To which he replied that it was really amazing. He couldn't believe that they had drunk 38 bottles of wine without leaving a trace. Frowning, the man asked what and what they should do with them, said that the cost of the alcohol they had drunk was simply enormous. Putting her hands on her hips, the woman asked what and what there was to think about, said that they needed to be treated accordingly. They were honored guests. Let them be taken to the best rooms so that their visitors could sleep in comfort. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what and what was too much, to which she asked again. Gritting his teeth, he replied that they had only been drinking together. There were no singers with them. What would he say if they let it slide? Looking at the people, the woman said that they might think that they had deliberately deceived them. The people were lying on the table. It was heard that it was good. Then since they looked like dead people and showed no signs of life, let them lie neatly in one room. A view of the building opened up. The clothes were lying on the floor. The thought arose that Kate had two habits that she had been adhering to for almost 10 years. They were lying on the bed. It was said that to do breathing exercises before going to bed, and also. The girl was lying on the pillow. The thought arose that to sleep without restricting herself with clothes. Kate was fast asleep. The thought arose that she had not changed this habit even tonight, which ended for her with loss of consciousness. The hero opened his mouth. It was said that winter transportation on severe cold nights is quite difficult. The view of the city opened up. It was thought that this was why the cabbies, without realizing it, slept in an embrace to keep warm, and Chuck was no exception, and this first winter night. A star appeared. It was said that it was especially cold. The view of the building opened up. The city appeared. It was thought that the Sichuan branch of the Wulian Union, a place that had been invaded by enemy forces 12 times in the past 100 years. A strong wind blew outside. It was said that no matter what, the Sichuan branch had never been occupied. The Sichuan branch was the pride and heart of the Wulian Union. Leaves were falling from the trees. It was thought that if this place were to be captured, the Union would have a hard time, so the demon worship cult needed to break through the protective barriers of the Sichuan branch at all costs. The wind was strong. It was said that this was the starting point for the cultists to achieve their goals. The tiles suddenly moved. The man's eyes glowed red. Eyes could be seen from under the tiles. Suddenly, someone jumped up. It was heard that at the moment, all the attention of the Sichuan branch was attracted by the arrival of the cult, and no one was expecting a surprise attack. Rick flew through the air. It was said that the subordinates were ordered to rest before the big battle in 3 days. The guy frowned. It was heard that, but everything is not that simple. Rick flew up. It was said that although the subordinates were ordered to rest, the boundaries of the outer wall were expanded by 2 times. He landed on the ground. It was heard that it was simply unbelievable. People were walking forward. It was said that they were really expecting guests 3 days ago and prepared for a surprise attack. He was amazing. Didn't they dig a tunnel for 3 years? Not doubting his intentions. Clenching his fists, Rick said that thanks to them all if they break through the defense of the Sichuan branch of the Wuling Union today. Looking to the side, he added that it would be to their credit. The people bowed and answered approvingly. Suddenly, they jumped up. Frowning, Rick thought that if they destroyed the Sichuan branch, the factions would stop flocking here. Taking a step forward, he added that even then, they would seize the moment and smash the enemy piece by piece. The guy froze in front of the building. Raising his head up, he thought that the royal star. The star was shining, and the guy added that it was wonderful that it illuminated the beginning of the end of Wuling. Taking a step forward, Rick thought that he should let her watch as he walked straight to his goal. Grinning, he added that he would never disappoint her. The doors opened, and a voice said that he had arrived. The guy lowered his head and said that he should report. The people were unconscious, and he heard that all the guards standing at the gate leading to the Taishui temple had been eliminated. No one would interfere with him on his way there. Rick closed his eyes and said that he thanked them, asking that they did not blame him for forcing them to do cruel things. A room appeared, and he heard that he had forgotten that day 3 years ago when he ordered them to seize the Sichuan branch. At that moment they dedicated their lives to him. The light in the room went out, and it was said that even if he ordered them to blow themselves up this very minute, they would not hate him. The guy grinned when he heard this. The gates were opened, and he heard that guards were now lined up in front of the Taishui temple, and he should take into account that they were strong enough. Standing still, Rick said that they shouldn't worry. They would soon destroy this place called the Impregnable Fortress, and he would show them what true invincibility was. He grinned when he heard that there was no worry. They were only excited because after so much time they would see again how skilled he was in battle. Standing in front of the door, the guy said that after this was over, they would have a good drink. He entered the gate. It was heard that he had a safe journey. They would be waiting for him. Rick stood in front of the building. It was said that, and where did he get so much confidence from? Who knows? Looking straight ahead, Amanda asked that doesn't this look like self-defense? Smirking, Lena asked again. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that in surviving among difficulties, self-confidence is the most necessary thing. Standing next to her, Lena added that it meant that this was the shield he had built to protect himself. The guy walked forward. Looking straight ahead, Lena said that the shield of self-confidence. Looking at the building, she asked what if cracks appeared on this shield? The girl put her hands to her face. Lena raised her head up. A view of the building opened up. Rick was standing in front of the guard. With his weapon on his shoulders, the man asked him what he was up to. Looking straight ahead, the warrior said he couldn't believe he'd come out so fearlessly in the middle of the night, to which they replied that he was young by the way he walked and the way he breathed. Suddenly, the man shouted loudly for him to stop. Standing in front of the guards, Rick heard him say his rank and full name. The guy grinned and replied that if they were so interested, he'd introduce himself. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was the leader of the Sirius Star Army from the Celestial Demon cult. Grinning, Rick said the sword of the Celestial Demon. Standing in front of him, the men asked again. The warrior's eyes widened in amazement, and he asked what he was saying, that he, Rick, the leader of the Sirius Star Army guarding the founder of the demon worship cult, was just crazy. The guy smiled and said that if they didn't believe him, even when he was telling the truth, there was nothing he could do. He put his hands on his hips and added that they didn't have time, and since they were done with the introductions, maybe they could get down to business. The man clenched his teeth and shouted that now he understood. He had lost his fear. The guards standing in front of him shouted that at least he knew who they were. They were the head of the department's guard, the closest to him, which meant that he wouldn't get out of here alive tonight. Rick smirked and asked why they couldn't wait to tear his head off. He held his hand out and added that then they should hurry. You see, they didn't have much time. Frowning, the guy asked that apparently he hadn't come alone. Rick looked straight at him and said that of course, he couldn't have come alone to bring down an impregnable fortress. The guards flinched. They heard the bell ring. Hurry up, damn cultists, how dare they sneak in like rats. Standing still, the guy said that they had enough talking. Grabbing his weapon, he added that it was time to end this. The people looked at him in amazement. The man's eyes widened. Suddenly, he struck at the guards. The people bowed and wheezed. Putting his sword behind his back, Rick said that these were worthless, asked if this was all the guards could do. He looked straight ahead. Standing in front of the building, the guy thought that this was the real beginning. Over the past 10 years, the Sichuan branch had become even more impregnable. Rushing forward, he added that as expected. Suddenly, Rick stopped. Turning his head, he thought that he hoped they would not disappoint him. Looking to the side, Rick said, "Come on, let him come out." Looking at the door, he added that he had heard him introduce himself. Maybe he should be polite and greet him. Suddenly, the doors opened. The man rushed forward and shouted that he was impudent. He swung his sword and added that how dare he come to the Taishui temple so unceremoniously. Rick smirked and replied that he liked it. Swinging his weapon, he added that he should greet the guests properly. The man's eyes lit up and he shouted that the fact that he broke in here meant that he used dirty methods. Frowning, he added that but they would achieve nothing, he would show them why this place was called an impregnable fortress. They began to fight. A blow flew at the man and he flew back. He opened his eyes in amazement. The warrior landed on the ground. Rick stood in front of him. Swinging his sword, he shouted that it was his turn now. The guy grabbed the weapon tightly. A bright glow appeared in the air. The man held back the blow. His feet dug into the ground. A thought appeared that the manager of the Wulin Martial Arts School, together with the founder of the Demon Worship Cult and the unifier of the Bianhuang Wulin Society. A flash appeared in front of the man. A thought appeared that the one who made a brilliant contribution to the formation of the Knight Alliance, and was called the Demon Knight. The rumors about him were not an exaggeration. Rick smirked, looking straight ahead. Frowning, the man shouted that it was good. He admits that he is strong. The guy descended to the ground. Standing in front of the man, he said that his great fame was truly deserved. Holding the weapon in his hands, Rick added that he should thank him for so admirably starting the end of the Wulin school. He will never forget this battle. Gritting his teeth, Mark replied that how dare he insult him, as if he had already won. Standing in front of the guy, he added that today he would definitely tear off his arrogant head, and clearly show why this place was considered an impregnable fortress. Suddenly, Mark looked away in amazement. Looking at him, Rick said that it seemed that his companions had finally begun to act. The warrior opened his eyes in amazement and thought, really? Holding the weapon in his hands, Rick asked him what he was interested in, why the bell was ringing. Grinning, he added that it announced that they had already captured the main points of the Sichuan branch. In other words, it announced that an attack from the outside had begun. The man opened his eyes in amazement. Frowning, the guy said that in a word, the history of the Sichuan branch came to an end today. Looking straight ahead, he asked what, but wasn't he overwhelmed with relief? A glow appeared around the sword, and the guy said that he would die without ever seeing this end. Jumping up, Rick shouted that he would let him die like this because he had fought him. Frowning, Mark replied that as he had said, the 100-year history of the Sichuan branch could end today. Standing still, he added that if this was the fate of the Sichuan branch and the Wulin school, then nothing could be done, however. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he would not get his head so easily. He bent his knees. Kicking his foot, Mark shouted for him to come down. Holding a weapon in his hands, he added that he wanted to see the power of the heavenly demon that he had obtained. A bright light appeared around him, and he shouted loudly. Taking out his weapon, the guy replied that it was an honor for someone like him to experience the martial arts of the heavenly demon. They began to fight. Rick struck. Grinning, he said that he should sleep forever. It was a good fight. The man glared at him furiously. Suddenly, his sword shattered. The guy cut through the building. The temple began to collapse. Stones fell down rapidly. The remains of the building appeared. Standing still, Rick thought that they had finally broken through the heart of the Wulin Union. Standing in front of the building, he added that now all that was left was to completely subjugate it. A view of the house opened up. A bird was sitting on a tree branch. A bright light was shining from the window, and the thought appeared that it was warm. Lying on the pillow, Kate thought that she did not want to open her eyes. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he understood her, that she should not forget that they were leaving tomorrow, at the hour of the snake. The girl opened her eyes slightly. Looking at the light, she thought that she should get up, since they had agreed to meet with her uncle, she could not be late. Stretching, Kate thought that it was good. Suddenly she turned around and added, what a terrible feeling. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Gritting her teeth, she thought it was impossible. Looking at the hero, Kate added how it happened. Frowning, she wondered why she was in the same bed with him. The main character was fast asleep. Looking down, the girl said that this worthless brat. The protagonist was snoring. Opening her eyes in surprise, Kate thought, wait, she read in a book that after the first time for sure. She froze in amazement. Closing her eyes, the girl said that thank God, nothing happened between them. Frowning, she thought that even so, she would never forgive him. Raising her hand up, the girl added that if rumors spread that they slept together. She clenched her teeth tightly and thought that she could not allow this, she needed to kill him and close this case. Lying on the bed, Chuck snored. Gritting her lips, the girl thought that he should not blame her for this. She waved her hand sharply. Suddenly her hand stopped. Sitting on the bed, Kate thought that he was the one who got drunk and passed out last night, so he probably didn't know that they slept in the same bed. Biting her lip, she added that she had the right to kill him in such a situation. Kate pressed her lips together and thought that she had such a right. Raising her hand, she added that she didn't. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl thought that moreover, it was also her fault, because it was her arrogant idea to get her father's recognition by using this man that had led them to this situation. Looking away, she added that even so, she could not ignore the fact that he had fooled her. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought that he would have to pay. The protagonist was fast asleep. Looking at him, Kate wondered if she should make him pay for the alcohol he had drunk yesterday and for this room. The protagonist was lying on the pillow, and she added that then he would have to live a painful life to pay this amount. Sitting next to him, the girl thought that he deserved such a punishment for deceiving others. Looking down, she thought that even if it was too much, there was nothing she could do. Pressing on his neck, Kate thought that she had to reap the fruits of her actions. The protagonist was lying on the bed. Tying her hair, Kate thought that judging by the blood circulation, he would sleep for the next 2 hours. Then she turned around. Standing next to the bed, the girl thought that Chuck. Leaving, she added that they would end their connection like this. The protagonist continued to sleep. He opened his mouth. Rick was sitting on the ground. A dragon appeared behind him. The dragon's eyes lit up. The guy looked straight ahead. The dragon flew up. Black rays flew around the guy. A glow emanated from his hands. A blue light appeared. Sitting on the ground, the guy said that he should report, to which he was told that everything was moving forward as he had ordered. Frowning, Rick added that everything must be done without the slightest mistake. Getting up, he said that then the plan would not be disrupted. A destroyed building appeared. It was her that they remembered. Looking at the building, the guy said that a wonderful beginning. Grinning, he added that he really liked it. The view of the house opened up. The protagonist yawned. Sitting on the bed, he thought that it seemed like he slept very well, but it seemed like he did not sleep at all. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what and how it all ended yesterday. Looking straight ahead, he added that before losing consciousness, he seemed to have made up something about the affairs of the Yasu clan. Frowning, Chuck asked if it was a mistake, said that he seemed to have no problems with his memory. Gritting his teeth, he said that but what is much more important. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was alone here. Lowering his head, he said that he was not there, which meant that he might not have paid for the alcohol in the room. The hero took a step forward. Entering the room, he thought about the fact that yesterday he proposed an alcohol bet so as not to say anything about the head of the Yasu clan, but he did not take into account that he was so strong in drinking. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even though he had used a trick before losing consciousness, but sitting down on a chair, he added that he was not an idiot to believe that he was offered a bribe for the opportunity to make him a successor. Surprised, the protagonist's eyes widened, thinking that since he was not here, he could not verify the events of the previous night. Raising his head, he added that if he recognized his lie and did not pay. Looking down, Chuck thought that his whole life would not then go down the drain. Putting his hand under his clothes, he added that no matter how much he thought about it, he could not pay for everything and leave. Digging with his hand, the hero thought that he did not have a penny either. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. Looking at the coins, the protagonist thought that 4 liang of silver, that was all he had. The currency appeared. The thought occurred to him that 1 liang was for the road to Qinglian village, to his mother and sister. Holding the coins in his hands, Chuck thought that the rest was for living until he found a new job. Looking down, he added that his whole life was in this money. The hero shuddered in amazement, hearing that it was a good morning. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing the question that he was already awake. Getting up, the protagonist said that he should come in. The doors opened slightly. Grinning, the man asked that he slept well. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck replied that it was well, tolerable. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he was asking for forgiveness, but he needed to calculate it. The hero opened his eyes in amazement, and wondered if his fears were true. Raising his finger up, the man said that the amount was a bit high. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Taking a step forward, Chuck asked if his companion had accidentally not paid, to which he replied that he had not. Gritting his teeth, the hero shouted that it was the devil, and the man said that he had only left the gold and left without paying. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that it was gold. Standing in front of him, the man said that he had also asked them to give him the change. Frowning, Chuck thought that he had not expected this at all. Putting his hand in his sleeve, the man said that after covering all expenses, there were 98 liang of gold left. Smiling, he added that thus, as a token of gratitude for his choosing their establishment, they had decided to return 98 liang of change to him, and 2 liang on top. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that since the amount was large, they had prepared a check. The hero looked at him in amazement, and thought that this was impossible, a check for 100 liang of silver. Holding the check in his hands, he added that this was not a dream. Sunlight was visible through the foliage. Looking at the check, the protagonist thought about the reason why he left him so much money. Sitting at the table, he added that he really, without realizing it, spilled everything about the Yasu clan. Putting the bowl on the table, the woman asked what kind of check it was. Looking down, Chuck thought that may be so, and then replied that he himself did not know what kind of money it was. Holding the check in his hands, he thought about how he might not remember how he got drunk and spilled everything about Yasu, and then said that he still did not understand what. Is it money that will ruin his life? Or money that will trample on his pride? To which the woman asked where he got it from. Raising her finger up, she added that well, there is no meaningless money in the world, a large amount or a small one, easy money always comes with a price. Putting her hand to her face, the woman said that of course, sometimes it happens differently. Looking at the hero, she added that but even so, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and if he takes it without hesitation, he can ruin his life. The hero looked at him in amazement and thought that, as he thought, he had let something slip, that was obvious. Scratching his head, he added that this money was the fee. Putting her hand forward, the woman said that in any case, he should quickly hide it. Many people's eyes run wide when they see a large sum of money. Sitting at the table, the protagonist replied that but no one was looking, and she said that she was looking. Grinning, the woman said that, frankly, she could barely contain herself. Putting away the check, Chuck replied that he understood, he would be more careful. Closing her eyes, she said that he should eat it quickly. If it gets cold, it will not taste good. Suddenly, the woman exclaimed in amazement. Squinting, she asked, were they again? The troops were moving forward. Frowning, the hero asked again. The troops were entering the gate. It seemed that these were the warriors of the Wuling Alliance. Early in the morning they rode into Chengdu in rows, and now, it seemed, they were gathering again. Putting her hand to her face, the woman said that, be that as it may, it seemed that Chengdu was their gathering place. Huge troops appeared. It seemed that she had only heard about them, but in real life it was simply incredible. They say that the Duga House has 300 warriors under its command, the Kunlun School has 400, and the Black Warriors Army has 150. The men were sitting on horses. It was said that there were 850 people in total. But how did she know that? Looking straight ahead, the woman said that she heard the noise of the warriors who were having breakfast here. Frowning, the hero thought that it seemed like they were gathering to fight back against the cultists in the Sichuan branch. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had definitely said then that he was a warrior sent by the Wuling Martial Arts Union. The troops were moving forward, and the thought occurred to him that if that was the case, then he should definitely be around here somewhere. The woman extended her hand forward and asked who the nun was. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought it was a nun. He looked towards the forest. The girl was holding a flag in her hands. She looked forward in fear. Chuck frowned. The nun saw something right in front of her and was very surprised. They say that she finally found them. At that moment, an army appeared right in front of her, led by commanders. Looking straight at the man in red robes, she thought that they had finally met. Then the girl suddenly rushed forward, thinking that she should quickly pass on the message. At that moment, she ran right past Chuck, who was having lunch in the tavern. The boy glanced to the side and saw something. Looking straight at the nun who was injured, he thought that there was something strange about it. The protagonist watched the woman, thinking that if his assumptions were correct. Suddenly very worried, Chuck realized that this could be a big problem. A moment later, he stood up from his seat. After which the boy walked away, and the owner of the establishment, looking after him, asked him if he really wasn't going to finish his meal, to which he replied that he wasn't very hungry. Looking at the protagonist leaving, the woman noted that even if he didn't want to, he should eat some more, because how could he eat so much at an age when he was constantly wasting his energy? Confidently walking forward, the protagonist declared that he had more important things to do than eat. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the boy thought that these were things for which he might have to sacrifice his life. Immediately after your story, you are transported to a huge army of people, right in front of whom that very nun appeared. Noticing the approach of a person, the commanders of the army suddenly stopped their horses. The current head of the Duga House, John, looked menacingly straight ahead. Right next to him were two more people, one of whom was the best master of the Kunlun School, Edward, and the commander of the Black Warrior Army of the Wuling Union, Kevin. Behind them were also Jack and Kate. The red-haired girl was looking straight ahead with a serious expression. Suddenly, John noticed something in front of him and was very surprised. In front was a nun who was running towards them in a hurry. Kevin, who was right next to the general, noticed that judging by her appearance, she seemed to be from the MA school. Looking straight at the flag she was carrying, the man asked what it was. A moment later, the girl stuck that very flag straight into the ground. The head of the Duga House looked straight ahead with a menacing expression, observing what was happening. At that moment, the nun, looking tired, asked if the great and invincible knight from the Kunlun School was here. Noticing her tiredness, John turned around abruptly, telling her to give her some water. Immediately after that, the nun was given a flask of water, and she abruptly took it and expressed her gratitude. Then the girl began to greedily drink the water. Kevin watched all this with displeasure. The nun continued to drink water and could not quench her thirst. Kate and Edward also watched the events with disdain. All the commanders of the army, looking straight ahead, thought that something alarming had happened. After finishing drinking, the girl with a frightened expression suddenly asked them for help. As the empty water bottle fell directly to the ground, she explained that their MA school, which was heading to the Sichuan branch, was surrounded by cultists. Hearing this, the red-haired girl was very scared. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the nun added that it was in the south, about 200 li from here, and begged them to help them quickly. Looking directly at her with displeasure, John asked if she really said that they were attacking them now. With a look full of pain and worry, the girl stated that they had set out on the road before dawn. Recalling the rocky roads in the middle of the mountains, she added that the cultists had set up an ambush on the way to the Sichuan branch. Imagining people hiding right in the bushes in her mind, the girl said that their presence could not be sensed, all as one master. Standing right in front of the army commanders, the nun concluded that the enemy outnumbered them by 2 times, and there were about 600 of them, so not only were they outnumbered, but because of their skill, they had no chance of dealing with them. With tears in her eyes, the girl added that, whatever the case, she ran alone on the orders of the leader to find help. The man in red clothes standing right in front of her asked how this was possible, since the cultists were not supposed to arrive until the day after tomorrow. Edward, looking straight ahead, suddenly wondered if something had happened. Clenching his fist in dissatisfaction, he assumed that they had infiltrated Sichuan in advance to avoid their scouts. Hearing this, the nun spread her arms out to the sides, declaring that it was all true. With her mouth wide open, she said that the cultists were led by the heavenly demon sword Rick. Hearing this, the head of the Duga household was greatly surprised. The army commanders were greatly surprised when the girl said that the first place she ran to after breaking out of the encirclement was precisely the Sichuan branch. Well, as expected, the cultists had already begun to attack it as well. Placing her hand on her chest, she added that she had managed to meet with the head of the Tai Shui temple and reported the situation. The people in front of her listened attentively as the nun said that he had been fighting the cultists led by Rick and could not help in any way, so he told her to run and seek help from those heading to their branch. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after hearing all this, John thought of the pride of the Majiao cult, the invincible commander, the sword of the heavenly demon Rick. Imagining him in his mind, he thought that he was the one who had swept away the Wulin schools beyond the Great Wall, and had finally begun the attack on the Wulin schools of the Middle Plain. While his fellow generals were greatly shocked by everything he had heard, the army commander reasoned that he was the one who had brought their school an ineradicable humiliation a few years ago. With a look full of hatred, John declared that it was finally time to pay off the debt owed to the Kunlun school by this insignificant heavenly demon Rick. At the same time, he turned around when Edward, who was standing behind him, declared that he would lead the Kunlun troops to the Sichuan branch, and he, along with the Black Warriors' army, should go look for the Ame school. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, after such a proposal, the head of the Duga house declared that they would do so. Looking menacingly at his subordinate, he added that the situation was critical, so they needed to hurry. Suddenly, the military leaders abruptly turned to the side when someone said that he wanted to ask the 5th master of the Black Warrior Army a question before that. Looking in the direction from where the sound came, the men saw Chuck there. Kate, noticing him, was very dissatisfied, not understanding what this rogue was doing there. At this time, a young boy with a look full of self-confidence was moving towards them. The soldiers surrounding the red-haired girl did not understand what was going on, and did he really say that he wanted to ask the 5th master a question? With a little worry in her eyes, Kate wondered what kind of nonsense he was going to talk. Jack, angry with everything that was happening, thought that if he started talking nonsense, he would never let it go. A moment later, the protagonist passed by the nun, which greatly shocked her. The girl looked straight at him with displeasure, thinking that they had an emergency, and this puppy suddenly appeared from somewhere. Looking straight at him, John asked with displeasure in what sense he wanted to ask a question. Looking seriously straight ahead, Chuck declared that he had to make sure that he had received the favor of the 5th master. Hearing this, Kay was very displeased, and her father, standing in front, asked what favor he was talking about. A moment later, his bodyguard appeared right behind the red-haired girl, who seemed to be burning with anger, declaring that he had crawled out of nowhere and was wagging his tongue for some reason. Sharply turning around, the army commander asked Kate if she knew him. The red-haired girl looked away shyly and explained that they had crossed paths yesterday. At the same time, the boy, looking straight ahead with a serious expression, asked why she had given him 100 liang of silver. John, hearing this, asked with a menacing look what 100 liang of silver. Jack, who was very angry, stood behind his mistress, telling him to shut up and asked if he had really gone crazy and wanted to die. The army soldier standing there, looking straight at Chuck, wondered what he was talking about 100 liang of silver and why the 5th master would need to give him so much money. At the same time, Kate walked straight up to the boy, explaining that she gave him the money because he was living a miserable life as a swindler at such a young age. Seriously looking straight ahead, the red-haired girl added that he should start a new, correct life with this money and not deceive others. With a smirk looking straight at her after hearing everything, the protagonist wondered what it meant that she mistook him for a swindler, and was glad that he did not tell her anything about the Yasu clan. Kate was very angry, looking at Chuck standing in front of her, stating that he received her answer, so now he should leave. With an angry expression, the red-haired girl concluded that if he appeared in front of her even once more, she would definitely never forgive him. Menacingly looking straight at her, the boy explained that she gave him the money after thinking about his circumstances, so he would not thank her for it, instead he would do something else. With a serious look, the protagonist said that he would save her for these 100 liang, which greatly surprised her. Looking straight at him in surprise, Kate didn't understand what rescue was being discussed. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the red-haired girl declared that she was going to let him go calmly, but even having shown up there, he cheated again. At that moment, Chuck folded his arms across his chest, saying that it wasn't all. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the boy added that thanks to her, the people there would also be saved. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist spoke of those same 100 liang. Holding his head, he added that they would probably cost him his life. Gritting her teeth in displeasure after hearing this, Kate asked what he was talking about. Looking menacingly straight at him, the girl with red hair was interested in what he was going to save them from, or was no longer going to. Immediately after that, Chuck pointed his finger straight at the nun standing behind him, saying that it was all about her. Then he directed his menacing gaze forward, declaring that she was a fake. Hearing this, the girl was very scared. The military leader standing right in front of him did not understand in what sense she was not real. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that this was complete madness and couldn't believe that he came there to say such nonsense. A moment later, the boy, once again pointing his finger directly at the nun, declared that this woman was either a follower of the MA school nor a nun. Hearing such insolence, the girl was about to strike him with her palm, telling him not to come near her. The protagonist, who noticed this, was very scared. Suddenly, the nun struck Chuck directly with her palm. Having received a blow directly to the chest, the boy screamed in pain. After such damage, he fell straight to the ground. The girl, who saw something directly in front of her, was very surprised. The military leaders of the army were also stunned by what happened. Kate stood up to protect the protagonist, stopping the nun's blow with her hand. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Chuck wondered if she didn't despise him. At this time, the girl with hair continued to hold back the nun's attack with her palm. Looking straight ahead, Kate didn't understand why she was covering him. While still holding back the MA school girl's enormous power, she thought that he was an incomprehensible swindler who didn't even want to get his hands dirty. Despite this, she unconsciously covered him. At the same time, the nun was very unhappy, not understanding how she was being blocked at all. Looking straight at her menacingly, Kate declared that attacking someone who didn't even know martial arts was low, and she had heard that the MA school's followers were cold-blooded, but not that cold-blooded. Looking straight ahead with worry in her eyes, the nun asked, didn't they understand that they needed to hurry? While swatting away the red-haired girl's hand, she added that right now, at this very moment, her comrades were shedding blood at the evil hands of the cultists, and she was wasting her time on the fun of some swindler when she needed to hurry. A moment later, someone pulled out his blade from its sheath, telling the fifth master to step back. Hearing this voice, Kate was very scared. Looking to the side, she noticed Edward walking right up to her, thinking that time was his answer from the invincible sword. Watching the great swordsman walk right past her, the red-haired girl realized that he really wanted to kill him. Immediately after that, Edward walked up to Chuck, who was lying right on the ground. Bringing his blade right to his throat, the man declared that if he had delayed them intentionally, he would cut his throat with this sword. Hearing this, the boy continued to look menacingly straight ahead. One of the commanders in the army asked with a serious look why he called the nun a fake. After such a question, the protagonist only smirked maliciously. Calmly looking straight ahead, Chuck concluded that he would now try to explain everything to them. Hearing this, the strongest swordsman was very dumbfounded, standing next to his allies. Smiling slightly, the boy declared that he had already done everything that was required of him. Looking menacingly straight at him after hearing this, Edward asked what this meant. Continuing to lie right on the ground, the protagonist explained that his words had instilled in them a slight distrust of this nun, so now they would not thoughtlessly throw people away to save Ame's followers. Hearing this, the girl trembled with discontent, asking him to shut up. At that moment, the nun called out to the great knight, explaining that they did not have time for this now. Looking straight ahead with a displeased expression, she addressed the head of the Dug household and the army commander standing right in front of her, asking how they could just stand there and watch this. Pointing her finger straight at Chuck, who was lying on the ground, the nun concluded that this man was suspicious, and he probably had some reason to detain them there. She then added that he could be a cultist spy, and the boy did not react to her words at all. Continuing to point his blade straight at the protagonist, Edward said that the monk's words were not unfounded, and asked what he would say in his defense. At the same time, the girl from the MA school was telling the master that they did not have time for this, and Chuck suddenly noted that it seemed that the man in a mad hurry had enough time to completely drink a skin of water. Hearing this, the nun was very dumbfounded. Then the boy continued to say that even if she ran non-stop and was tormented by thirst, how could she have the courage to drink water when her comrades were in danger? And the great swordsman listened to all this in surprise. Immediately after that, The protagonist pointed his finger directly at the nun, saying that this was the first reason why she was not a messenger of the MA school. Spreading her arms to the sides after hearing this, the girl explained that she had run for almost 100 li without a break, and her throat was very dry, and Chuck, who was lying right on the ground, interrupted her, wondering if there was any sense in his words. Seriously looking straight ahead, the boy added that if this was not enough, he would name 7 more reasons. Hearing this, Edward was very puzzled, asking that he really had so many. Slightly rising from the ground, the protagonist was about to say the second reason. At that moment, the nun, not letting him finish speaking, pointed her hand straight towards the Lord of the Great Swordsman, asking if he really believed this man, and stated that they did not have time for this, since she said that her comrades were dying right now. Looking straight ahead, Chuck stated that there were 600 people. Pointing his finger straight at the MA disciple standing in front of him, the boy explained that when they were attacked in chaos, it was impossible to accurately count the number of enemies. Continuing to point his finger forward, the protagonist added that she should have said that there were twice as many enemies as MA's followers, and not said that there were 600 of them. Covering her mouth in surprise after hearing everything, Kate thought that this was true, and in such a situation, it was difficult to assess the situation around. Looking straight ahead with a stern expression, Chuck concluded that the third reason was that her words about the head of the Sichuan branch sending her there for help were a lie. Hearing this, the nun was very angry, and the boy, looking straight ahead, added that the Sichuan branch had set up a fortification to protect themselves from the cultists, and of course the person in charge of such a fortification should be reasonable. Then the protagonist pointed out that it was impossible for the person occupying this position to make the nun who had run 100 li run another 100 li, and hearing this, she gritted her teeth in displeasure. Continuing to point his finger directly at the MA school novice, Chuck stated that instead of giving her a flag, he would have sent a physically strong person. Clutching her face in worry, the nun explained that it was only because she insisted on wanting to go herself. Looking straight ahead with self-confidence, the boy noted that in that case, he would have at least passed something on to Mr. Doug or sent him a carrier pigeon. Hearing these words, Kevin suddenly looked at John standing behind him. After all his words, the nun was very angry and could barely contain her anger. Remembering how the nun was running through the forest, Chuck was about to name the fourth reason. Once again pointing his finger directly at the girl, he added that even having broken through the encirclement of enemies that outnumbered them twice in real life, she avoided any back wounds. With a dissatisfied hand in front of her, the MA schoolgirl declared that he was sucking facts out of his finger, and was it some kind of rule that she must necessarily have wounds on her back? Menacingly looking straight at her, the boy said that this was true, and besides, everything he said before was nothing more than an assumption. With a serious expression, the protagonist concluded that he would give her a chance to prove that she was not a spy. Seriously watching everything that was happening, Kate wondered if he would really give her a chance to prove a false accusation after such pressure. Pointing his finger directly at the nun, standing in front of the other generals, Chuck stated that if she really was from the MA school, she would surely be able to recite Buddhist sutras with ease, asking if he was right. With her hand straight in front of her, the girl said with a smile on her face that of course she could, and began to recite an unknown heart sutra of the 5 skandhas with impermanent form, and impermanence being form. The boy stopped her with a hand gesture, noting that this was enough for verification. Then, moving his hand to the side, the protagonist explained that if she really was from the MA school, she would not have read in the morning during an argument with him. After all, hadn't she said that her comrades were in danger? The MA school novice, who listened to all this, was clearly placed, while Chuck added that in response to his demand to read in the morning, she should have fallen apart. The boy, looking smugly ahead, stated that her behavior was hypocritical, and that was the fifth reason. Gritting her teeth in dissatisfaction after everything that had happened, the nun now understood that he was testing her with this sutra. Edward, looking seriously ahead, asked what the sixth reason was. Looking at the girl standing next to him, the protagonist explained that they were red marks. He then added that this clearly indicated that the head was shaved for the first time, and the novice of the MA school, who heard this, was extremely dumbfounded by such a statement. The nun continued to stand in bewilderment, while Chuck explained that, so, the seventh reason was the wounds on the shoulder and stomach. When the boy began to explain that, judging by the placement and depth of the wounds, she obviously inflicted them herself, Kate and Jack were very surprised. With a look of complete seriousness, the protagonist concluded that, finally, the eighth reason was that she came there alone. The great swordsman, hearing this, looked straight at Chuck, asking what the problem was. Looking straight ahead, the boy explained that in this critical situation, reinforcements were like a lifeline for a high school. Standing directly in front of the nun, the protagonist added that they couldn't send just one person to look for him, because under these circumstances, they had to send someone else who would protect the messenger even at the cost of their own life. At the same time, Chuck concluded that this girl had broken through the encirclement alone and arrived here, and she, hearing this, was extremely divided. Looking straight ahead, listening to all this, the red-haired girl thought that Chuck was saying logical things, and of course she couldn't be sent alone. Spreading his arms, the boy stated that, considering that everything she said was a lie, she had almost achieved her goal. Looking to the side menacingly, the protagonist explained that her goal was to endanger them. Looking straight at the nun standing in front of him with a serious expression, Chuck explained that she wanted to lure them to the Sichuan branch under the pretext of saving the allies, and then deal with them. Hearing this, the two generals were very surprised, realizing that they really wanted to deal with them. Edward looked straight ahead with a menacing look, noting that this was probably the case. Taking a step forward, the great swordsman stunned the nun and said that, moreover, there was no trace of sadness in her eyes. Very confused, the girl asked why he could not believe her. Pointing her finger straight at Chuck standing next to him, the MA school student concluded that all his words were baseless and far-fetched. Looking straight ahead with a menacing look, Edward told her to be silent. Pointing his finger directly at the nun, the great swordsman stated that her gaze gave her away, and even when her comrades died, there was no sadness in her eyes. With a serious look in his eyes, Edward added that this was further proof that she was a spy. Gritting her teeth in displeasure after hearing everything, the nun thought that everything had gone to hell because of some runt. At that moment, the girl grabbed the blade that was hidden under her clothes, thinking that since everything had turned out this way, she needed to act. Suddenly, the nun rushed straight towards the boy, arguing that she would see him off to the next world. Almost bringing her blade right to the protagonist's neck, the girl wished him death. At that moment, someone blocked her sword. It was Kate, who neutralized the enemy's blow with her blade. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the nun asked how she dared to interfere with her again. The girl pulled her sword aside and declared that it was simply unbelievable. A moment later, the MA school novice once again pointed her blade straight at Chuck. Releasing her energy right in front of her, the red-haired girl asked him to take care. With a blow of her palm, she managed to throw the boy back. Having done this, Kate entered into a sword fight with the nun. With a deft blow of her blade, the red-haired girl managed to destroy her opponent's weapon. At the same moment, the girl received a blow right to her stomach. Kate threw the nun to one side, and the protagonist to the other. After receiving damage, the girl rolled right on the ground. On the other side, Jack caught Chuck flying towards him. The nun gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction, while blood flowed from her mouth. Holding her chest, she declared that they would all die. With a look full of anger, the MA school acolyte concluded that no matter who stood in the way of the heavenly demon cult, no one would be left alive. Hearing this, Edward kicked the ground with all his might, calling her a hypocrite who finally admitted to being a spy for the cultists. A moment later, the great swordsman rushed towards her, asking how she dared to lure them to certain death with her cunning tricks. Seeing this, the nun only wiped the blood from her lips. A moment later, Edward approached her directly, about to strike her with his blade, when he suddenly thought that the poison capsule in her mouth had been opened. The generals standing behind her, seeing something in front, were greatly dumbfounded. The spy looked straight ahead and trembled all over, talking about the eyes of the heavenly demon. Pointing her finger forward, the nun added that wherever they were, those who interfered with the tasks of their cult would certainly die. Then the girl said that they would certainly die, and suddenly spat out blood. Noticing this, the army commanders were very surprised. Immediately after this, the spy fell unconscious right on the ground. Kate and Chuck were standing to the side and watching this. All the people there were perplexed, while the boy sitting right on the ground remembered the words of the spy about the eyes of the heavenly demon, wherever they were, and those who interfered with the tasks of their cult would certainly die. Remembering all this, the protagonist was very scared. Confusedly looking straight ahead, Edward declared that it was his mistake, and it was worth expecting that she had a capsule with poison hidden in her mouth. At that moment, the head of the Duga house came forward, noting that nothing like that, and from the very beginning they had no chance to take her alive. Looking at the dead nun lying on the ground, he added that she had no other choice, because she had failed her mission. Grinning upon hearing all this, the protagonist said that he had signed his own death warrant. The red-haired girl standing right next to him asked what he meant. Looking down, Chuck explained that now that he had crossed the path of the heavenly demon cult, he had no choice but to die. Looking straight at him, Kate asked him not to worry, because these were just deathbed deliriums. Sitting upset right on the ground, the boy noted that it was all because of him, and even knowing that his tongue was his enemy, he could not resist. Looking straight ahead in bewilderment, the red-haired girl said that he had saved so many people. Hearing her voice, the protagonist was suddenly very surprised. Confused by what happened, Kate covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that she accidentally spoke in her normal voice. Immediately after that, Chuck raised his head in surprise, looking at the girl standing in front. With a look full of surprise, the boy asked if she had really been a girl all this time. Covering her mouth with her hand, Kate realized that she herself had not noticed how she had spoken. A little embarrassed, the girl with red hair could not find the words to explain. Surprisingly looking straight ahead, Chuck noted that she might not explain anything. Standing right next to him, Kate asked why, no matter how, but she still deceived him, and he, pointing his finger at her, explained that, looking at her, he thought that he was more of a fool than deceived. A little embarrassed after hearing this, the girl with red hair thought that it meant that she did not look like a guy at all. Kate grabbed her throat and wanted to explain how it really was, but the boy, hearing this, waved his hand, asking not to worry, because he was not so tactless. Smiling after such an answer, the girl with red hair thought that she had worried in vain. At that moment, the protagonist stood up from the ground, noting that she had saved him twice today alone. Holding his hand to his chest, Chuck thanked her, saying that because of this, he would live a little longer. Moving his hand to the side after his words, Kate asked him not to worry, because for the fact that he helped them, they would not let him die. With a smirk, the girl with red hair explained that, compared to her, he had saved more people today. Hearing this, the boy answered with a smile on his face that he was only returning the favor. Standing right in front of him, the girl with red hair explained that something he had done was much more expensive than 100 million silver. Suddenly looking to the side, Kate added that therefore she would continue to protect his life in the future. At that moment, John appeared right behind her, concluding that then they should take this comrade with them. Looking straight ahead menacingly, Chuck said after such a statement that he was grateful for everything, but would refuse it. Looking straight at him seriously, the head of the Duga house explained that it would be difficult for him to last even one day alone. With a calm look in his eyes, the boy replied that he would take care of his life. Immediately after that, he took a step forward. Then the protagonist slowly walked past the army commander. Kate, watching all this, only smirked. Smiling, looking back, John asked to help them. Hearing this, Chuck suddenly froze in place. Looking straight at him, the head of the Duga house suggested speaking frankly, because he had not seen such a talent for strategy in anyone except him. While the boy continued to stand silently in his place, the army commander asked why he did not unite with them and be an advisor. Looking straight ahead arrogantly, the protagonist thought about the talent of a strategist. Turning to face the people, Chuck thought that if he accepted this offer, he would take the chance to become a famous strategist of an influential family or school. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Chuck supposed that he would probably start earning a lot of money, and maybe even be able to learn martial arts. Suddenly, the boy was very scared, realizing something. At that moment, the images of the nun and the mature Rick popped into his head, and the protagonist thought that the sword of the heavenly demon that was failing the cultists was too strong. Visualizing the image of his old friend whom he met on the battlefield, Chuck thought that the sword of the heavenly demon was that same boy. Then the boy imagined his old friend saying his name with a smile on his face. At that moment, the little protagonist said his name with a disdainful look in his eyes. With a smile on his face, looking straight at him, Rick asked his name again. Angered by such a question, Chuck declared that if he did not hear, then it was his problem. With a smile on his face, turning his back to him, the boy with white hair noted that he was quite hot-tempered. Jumping right off the cliff, Rick declared that if it was fate, then they would meet again, and now he was definitely leaving, and Chuck recalled all this with displeasure in his eyes. Looking straight ahead seriously, the boy thought that if this sword of the heavenly demon, shaking the world now, was the same Rick he met as a child. With a reasonable expression on his face, recalling how that boy with white hair wielded his spear, the protagonist realized that now everything fits together. Visualizing himself watching his old friend fight, the protagonist thought that watching him on the battlefield for half a year was enough to be convinced of this. Remembering himself standing right on the edge of the cliff, Chuck realized that this is why he did not want to confront him. Then he imagined the boy with white hair, who was smiling widely. Immediately after this, the protagonist would return to reality and, with an arrogant expression, declare that he had helped them as much as he could and no longer wanted to have anything to do with Walene's affairs. Standing half sideways to the military leaders, Chuck explained that from now on he would think about how to protect his life. John held his hand out in front of him and asked him to think again. Hearing this, the boy suddenly thought about it. At that moment, Kate ran up to him and covered herself with her hand. Seeing his daughter's reaction, the head of the Duga house only laughed. After everything that had happened, the protagonist looked in surprise at the orange-haired girl standing next to him. Kate, looking straight ahead seriously, said that he had already repaid the debt of 100 lian of silver. Looking at the girl standing right in front of him, Chuck, spreading his arms, replied that that was true. Looking straight ahead, Kate explained that the price of the alcohol he drank yesterday was much higher, and the food costs for his comrades were also considerable. With a menacing look, the red-haired girl asked how he was going to repay this debt, which scared Chuck a lot. Looking away, the boy explained that he had already told her everything she asked and asked what repayment of the debt he was talking about. Smiling sharply, Kate explained that he really did tell her, and even after getting completely drunk, he told everything to the end, and in order. Pointing her finger at him, the red-haired girl noted that only all this was a lie. Grinning maliciously after such a statement, the boy explained that it was the pure truth, and not a lie. Abruptly turning her back to him, Kate said that this was strange, and then she could go and blab to everyone that Harry was aiming for the place of the head of all the clans. The protagonist, greatly frightened by her statement, explained that he would be killed. Then the girl suddenly stopped in her tracks. Turning around, she noted that she was doing this because she wanted to protect him. With an innocent expression on her face, Kate added that she wanted to protect his life. Hearing this, Chuck suddenly blushed with embarrassment. Throwing up his hands, the boy did not understand who she ultimately took him for. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist declared that he was also protecting his own life. Then, with a serious look, the protagonist concluded that he would join them, and in return asked to forget about everything related to the Yasu clan and not ask anything else. Smiling widely after hearing this, Kate swore to him by part of her family, and the name of the Phoenix Swordsman. Hearing about the Phoenix Swordsman, Chuck was very dumbfounded. He continued to stare at the red-haired girl in surprise, wondering if she was the same Kate, the Phoenix Swordsman of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, the blue flower of the 5 Valine flowers, and the crescent moon of the 12 months of freedom. With his serious gaze fixed forward, the boy was thinking about what it meant that in front of him was the girl that all the boys in the Celestial Empire dreamed of seeing, at least in their dreams. Suddenly, words rushed through the gorge where the army was located, saying that they did not have time, so they needed to hurry. After a while, the nun's corpse was left lying alone. Suddenly, someone approached the dead spy from the demon clan. The unknown person stopped right next to the dead body. Menacingly looking straight ahead, he thought that he would definitely tell everyone about her devotion to their cult. Putting his hands together, the man asked her to rest in peace. The innkeeper, looking straight ahead in amazement, remarked on the irony of human life. Watching the army passing by her, the woman declared that she could not even imagine that a simple porter would get through to such people. At this time, Chuck walked with Kate among the soldiers and experienced some strange feeling. While the innkeeper watched the army passing by her, the boy thought that he did not feel any danger at all, even though he was walking with them. With calmness in his gaze, the protagonist thought that it felt as if he was in his place. The military leaders rode horses ahead of the rest of the soldiers. At this time, Chuck and Kate were among ordinary warriors. Sitting on his horse, Edward noted that it was time to decide where they would go. Looking seriously straight ahead, John declared that they would decide everything now. Sitting on his horse, the head of the Duga house stated that considering that they had sent a spy, it was obvious that they were advancing faster than they expected. Looking forward seriously, the commander of the army suggested that it seemed like they should listen to him. At this time, the army was in the middle of a forest near the mountains. When the messenger said that the master was calling them, Kate and Chuck were very surprised. Jack was standing right in front of the boys, explaining that he had told them both to mount their horses and follow him. Moving his hand to the side, the red-haired girl asked why her father was doing this, and her bodyguard explained that there was something to discuss. Hearing this answer, Kate suddenly jumped straight onto her horse. Suddenly, she noticed something in front of her, and was very surprised. Looking at the boy walking right in front of her, she asked if he was really going to walk, and he replied that it was more convenient for him. Kate grinned sarcastically at what she heard and asked if he was afraid of horses. Chuck turned around sheepishly and asked what there was to be afraid of. When he explained that he preferred to walk, that's all, suddenly someone grabbed him by the collar. It was Jack, who with a deft movement of his hands lifted the boy straight above his head. After which the man sat him right on the horse, declaring that this was the master's order, so he must ride. Then Jack hit the horse from behind, and it suddenly ran forward with the protagonist on the saddle. After some time, the girl with red hair along with Chuck arrived at the military leaders. Turning back, John asked to tell him what he thought, where they should go. Hearing such a question, the boy looked straight ahead seriously. Then, slightly opening his mouth, he answered that they should go to the Sichuan branch. All the army commanders, hearing this, were very surprised, turning in his direction. Looking straight at him, the head of the Duga household asked if they were sure they didn't need to go to a high school, and the protagonist replied that they should all be in that ward. With a serious look in his eyes, the protagonist explained that the spy had said that there were 600 people attacking the school, and that number couldn't have come out of nowhere. Looking straight ahead, the army commander said that it made sense, because lies are always embellished with truth. Looking ahead menacingly, Chuck concluded that they were trying to split them up and deal with them separately, because there were more than 600 people hiding in ambush near the Sichuan ward. He then added that if his assumptions were correct, then 600 people had met a high school on the way and another 600 were in the vicinity of the ward, and Kate was very surprised when she heard this. As Chuck continued to lead his horse, he said that he heard that there were about 700 warriors guarding the ward. Imagining the huge gate of the fortress in his head, the boy declared that no matter how strong the cultists were, they would not be able to defeat the Sichuan branch of the army of 600 people. Seriously looking straight ahead, John noted that he thought so too, and this place was insurmountable, especially since an attack requires twice as many military forces as a defense. With a calm expression on his face, the protagonist explained that the cultists' plan was thus to disorient and defeat the detachment in support of the Wuling Union, gather personnel and defeat the Sichuan branch. At that moment, Chuck suddenly grabbed his hand, adding that it meant that there was a high chance that the branch had not yet been attacked. Noticing this, the girl with red hair was very dumbfounded. The boy began to do something with his finger on her hand while he was telling her that this is why he said that they should go there. Noticing this, Kate looked straight at her hand in surprise. The protagonist continued to move his finger over the girl's palm while she tried to understand what he wanted to tell her. A moment later, she was very dumbfounded, realizing that it was all clever. Looking in surprise at Chuck next to her, the red-haired girl thought that everything he had said so far was a lie. Immediately after that, Kate transmitted a telepathic message to her father that everything he had said so far was a trick, and he was very surprised by this. At this time, the boy, looking straight ahead seriously, stated that, to put it simply, they were going to strike at the enemy's plan. With a calm expression on her face, Kate continued to transmit telepathically that there could be other scouts anywhere in this area. With her mouth slightly open, the red-haired girl added that he decided to deceive them with these words. Realizing the protagonist's plan, the head of the Duga house was extremely surprised. High mountains stretched out right in front of them. The commander of the army turned around abruptly and asked what he meant by suggesting to strike at the scattered enemy. Chuck stared menacingly ahead and replied that he did. The other commanders, smiling, said that it was a brilliant plan and that they had fallen for their own tricks. Looking at John riding next to him, the boy added that speed was the most important thing in this matter, so they had to rush at full speed. Hearing this, the head of the Duga house, rousing his horse, gave everyone the order to head for the Sichuan branch at full speed. The soldiers behind him raised their hands and accepted the order. Immediately after that, the army led by the great warriors rushed forward at great speed. A huge dust cloud was raised right on the plain where they had just been. There was also a high peak in the middle of the mountains. After some time, an unknown man landed right on it, realizing the enemy's plan. It was the demon clan spy, who was looking straight ahead with a menacing look. Looking in the direction where the enemy army had gone, the man thought that now that he knew their plans, he needed to pass this information on as soon as possible. Then he put his bag down directly on the ground. After that, he began to search through it for the necessary things. The demon clan spy took out a brush and a piece of paper, and began to write something on it. Right above his head, he saw an eagle flying past. The bird was flying forward at a rapid pace. Noticing it, the man realized that it was the one he needed. A moment later, the eagle landed right on the board from the spy's backpack. The man, noticing this, put his message in the writing compartment. Then he closed the lid. Throwing the eagle up into the air, the demon clan spy ordered it to fly. As the bird flew away, the man stated that they probably did not know. He looked menacingly straight ahead, adding that they were running to certain death. The story takes place in the mountains. An eagle was flying right there in the sky. After some time, the bird managed to reach the city. It flew right over the soldiers' training ground. The soldiers were minding their own business while the eagle was flying right above them. The messenger bird flew across the entire city and headed towards the destroyed tower. Then it landed right on the man's hand. He, in turn, took out a message from a small compartment on the eagle's paw. Immediately after that, the bird flew away, and Rick carefully read the spy's message. After reading everything written on the paper, the man with white hair looked menacingly straight ahead. On that very scrap was written information that the spy had been exposed and had died. Mark, standing next to him on the roof of the building, asked if there was any bad news. Rick looked arrogantly straight ahead and replied that she had been exposed and had committed suicide. His assistant was very surprised upon hearing this. Clutching the scrap of paper in his hand, the Sky Demon Sword remarked that he had probably underestimated them. Mark, standing right behind him, remarked that they were now advancing towards them, however, and Rick remarked that the spy's message confirmed his guess. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, he stated that they were now moving towards them at full speed. The Sky Demon Sword then continued to simply stare forward. Mark, looking at his master, remarked that if they all showed up there, did that mean that their forces were divided? Rick stood up abruptly from his seat, stating that it did not matter. Hearing this, his subordinate was greatly angered. Looking at the training ground, the white-haired man asked how many of their men were left, and Mark replied that 95 people had fallen on the battlefield yesterday, so there were about 500 of them left. Looking down, he added that there were 500 of them left, and 800 of the enemy. Looking straight ahead with a serious expression, the Sky Demon Sword concluded that there was never just one plan in reserve. With a serious expression, Rick explained that sometimes changing it would bring better results. With a fearless look in his eyes, he added that this time they would defend the fortress and take on the attack of these runts. Looking straight ahead with a menacing look, the white-haired man said that when the second unit returned, he would stab them in the back. Hearing this, Mark, standing right behind him, remarked that this meant they would turn the misfortune to their advantage. Looking straight ahead, the Heavenly Demon Sword replied that they had already ended this battle with their successful capture of the Sichuan branch. Looking at the pagoda that had been smashed in half, it added that nothing would change the fact of their victory. Lowering its head, Rick thought that he was nevertheless curious about something. With a thoughtful expression on his face, he could not figure out who it was. Looking straight ahead, the white-haired man wondered who had realized that the nun was a fake and who had foiled their plan. At this time, the eagle flew forward at a tremendous speed. It flew right above the large mountains. After a while, the bird flew to the man sitting right on his shoulder. Dexter took the note from him and read it carefully. The brothers from the demon cult standing right in front of him asked what he was talking about. Looking straight ahead, the man declared that they were advancing. Tom then asked if they had just abandoned their allies. Looking straight at him, Dexter suggested that it looked like they were all heading to the Sichuan branch. With a menacing look, he added that they would stab them in the back. Looking straight at him, the twin asked if the Ame could attack them, couldn't they? And he replied that there was such a possibility. The demon swordsman asked where they were, and Tim, standing right in front of him, replied that they were still quite far away. The ninja standing right behind the twin explained that this was the first time they had left the temple walls in a long time, so they were walking slowly, enjoying the scenery. The army commanders listened attentively as he added that if that was the case, then it could be assumed that they would arrive at the Sichuan branch around tomorrow. Dexter grinned maliciously, concluding that those idiots from Wulin still hadn't come to the realization of the reality of the war with their cult, and they were still romanticizing it. With the same smirk on his face, Tom declared that the Wulin Alliance was a disorganized group that did not have the same strong unity as their cult. The demon cult swordsman standing in front of them remarked after his words that this was the reason why he was confident of their victory. Turning around, Dexter announced that they were all moving out. Hearing the order, the warriors jumped straight off the cliff while the commander announced that they would hit the idiots heading to the Sichuan branch in the back of the head. The demon cult swordsman himself and the two twins also jumped down, while the former added that after that, they should even smash the faces of old people. All this continued to happen in the middle of the high mountains. At this time, the Wulin Alliance army was rapidly moving forward. Right at the head were the strongest warriors who were leading the others. Waving his hand, Chuck suddenly declared that there would soon be a crossroads. Looking at the huge number of trees located to the side, he added that in this forest they can turn to the west. Hearing this, John, looking straight ahead seriously, gave the order to leave the horses in the mountains and move by air. Immediately after that, he and the two military leaders rushed forward, leaving their horses. Sitting on horses, only the boy, Kate, and Jack remained. Smiling widely, the protagonist explained that he was washing his hands of today, so from now on they should do as they know. Asking what he was talking about, the girl with red hair grabbed him abruptly. Pulling him along, heading straight towards the forest, she explained that they would not be able to protect him if he was there alone. Then she grabbed him tightly with her hand. Holding Chuck right next to her, the girl with red hair heard him just really fly. Jack, watching what was happening with displeasure, asked the captain to stop, saying that he himself would carry him. Then he added that didn't she know that they didn't have time and were in a hurry, and the boy was confused and happy at that time. Seriously looking straight ahead, Kate's bodyguard noted that no matter what, he couldn't allow her to cling to the man. Understanding him, the girl with red hair said to catch the protagonist and threw him right at Jack. A moment later, the man with black hair grabbed him with his hand. Kate's bodyguard ran right after her, and Chuck, with tears in his eyes, asked that he really was some kind of sack of potatoes. Very worried, the boy turned around, asking them to stop. Sharply turning in his direction, the guys did not understand why they needed to stop running. Seriously looking straight at them, the protagonist explained that they might be followed and asked them to be careful. Smiling widely, they thought that this was true. Looking at Kevin running ahead, Kate transmitted to him by telepathy that it was the fifth captain and his deputy Jack, explaining that after the rear was formed, they would join them. Sharply turning back, the army commander agreed with this, saying that they would do so. Immediately after that, the girl with red hair, along with her bodyguard, who was carrying Chuck, continued to quickly move forward. Having received approval, they abruptly stopped, resting their feet on a tree. A moment later, the guys pushed off from it, heading in the opposite direction, and Kate gave the order that they needed to hurry and find the pursuer before he transmitted the message. At this time, the rest of the army quickly moved forward, led by the military leaders, and the girl with red hair added that if he outlined their course to Rick, the situation would become much more complicated. At the same time, the guys were heading in the opposite direction from their allies. Swiftly moving forward, Kate wondered how to find him. After some time, the guys stopped on a branch of one of the trees. At the same moment, Chuck was thrown aside. Frightened, looking down at a huge distance to the ground, the boy screamed loudly, wondering why they were in such a dangerous place. The boy was shaking with fear and hugging the tree trunk, while his allies looked carefully straight ahead. Suddenly, they noticed something right in front of them on the rock. With a serious look, Kate said that she found it. Looking towards his mistress, Jack said that he would deal with him, and she agreed with this, noting that then she would cover from behind. At the same time, the spy of the demon cult approached the forest and stopped near it. Looking around, the man thought that it could not be, because he did not think that they would change direction. Gritting his teeth in discontent, he could not understand that the destination was originally different. Realizing that he had been tricked, the demon clan spy took out his eagle, saying that their advancement to the Sichuan branch was a cover. Immediately after that, the man began to write something down very quickly on scraps of paper. Putting the note directly into the tube on the bird's leg, he knew that he needed to pass it on quickly. Sending the eagle up, the demon clan spy told it to fly. The man watched his bird with a displeased expression. Suddenly, he was very taken aback, noticing something in front. Kate, with a serious expression on her face, clutched the bird and flew into the sky, and below stood a man, looking at him in surprise. He held a sword in his hand and ran somewhere, screaming. Suddenly, Jack appeared and headed towards the scout, and someone shouted that who would talk. The dark-haired man swung his weapon and the man flew to the side. He fell to the ground with a crash. The girl was flying in the sky, and a guy was standing below and looking at her. The blonde landed on the ground and Chuck moved away so as not to disturb her. The girl was smiling and looking at the bird and telling the hero to look at its golden feathers and how handsome he was. The protagonist looked away in surprise and thought that she could be like that. He continued to watch Kate and think that he thought that she was always cold, and that she looked like a real angel right away. The scout groaned and tried to get up from the ground. Jack stood in front of the man and seriously called him rude words. He looked up angrily and shouted at him to watch his words. The guy stood and angrily said that the man was making a lot of noise and advised him to be careful of the threats to the underworld. He looked down seriously and told him to tell someone that the dark-haired man had sent him there. The scout tensed up and looked at something with disdain. He frowned and thought about how they had taken Harry, so he had only one way out. Afterwards, the scoundrel raised his head and said that he was not going to go to hell yet, and he thought about how he had no choice but to hand everything over himself. The Italian ambassador jumped up and shouted that if he wanted to, he could go there himself. Jack jumped up and aggressively asked where he was going and said that he was only saving his own skin. They immediately took off into the air during the chase. Kate, seeing this, pointed her finger at them and shouted that they could not let him go. Chuck, sitting behind her, surprised her by asking how much more time they would waste. She immediately calmed down and went up to him, asking what he meant. The guy became much more serious and offered to look at what was there. The blue-eyed girl was very worried and asked what he meant. But the tailed one made her look at the bird, saying about the message. The blonde took the package out of the tube on the bird's leg and said that she didn't even know if it made sense. She clenched her fist and said that it probably said that they had changed direction. There was a note in her hands. Kate was very surprised to see the contents. She froze, saying that it was as expected. The beauty turned to the hero and said that she was in his debt again. The girl cringed and said that if he had passed on this message, they would have been in great danger, but he immediately said that they needed to send the bird again. The blue-eyed one became alarmed and asked why. Chuck looked at her menacingly and said that they could use her for their own good. Then the blonde immediately realized everything. She turned to him with a smile and asked if he was offering to change the contents of the letter. The guy picked a leaf from a tree and said that it was true, because such an opportunity had fallen into their hands, and then asked if they should seize it. They handed him a twig and asked about the hour of the pig. A small hole was made in the leaf. 2 hieroglyphs were written on it. The girl looked at it with a smile and said that it meant that they should arrive at the Sichuan department by this hour. The hero showed the package with a smile and said that if they took the bait, it would be a great success. The fake letter was put into a tube on the bird's leg. The beauty took her messenger and said that they were relying on him. The wings suddenly spread. The guys stayed to watch the flight. Blue Eyes looked at this sadly and asked if the squad had really been destroyed by the cult. She turned to the protagonist and asked if he really thought so and asked if they should pretend that they were heading there and then change direction. Chuck looked ahead and said that as expected, the cultists would arrive tomorrow, but they were already there, deploying their troops. He looked down sadly and asked what she thought their goal was. Kate looked ahead menacingly and said that they were going to make a surprise attack before the Union support arrived and occupy the squad. Gray Eyes remained menacing and said that they must have decided that a surprise attack alone would ensure their victory. He turned to her and said that by occupying that place, they expected to divide the Union forces and defeat them. Blue Eyes looked up and said that it looked like that was the case. She turned to her partner and asked what to do next, to which he said that the outcome of the battle depended on 2 things. He looked down menacingly and said that it depended on how skilled you were at fooling the enemy and how fast you moved. Then the blonde became embarrassed and thought that it was cunning and speed. She looked down and said that she was interested in something and asked how he realized that they were being followed, because even they, experts in martial arts, did not feel anything. The hero remembered the bold one and said that the dying spy did not give anything away and said that the eyes and ears of the heavenly demon were everywhere. Then the beauty next to him looked into the distance and said that it was surprising that he thought so much about the words of the dying man. The protagonist gently looked away and asked if it was not clear that the person who sent the scout would be watching him. Then the blue-eyed girl looked at him and thought that she was stupid and did not understand the obvious, but he said that in any case they had excellent command. He looked menacingly ahead and said that it was because they trusted the words of some porter without hesitation. But suddenly the girl turned to him and taking her hand away, said that there was power in his words and said that there was nothing left to do but acknowledge it. But then the hero became a little gloomy and repeated her phrase. He looked menacingly ahead and said that this was the power that always complicates his future. But then the beauty came closer and said that his skill brings not only bad things. The blue-eyed girl said with embarrassment that he could fix any situation with just one word. At that moment, their comrades were on the way and she continued, saying that what was happening now was the result of his words, and under his influence some had a chance to live longer. Kate looked at him and told him to believe in himself a little more. But then the hero looked at her suspiciously, and said that he shouldn't be so praised and asked what they should do if everything fails. He immediately grabbed his head and screamed in horror that he was already at a dead end. The guy grimaced and said that a thirst for victory was already starting to flare up in him. But his companion looked at him with incomprehension and asked what it was. Then the hero grabbed his head and said that since he had already intervened in all this, he wanted to win at all costs. The girl looked sternly at him and asked if he had figured out how to win. But the protagonist scratched his head and said that this could only be found out by trying, because there were too many variables. But then he raised his hand and asked how strong they were. Blue-eyed calmed down and said that it was enough after the all-good nun took the place of the leader, and the school gained enough influence among the 9 major martial arts schools. Then the gray-eyed man frowned and said that they needed to drag that school into the war of speed. The girl became very worried. She froze with her mouth open and wondered how this could be done. They both fell silent and frowned. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds. The protagonist looked down and put his hand to his chin and said that the road's leading from the mountain here. He spread his hands and said that there is a smooth road, and there is a slightly steep one, but with a beautiful view, and asked which road she would choose. Blue-eyed frowned and said that if we assume that there is enough time and this is their first exit into the light in a long time. The gray-eyed man frowned and said that she was thinking correctly, and said that they probably took the scenic route. Then he looked at the landscape and said that there were several shortcuts among the mountains, and they should take the shortest path to catch up with them. Kate was very surprised. She calmly turned to him and said that then they would need to be fast. Then she put her hand to her chest and asked if they had any other options, to which he immediately asked if she thought he liked it, and said that if she didn't want to, then he would go alone. The beauty immediately became very embarrassed, seeing him displeased. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from the forest. A Taoist rushed between the trees. The hero was horrified by the enormous speed. The blue-eyed woman was very embarrassed and thought with a smile about something that she hadn't even thought about at first. The protagonist was sitting on her back and she wondered why she was so nervous now. She immediately turned to him and sternly told him that they had to wait for the deputy to return. The guy immediately tensed up and said that he thought the same, but her deputy would never return without catching that person. Then he pressed himself against her and asked if she had really forgotten that this was a war of speed. She turned around and said that she knew and asked him to hold on tight, because if he fell, she would not be held responsible. They flew up to the vines and she continued, saying that they would need to use something more reliable. The girl put her hand out to hit. There were many swings, and the guy immediately asked how she dealt with all those vines. But suddenly she pulled a couple of them towards herself, and told her to tie them with this. She turned away and became embarrassed, saying that she needed to do it as tightly as possible so that she would not have to grab him in an emergency. The knot was tightened at the last moment. Suddenly she pushed off the tree and screamed that now they could really speed up. The girl pushed off the trees over and over again. After some time, they approached the cliff and the hero immediately asked her if she could handle it, because the cliff was big. The beauty frowned and said not to worry and hold on tight. She was able to push off the branch. There was a huge canyon below them. The guy sat on her in horror and thought that this was impossible, and wondered how it was possible to fly a distance of tens of meters like that. Suddenly they flew up sharply and Chuck wondered if he was asleep. A couple on a ledge watched them, and one of them said that the girl was amazing. Amanda looked at them with a smile and said that this was true, because in battle she was more courageous and skillful than many men. Then she smiled softly and said that she also had a strong will. To which her companion said that this was true, and if she continued to develop in this direction, she would certainly become a moral woman that no one would be able to catch up with. Then the white-haired one took her hand away and asked if she had come to this. The red-haired one frowned and said that there were many variables. She looked into the distance and said that she hoped that their destinies were not intertwined. Then she said with a saddened look that now nothing could be changed. The blue-eyed one looked at her carefully and asked if the meeting on the battlefield would be fatal. Then the red-haired one looked into the distance and said that for now they needed to watch, because to unravel the tangled was also their destiny. At that moment, Kate pushed off from the cliff. She was carrying the hero and thinking that almost everything was already over and there was very little left. Suddenly her foot slipped off the ledge after jumping. She found herself high in the air and thought that it was all over. The girl landed on top. When the gray-eyed man pressed himself against her, she asked where they were going now. The protagonist calmly looked at her and said that of course they were going straight. The blue-eyed woman looked down in horror and asked if he wanted to go that way. There were many rocks with crooked ledges in front of them. Then she became more serious and told him to hold on tight, because such slopes were not easy to cross. She looked down and said that even if one foot slipped, they would fall down. Then Chuck apologized with a frown. She turned to him and asked why he had said such a thing so suddenly. But then the girl turned away when the guy said that he was putting her life in danger. She immediately jumped down and told him to stop talking unnecessary words. Afterwards, Kate spread her arms and said that she was not weak at all. There was a convenient recess in front of them. The girl landed there and tried to grab hold. She began to break with her hand. Afterwards, the blue-eyed girl got scared, thinking that she did not expect it to be so slippery. Suddenly, she pushed off and thought that there was no other way out. The beauty rushed upward and thought that she could only touch the slippery surface as little as possible. A foggy forest appeared in the distance. The blonde was sweating all over and frowned as she thought about what had happened. She gritted her teeth and thought that they were finally at the top. The hero gritted his teeth and cursed. The girl landed on a flat surface. Afterwards, the protagonist saw the cliff and said that there was no way further. They were standing on top of a high cliff. Chuck began to look around and suggested looking for another road, because there was probably a bypass. But then Kate said sadly that perhaps this cliff was one of the variables he was talking about. She turned to him and said that he himself had said that the outcome was determined by cunning and speed. She immediately looked down and said that she chose to go straight ahead and not around. The protagonist was playfully confused and said that he had thought so. Then the blonde spread her legs and said that there was only one choice. The hero sitting on her shoulder pointed down and said that they needed to jump there. The blue-eyed girl looked down anxiously and said that they needed to put their lives on the line. Fog was creeping inside. They got scared and she continued saying that the probability of a fatal outcome was much higher than staying alive. The guys were standing on a cliff, there was fog below. The guy looks at the girl and says that there is nothing more important in the world than life, and maybe they shouldn't jump. Kate smiles discontentedly and says that if they survive, they will be able to save many lives. His eyes widen from the words spoken. Standing on the cliff, he understands that it is very likely. She had blue eyes and she says that whoever does not take risks, does not drink. Opening her mouth, she asks a question if he trusts her. Taking her by the shoulders, Chuck asks what she means. Turning her head, Kate says that she prefers to move by air. Making a serious face, he asks a question, does this mean that there is a chance of survival? Her face blushes, because perhaps there is. Hugging her, he says that from now on his life belongs to her. They stand on the cliff and thank each other. After that, they jump from the cliff. Madness was visible in their eyes. They were not far from the water. Then the guys fall into it. We see the water near the rocks. The reservoir was calm, there was complete silence everywhere. The large building was destroyed in half. The yellow bird was sitting not far from the people. Holding a petal, he says that the hour of the pig has come. His eyes were red, he was calm. Mark looks into the distance, and says that this is the most appropriate time. By this hour the second unit should have pulled up. Opening his mouth, he understands that this is a problem. Frowning looking down, the guy asks a question, what is he talking about? Looking seriously, he says that this is too appropriate a time. They were on the roof, and the whole situation was quite suspicious. Throwing away the sheet of paper, Rick says that the writer did not even have time to use the paper for the message. Standing up, he talks about the hour of the pig. The man opens his mouth and explains that they have plenty of time, and there is no point in rushing. His face was surprised, because his ally is thinking. Looking seriously, he says that they do not have time. Frowning, he thinks that he was able to foresee a lot by looking at one word. Rick turns away and asks to take positions. Looking at the building, he says that if they go to meet, they will meet face to face, and if they go the other way, they will hit the enemy in the back. Opening his mouth, Mark says that it will be difficult with the current composition and all that remains is to wait for the second unit. Smiling, Rick refuses something. Beating himself on the chest, he says that his heart will jump out of his chest. His eyes became crazy and he decides to move out. Having jumped, he flies, because he will act on the call of his heart. Mark is still standing on the roof and shouting for everyone to line up. Squeezing his hand, he says that we must go forward after the leader. It was evening, the sun was shining on the buildings. We see that everyone has moved out on a mission. There were many people flying. Rick's face was serious. We are near the rocks, where there was fog. The water was still calm. Sitting near the shore, he understood what the girl meant by the words that she prefers to move through the air. This trick was crazy, and he could not imagine that her ability would slow down the speed of falling. Lying on the rocks, we understand that the main character was not very scared. Closing her eyes, Kate asks a question, what fell from such a height and was not scared? His face was in the water, and he doubted what he believed in. Opening her mouth, the girl says that she panicked, because the cliff seemed much higher than she expected. Lying on the shore, they are glad that at least they are alive. His eyes were closed, and he owes her again. Kate asks if they can lie like this any longer? Seeing the top of his head, he says that if they continue to lie, then the jump was in vain. Opening her eyes, the girl says that a little more, and she will get up. She was lying near the rock and, to be honest, she was scared. Looking at her, Chuck says that this moment was the scariest in his life. There was water on her face and she wants to do a lot of things when they attacked, then hundreds of such thoughts flashed through her head. Looking at her, he thought that the girl was just strong and brave, but this soft side that sometimes shows up. There was a blush on her face, because it really confuses. His eye was brown and he thinks, what is her true essence? Her lips were pink. Putting her hand on her chest, Kate says that it's enough to lie down and let her say something that will give her strength. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that he knows Rick. We see his face, and that guy is not so easy to fool. The girl looks at him, and is silent. Her eyes were blue and she asks the question, that message on the sheet that was sent? A blush appears on her face, because his intuition was amazing and it takes him a split second to make decisions. We see his eyes and perhaps he will feel something is wrong. Lying on the shore, the protagonist says that he may lead people to the Sichuan branch. Her eyes widened sharply at these words. Standing up, she was ready to go further. Touching him, she asks him to get up. Removing his hand, she is told to go alone. Opening her mouth, the girl is surprised. Standing next to him, Kate asks the question, what does he mean? He just lay there and was silent. We watch the water flow past the rocks. They are near the shore and most likely, the Indians will go along the river. Chuck turns his head away and says that if they want to make a stop, then this place will be the best one. Looking down, she asks the question, what is the guy up to? Turning his head, he decides to go to the southeast, where the main forces are concentrated. Opening his mouth, the main character says, about 10 li from here there is a gorge Huanglong. If the calculations are correct, then their main army will encounter the enemy. Looking surprised, the girl asks, is he sure he can handle it alone? Raising his finger, he asks not to worry about him, even though he is not a martial artist, but he can stand up for himself. Getting up from the rocks, he understands that they need to hurry. Frowning, he says that the sooner they get there, the more favorable the outcome will be for them. Their faces were calm. Turning away, the girl decides to leave now. Opening her mouth, she is stopped, because they want to say something. Pointing to the rock, Chuck says that at the top of the mountain there is a road called Shumen. Her eyes widened, because that road leads to the abyss. Looking seriously, he says that this path can be dangerous for a commoner, but not for a skilled martial artist moving through the air. Standing next to him, she thanks him for the information. After that, Kate jumps and flies away. The protagonist watches her, because they should meet later. He stands near the river and watches. Grinning his teeth, he realizes that there is no time to relax. Running through the water, he decides to hurry. Night falls, the liquid is still flowing. People are standing on different sides. Dexter had a serious face, his subordinates were standing behind him. John is also standing with his squad. Opening his mouth, he says that they encountered the enemy here, as the boy said. Remembering Chuck, he says that even without being one of them, he was able to calculate the speed of movement and accurately determine the meeting place. Edward is standing next to him and says that you can't tell from him that you used to work in the transport service. Kevin is standing next to them and says that these views are simply breathtaking. Looking down, John says that a good place to die a heroic death. We see a river that branches into 2 streams. Dexter is still standing with his subordinates. Opening his mouth, he asks a question, did they deliberately get in their way? A dwarf is standing behind him, who says that apparently the enemy outsmarted them. His eyes suddenly lit up with a red flame. We see the tops of their heads and fortunately, reinforcements will not arrive to the opponents soon. Frowning, the man says that the fight will not be easy. Tim just watches, because they are inferior in numbers. Opening his mouth, he says that in the end, victory will be theirs. Turning his head, he says that the cultists will join them. 2 dwarves are standing and they could count on the man. Opening his mouth, he says that it is not for nothing that their leader is called the Sword of the Heavenly Demon. His hand was black and they must already know the motives of their opponents, and they just need to hold out until they arrive. Raising 2 fingers, Dexter says that it will be even better if they win this fight by their arrival. After that, they jump from the ground. The twins look up and they will take care of the enemy, and victory will be theirs. Dexter is still standing, because the work has fallen on them. His allies were already flying to attack. John stands near the allies, because everything had already begun. After that 2 of them ran, that the vanguard would take them on. The guys were flying through the air. The man folds his hands and thinks. The people behind were silent, because they did not need to keep so many people in the rear. Opening his mouth, he shouts that there are not so many of them. John stops, because he is asked to slow down. Turning his head, he realizes that he knows this voice. The protagonist runs straight to him and asks everyone to stay put. His hands were clenched, and he asks not to engage in battle. The man frowned and remained silent. There was sweat on his face. Stopping next to him, he tries to catch his breath. Clasping his hands, John asks a question, what does it mean not to engage in battle? Looking down, the guy says that it is necessary to reorganize the troops into a reserve unit. Looking down, he says that the mortal battle has already begun and they should or should they watch calmly? Standing next to him, he says that in this fierce battle, he will be attacked from the rear and they will not be ready. The man frowned, as if he does not trust him. John opens his mouth and asks a question, are the cultists heading to the Sichuan branch? We see the main character and he was unsure, but the probability is high. Clenching his fists, he is asked the question, would it not be better to defeat the enemy squad before the enemies arrive? Looking down, Chuck asks how long it will take. Looking at him, he says that about 2 hours will be enough. We see that they are already fighting, because for this they will have to sacrifice more than half of their people. The guys are standing and the guy says that 2 hours is too long if they are attacked by the army of the sword of the heavenly demon, and the Enians do not arrive to help. Opening his mouth, he says that they will lose the fight like that. The man looks very menacingly. Clenching his hands, he asks a question, what should they do? The protagonist spreads his arms and says that they need to leave this place as soon as possible and set up an ambush. He frowns and says that if the main force of the heavenly demon sword arrives here, they risk being left without the help of the Enians. We see his face, because they need to give up this war. The man begins to get angry and frowns. He opens his mouth and remains silent. The protagonist simply watches and asks to cast aside his doubts for later. Standing not far from him, he is told that they cannot. Turning his body, John says that for now they belong to the Wulin and cannot retreat, or they will have no future. Looking down, he says that this is the difference between the Wulin fighters and ordinary warriors. There was a bead of sweat on his face, and he thought about this difference. The man with a beard says that he can only follow his advice halfway. The protagonist looks at him and is told that if they stand aside, they will lose many more people. We see that they are fighting not far from them, because if they connect half of their house squad, they will be able to minimize casualties. Opening his mouth, he shouts about the house. Behind them, people bowed their heads, because they obey him. He had bags under his eyes and he orders the right flank to go into ambush. Allies rush past him, because everything must be done. Chuck looks at them as they leave. People fight with opponents and make different sounds. Dwarves also fight with people. Tom creates a circle of magic. Kevin holds the sword and understands that this humanoid turtle uses a lunar halo. After that, he strikes with the sword, because it was one of the twins. We see their blows, they fought as best they could. There was fog around them, and Kevin was the commander of the army of the Black Warrior of the Wulin Union. Holding the sword, he says that the person from whose sword will die and let him remember. Tom opens his mouth and says that the energy is pouring out of him. Smiling, he hopes that he will last longer and amuse him. Raising his hand, the man asks not to worry, because this sword will definitely please him, cutting his throat. His eyes were shining red and if they live, they will see. Standing not far from each other, they tell him that at least his agility is enough to fight in hand-to-hand combat. After these words, Kevin begins to attack. We see them hit each other. Edward opens his mouth, because he makes an attack. He approaches the dwarf with his foot. He bares his teeth and thinks. We see the sword make an attack. Edward makes a blow, but the dwarf was able to dodge. He stands with his back to us. Opening his mouth, Tom says his name. Turning, he realizes that this is the one who held back the fallen Kunlun. Turning his head, the man says that this is nonsense. We see the ground destroyed by the impact and he says that Kunlun is not defeated, just the suppression of a pathetic group led by demonic fanatics. Opening his mouth, he asks a question. Instead of chatting, wouldn't it be better for them to get down to business? Grinning his teeth, he asks, does he want to shorten his life? He takes out his sword and asks to say thank you for giving him the opportunity to breathe a little more. Raising his hand, Kevin calls him bad words. We see that they decide to fight. There was a cliff nearby, because it was difficult to fall from such a height and not break. John stands next to the guy and says that he will bring reinforcements, and moving was a good idea. Taking him by the shoulder, he understands that thanks to him they can win. Chuck says that they cannot predict the future. The man looks seriously and asks, is it really that bad? John's hand was on his shoulders, because only heaven knows whose side will win, the side of the ally or the side of the cult of the heavenly demon. The man frowned and remained silent. Opening his mouth, he said that this was all they could do now. Looking at him angrily, the protagonist said that if they could get out of this situation, they would learn a big lesson. Looking at him, he asked, what? Putting his hands on his chest, Chuck said that in the future, the Wulin Alliance would no longer have to deal with the demon worship cult. Opening his mouth, he admitted that without a strong alliance and unwavering will. Looking at him seriously, he was told that the Wulin had no future. Standing next to each other, he thought that before thinking about the future of the Wulin, they must survive. They looked at the red star, because only the living can dream of the future. Remembering Kate, he asked them to try to make it in time, because she was the only hope for a bright future. Something began to happen behind them. We saw a forest where different sounds were being made. People were being killed with swords, there were many of them. They opened their mouths in surprise. Looking into the distance, they hear sounds. The boy becomes alert and realizes that the Mojiao have arrived earlier. John opens his mouth and says that they still have people in ambush. The boy turns his head and says that they were not attacked, but defeated. Frowning, he asks if the enemy has figured out their ambush maneuver and attacked his people. Pointing into the distance, he asks to look there, because this is the regiment that bypassed the ambush. John turns his head after his words. We see people who were flying. Opening his mouth, he realizes that this is a squad of black wolves. They were flying through the air, because this is an offshoot of the Sirius Star Army, led by the swordsman of the Heavenly Demon. Remembering Dexter, he says that this is their leader and is like a messenger of death. Squeezing his hands, he asks to take care of himself. Raising it, he understands that it is his turn. The eyes of the protagonist were serious. Raising his hand, he is asked a question: is it possible that none of his people can resist him? Turning to him, John says that there is no man in their squad who can resist Dexter, so he will fight himself. Bowing his head, the guy says that he will take him on himself. Jack lands near them and asks the master to stay here. Smiling, he understands that this is his comrade. Smiling, the man apologizes for being late. Then he runs away from them and decides to explain everything later. The man jumps and flies away from them. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that he is strong. Looking down, the man says that he once saved his life and now he treats him like a king, although he himself comes from the north. Standing near each other, one of them says that his house fell because of refusing the call to join the ranks of the cult of demon worship. Opening his mouth, the guy says that he has a personal score to settle with this cult. Raising his head, Chuck says that perhaps this feeling of hatred will manifest abilities beyond his capabilities. Something is happening behind them. A red flame was visible. Turning his head, the man asks a question: is it really the army of the Heavenly Demon that is now fighting their ambush? Looking gloomily, the protagonist thinks. Turning to what happened, he says that if only they could stand firm, may the terrain help them in this. Squeezing his hands, John says that they must hold back these damned cultivators. We see the faces of the guys who were looking for each other. We see their backs and perhaps everything happened in the depths of the forest. Looking up, the guy thinks that perhaps it is HEIR. When suddenly, his eyes widened with realization. Someone was standing on the tree, and also glowing. John also looks up and is surprised. Biting his lip, the guy thinks that 11 years have passed since their last meeting. Rick clenches his hands, because he has become stronger since then. We remember Rick in the past, who was smiling. Opening his mouth, he realizes that he has become damn strong. The guy himself looked with disdain. Looking up, the man says that here he is in person. Near him was a red royal star and shone above his head. Raising his head, John says that it was as if she herself chose him as the king of swords of the Heavenly Demon. Opening his mouth, he asks to leave. The man turns his head at these words. Looking up, the protagonist says that the head of the main army has arrived. Not far from them, explosions from attacks occurred. Standing with his back to him, he says that even if he joins them, the chances of victory are negligible. The brightness of the explosions became greater. Frowning, he knows that their military power is inferior to them, but be that as it may, he could not retreat. The protagonist stands near the Christmas tree, because they must know what forces they have. The guy clasped his hands and asked to note that the forces of the Heavenly Demon troops had been reduced. At the time of the attack on the Sichuan society, everything was going as expected. Rick was dark because it was night at the moment, and he was thinking through all the deviations from the planned plan. Looking up, Chuck said that in this position they could make the most unpredictable maneuver for the cult. Standing not far from him, he asked, "Is this maneuver a retreat?" The protagonist watches silently. Raising his head, it seems to him that Chuck needs to be reminded again that they are willing warriors and will not retreat just like that. Turning his head, he is told that when his will is broken and he turns his back on the enemy, then the master dies. Frowning, he says that in their case it is the same, and if they retreat, then they can consider that they have lost the war. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that this is the philosophy of the willing warriors. Standing next to him, he speaks about his words. His gaze was angry, because they had to break these rules. They looked at each other and Chuck said, "Is there really no way to retreat in willing practice?" His mouth hanging open, he said that such situations are not practiced much, but he knows the consequences of such events. Looking down, he spoke of the Great Triad. Raising his head, he said that Heaven Earth Man is on their side. Frowning, John asked about the Great Triad. Looking at the stars, he was told that it looks like it is going to rain. Turning his head, he wondered about the smell of rain. We see a dark sky, and clouds. His mouth hanging open, he said that it looks like it will rain. Pointing his finger down, Chuck said that to the southeast of here, a little further than this forest, there will be a mountain path called Schumann. They look at him, because if he can safely reach this path, he will survive. Frowning, he says that on such a path he can cope with 100 enemies. Water drips onto the leaf, because the lady is heading in that direction with reinforcements. A heavy rain began for them. Water dripped from the sky and they did not have time, because they needed to hurry. There was also lightning, and they were still standing on the rock. Rain dripped on John and he was silent. Opening his mouth, he was not sure that his decision was right, to run away from here, like a simple warrior runs. Everything was wet, and he decides to do as he was told. Looking seriously, he says that when a choice is made, the guy is responsible for it. Turning his head, he addresses the ambush of Duga's house. We see that he is standing near the abyss and asks to continue fighting to stop the enemies even at the cost of life. The red flames were still due to the blows and they agree with him. Looking calmly, he says that his allies will not return alive. Turning to him, John says that sometimes you have to sacrifice a lot to save everything. Behind him, attacks were heard and the victims will not be forgotten. Taking his hand, he asks him to hurry. Opening his mouth, the protagonist says that he should leave him, because he would be a burden if he went with him. Frowning, they refuse, because this is not up for discussion. Grinning, they tell him that they need his help and, among other things, he is the only one who knows the way to the path. Holding his hand, John runs and asks him to rely on him. Closing his eyes, he realizes that the man is faster than the lady. Behind them, on the tree, the man is still standing. There were drops of rain on his face. Kyle is flying through the air. Dexter turns his head to him. His eyes widen because it was him. Jumping up, he was glad to see him. His eyes turned red, because he wants to give a warm welcome. We see a blue silhouette in the air. An enemy was flying towards Kyle. Grinning, he thinks that it is the commander of the squad, Dexter, waving his sword, because the William Union had to kill him. Holding the end of the sword, he understands that they failed to catch him and they need to finish what they started. Raising his hand, he says that the devil must die. Their blades were crossed and one of them says, "Then why doesn't one of the snake followers get his head?" We see a flash from their strike. The man makes an attack and says that in the past he had great influence, but they can't trust him anymore. Jock flies to them, who sees their fight. He holds Chuck's hand. Taking out his sword, he makes an attack on the enemy. The dwarf is hit in the back with a sword. Blood begins to flow from his mouth. He falls to the floor, and the man says that if they had time, they would not have been caught by surprise. Kevin stands next to him and is told that they need to hurry. He holds onto the sword and remains silent. He begins to fly faster when lightning strikes him. John looks at this and does not understand what happened. Raising his hand, he asks a question, was it the all-good nun? With wide eyes, he is told that the guy did not see her. Tim flies to them again. Squeezing their hands, they decide to deal with him. After that, they fly into the air. 3 guys surround the gnome to kill. The protagonist turns his head and he was sure that this is the head of the school of snakes. Remembering Kate, he thinks that he must be here too. Tim squeezes his hand and bares his teeth. Holding the sword, he says that next time they will not escape death. After that, the enemy flies away in the other direction. The guys stand and think that he ran away like a rat from a sinking ship. Edward looks at him and asks, "Did something go wrong?" Frowning, he is told that he is here. Both open their mouths in surprise. Looking at the man, he says that the troops of the Star Sirius attack their ambush, and they will not last long. Grinning, he says that no matter how sad it may sound, they must leave this place quickly. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he asks to show a shortcut. Open-mouthed, Edward asks why they can't fight. Frowning, he says that they will definitely deal with him, but not now. They both bare their teeth and just remain silent. There was water on his face from the rain, because if they want to save one more life, they must hurry. The man with the beard agrees to this. Standing on the ground, he says that they are retreating and the bravest will hold back the enemy, and the rest after him. Kevin turns his head and calls his squad, because everyone who sees it as their duty to break the enemy remains to fight. John clenches his hands and says that his squad should stop the enemy, and the rest can leave. After that, he turns his head. There was someone fighting behind him, and it was probably a follower of the snake school. 2 guys were fighting because the situation was very serious, so the leader arrived first. Kyle turns his head and says that he will deal with the devil, and let them take the people away and the snake squad should arrive soon. After that, the people run away and the warriors must group up. John was still holding Chuck because while the troops of the heavenly demon sword are advancing, it is difficult to escape from here. We see that lightning is still hitting the ground. There were explosions along the way. It was the same on the other side. Water was splashing on the banks because of the current. The guy was still standing on the branch of the tree. His hands were clenched, and his face was calm. He sees that people are fighting and one is killing each other. Rick looks at them because they were retreating. There was water on his face and he asks the question, who dared? His eyes were red and he says that the one who made such a cold-blooded decision in this situation. Clenching his hands, he does not understand who wrote the arrival time of the squad on the sheet. Looking at the sky, he understands that the royal star has been covered with a dark veil. Looking seriously, Rick thinks that it is his turn. He takes the sword in his hands, smiling. After that, he jumps from the tree. His arms were muscular, and also in a bandage. One of the guys is killed at chest level. Another is killed vertically and blood flows from his mouth. Another guy is also killed. All 4 were killed in one moment. Rick kills the last one and moves away from him. People fall to the ground, because they were hit. Opening his mouth, he asks a question: where did the bunny hide? There was a thunderstorm near him. His eyes were red and he asked to show his face. It was raining heavily outside. The guy runs along the throne, because he did not know where and how it happened. People were also running after him, and he ran as long as his legs allowed. Lightning hit a tree while he was putting it on. He had light pants on his legs and he prayed that the path would save them. Suddenly the tree falls, because the lightning struck it and it caught fire. He hides his face so that nothing would hit him. Opening his mouth, he convinces himself that he can't stop. Chuck keeps running, because he has to do this until he runs out of breath and his heart stops. Turning his head back, he watches what is happening. His allies were running behind him, because he could save them, or condemn them to certain death. Grinning his teeth, the protagonist wonders if he is running in the right direction. Rain beat on the trees, and he wondered if they were doing the right thing by retreating. Putting his hand to the tree, he asks himself, what if he made a mistake and his good intentions lead to hell? Holding his stomach, he tries to catch his breath, and asks himself, why did he get involved in this? Opening his mouth, Chuck was afraid that he would start to doubt. Hitting the ground, he wonders why he is here. After a short rest, he runs again, because maybe it is all because of the sword of the heavenly demon. Running along the path, he still thinks. Chuck remembers Kate, because maybe it is all because of her. There were drops of rain on his face, and his eyes were in despair. People were running towards him from the direction he was running. Opening his mouth, he cannot believe it. There were also two bald guys near Kate. Looking at him in bewilderment, he realizes that it is she. The girl raises her hand at chest level. His eyes widened and he could not think of anything. Kate's face blushes, because she met the master. Opening his mouth, he realizes that the girl called him a noble master. They were running towards her, and he had never been called that before. There were guys near the girl, and his heart was beating very hard. There were drops of rain on his face, and perhaps his heart was beating because he saw her again. Running towards her, they shout after him that it was a squad of snakes. Stepping on the water, he says that the lady brought reinforcements. After that, the guy runs up to her and they decide to change tactics, because they need to retreat. Kate squeezes her hand when she looks at him. There were drops of rain on her face, and her face itself showed calmness. They stand next to each other near a tree. Smiling, she says that they met again. Putting her fingers to her lips, he closes his eyes. Standing close to each other, they shout that they cannot stop, because the tiger will pacify the dragon from behind. They are still standing next to each other. The people ran in one direction, because they hit the enemy in the rear. They both smile after these words. Squeezing his hands, he asks to leave the conversations for later. Chuck starts running in the other direction, because circumstances require decisive action. Opening her mouth, she thinks about his words. After that, Kate runs after him, because the main squad of the Sky Demon's sword was here and therefore they need to hurry. Running near him, he understands that now is not the time to think and they need to leave the place as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone takes him by the hand. The protagonist looks down. Kate holds his hand and asks if she should give him a lift. Turning his head, he refuses this offer. She still pulls him along. There were drops of rain on their hands. A blush appears on his face, because he did not understand whether he was running or being dragged. They stepped on the water that was on the ground because of the rain. The guy looks down, because his feet barely touched the ground. The thunderstorm was still there and thundering. Suddenly it hit the ground. There were no leaves on the branches. The rain was still dripping from the sky. After that, the moon was visible. Now you can also see a red star. There were stairs on the rocks, because from now on you need to be on your guard. Standing near the bridge, they are told to be careful, especially as the road narrows as they go up. Kate opens her mouth and says that she will go first and the others should follow her. After that, they step onto the bridge itself. People were also running behind them. We see the bridge itself, which they were walking on. Holding her hand, Chuck understands that they have arrived. Looking at the path, he understands that it was safer before. Turning his head, he begins to think. People are calmly walking along the bridge, although there were few of them. Opening his mouth, he wonders if something happened. Looking at him, the girl asks him not to worry, because they will be caught. Holding his hand, she says that now it is better for martial artists to go last. Looking seriously, he thinks. Pointing his finger at the bridge, he says that if they cut the cables after he passes, the enemy will not be able to pursue. Turning her head, the girl says nothing. Removing her hand, Kate asks him to go alone. Opening his mouth, he asks why. He turns to her, because he does not understand anything. Frowning, he asks a question, will you go with him? Looking into the distance, Kate decides to wait for her father. The guy looks at her seriously. Shoving him, she asks everyone to hurry. People were walking along the bridge, because the faster they pass this place, the easier it will be for their comrades walking behind. The main character looks suspiciously. The girl had a blush on her face. Pointing with his hand in the other direction, he says that if they go along this path and then cross a small mountain bridge, they will see a gorge between two rocks. Raising his hand, he says that then you need to turn right along this gorge, so you will come across the foot of the mountain, under which there is a plain. Holding his hand near his face, she is told that he is grouping troops at the beginning of this plain. Opening his mouth, Kate agrees to meet there. They look at each other. Turning his head, Chuck asks to be careful. The girl smiles after these words. The guy starts walking further along the bridge. Standing near the moving people, she says that the bridge is very shaky. Holding her hand near her face, she says that the bridge may not support them and collapse, so that this does not happen, they should try to move through the air as often as possible. Turning their heads, they decide to do so. The guy himself was walking in front of them. Kate looks at them from behind and hopes that everything will be fine. The main character walks along the bridge. After that, he disappears from sight. Exhaling, the girl thinks about everything. We see the top of her head when someone is called. Turning her head, she wonders what happened. We see a leg because someone is falling. After that, he falls and tries to grab onto something. When suddenly, someone extends a hand to him. They grab him and try to drag him onto the bridge. Mike holds his hand. Closing his eyes, he smiles, because he caught him. The eyes of the main character were terrified. Raising his head, he looks at his savior. Smiling, he says that he is holding him. Then he is dragged up. The guys raise their hands and clap, because it was cool. The girl looks into the distance, where they are shouting to be careful. We see the rocks, because if it were not for Mike, the guy would have turned into a pancake. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl is glad that everything worked out. Opening her mouth, she asks to look after him, because otherwise he will definitely fall. From behind, the rocks ask not to worry, because he is in good hands. Making a strange face, she agrees. Putting her hand to her lips, Kate thought for a moment that she would never see him again. There was a blush on her face, because she became attached to him so quickly. We see the bridge they were walking on. The main character was holding on to the man's shoulders. They were also walking behind them, and they asked him not to worry, because it would not happen again. Chuck had sweat on his face, and his eyes were terrified. Closing them, he exhales. He opens his mouth, thinking about martial arts. The man turns his head, at his whisper. We see his face, and he says that he must learn martial arts. They hold him by the legs, and the main character says that he must learn it so that he will not be a burden anymore. Mike had a smile on his face. The man looks at him and says that he has something much more powerful than martial arts skills. Looking the other way, he asks him again. Smiling, he says that the guy has a good intellect, thanks to which they survived. Mike also smiles, because not everyone can boast of such a mind. Chuck is carried and he is told that martial arts can be learned, but the brain is given only once and nothing can be done with it. Smiling, he wanted to have the same brain. The main character was not happy at all. We see rocks near which there was fog. Kate looks into the distance and hopes that everything is okay with him. She folded her hands hoping for this. There was a red star near the moon. The girl looks down and can't believe that yesterday they accidentally met in a diner and got drunk. Looking at the star, she felt like many years had passed. She remembers the guy, because so much happened in one day and perhaps this meeting was not an accident. Looking in the other direction, she thinks that perhaps this is fate. She is still sitting on the bridge. The girl hears a sound behind her and turns her head. Someone was running behind her. Opening her mouth, she understands that it is her uncle. Jack smiles and calls her lady. Standing next to each other, he laughs, because he was asked not to call her that. Looking behind him, she asks why he came alone. Turning his head, he asks not to worry. We see the bridge, because Jack ran here first to make sure that the young lady was okay. Opening her mouth, Kate asks if everything is okay with her father. The man looks down and is silent. He looks down and says that there is no need to worry about his father, because he is fine and as far as they know, the commander master survived. Looking into the distance, he says that during the battle and retreat, they suffered great losses. Putting his hand to his chest, the man says that he was almost killed. Squeezing his hands, Kate asks who it was, to which she is told that it was the commander of the Black Wolf Squad. Opening her mouth, the girl asks, was he so strong that he almost killed his uncle? Opening his mouth, he thought until the last that he would lose and could not even imagine how powerful he was. Clutching his head, he says that if it were not for the help of the school, he would have watched the progress of the battle from the sky. They look in the same direction, because there was enough strength there. There was a blush on her face and she asks, are there people still fighting the enemy? Frowning, he answers in the affirmative, because they took the blow, using the tiger tames the dragon tactic, grouped into 2 groups of 48 people each, and in the center is the all-good nun. Opening his mouth, he says that because of the darkness and rain he could not see. But this is truly not an amazing battle. Their people took up impregnable positions in order to resist these demons. Standing on the bridge, Kate says that the people from the school are more than 200 in number, and they can only form 4 groups for this strategy. Raising his head, he says that the enemy was opposed by over 100 people led by the all-good nun, the rest left the battlefield. Looking surprised, the girl asks what will happen to them? Sitting on the bridge, he says that the nun will deal with the pursuers herself, and then join them. Opening his mouth, he says that the leader will probably die soon, then turn his back on the enemy. People are ready to give their lives to stop the enemy. Looking down, she says that they must fight to the last. Raising his head, Jack said that in that case they would have been completely defeated by the enemy forces. Looking at him, she is told that they would not have won this battle. The girl looks sadly into the distance. Being on the bridge, the girl asks, "Are they so easy to defeat?" Opening her mouth, she says that although the enemy is strong, they will not give up. Frowning, Jack assumed that their strength would be enough to defeat the cult. We see the moon and the star, because besides, they knew what forces they had and simply underestimated the enemy. They both sit down on the bridge and the man thinks that retreat was the right decision and perhaps people will condemn the master for such a rash act. But it saved many lives. Opening his mouth, he says that it is difficult to imagine what it cost the master to accept him, but the boy and his abilities are truly amazing. Kate folds her hands and is silent. She looks at the moon and the star. Opening her mouth, she hears people talking. Men were approaching him. The guys are running to them, because they were alive. The sword was stuck in the ground. The moon and the star were still shining. The guy with the bloody head was lying on the ground. Another man was lying in the same way. The bald guy was facing the ground. Dexter was also lying, his eyes were white. Someone came up to him. It was Rick, who was clasping his hands. His eyes lit up, because they lost more people than they thought. Looking seriously, he asks a question, "Is the second squad almost destroyed?" A guy appears behind him and he says that about 30 people survived. There were people sitting behind them, because it was sad. Opening his mouth, he says that it was expected. The main blow fell on the second squad. Austin looks at him and says that the enemy suffered much more losses. Looking at the dead people, he says that about 100 people died on the other side, including their leader. Also looking at him, he says that the enemy forces exceeded their expectations. However, thanks to the strength of their squad, the leader of Dugu was forced to flee. Smiling, he asks, "Really?" Looking at the sky, Rick says that sometimes his guys overestimate. Standing not far from him, he says that this is not the last time they meet and does not doubt that they have ulterior motives, considering that they almost completely destroyed their second squad. Looking seriously, he says that they will want to seize such an opportunity. We see his teeth, because besides, there are moments in the battle that he does not understand. His eyes were red and Rick suspects that the leader of the Duga clan, who is a member of the alliance, would not make such a decision. Making a serious face, he thinks that apparently someone else is behind this. We see their backs, and Austin says that among the people of the Duga clan there is a survivor. Raising his hand, he asks if he wants to interrogate him. Looking at him, he asks to bring him. Then they look at the moon. One of the guys is taken by the hand. Rick narrows his eyes. He is seated on the ground, he had dark hair. Folding his arms and approaching him, he asks a question, "Is there a new member of the Wulian Union among them?" Smiling, he asks to think about it, because who knows if he can be left alive. Opening his mouth, he says that he does not know. Rick looks intently, and is silent. The guy shakes his head, because they do not have such a person. Smiling, he boldly says that there is. His eyes widen sharply. Opening his mouth, he asks a question, "What kind of person is this?" Sweat runs down his body and he says that no, and if there was, then how would he know? A red star was shining near them, and Rick says that he handed him a life-saving straw, but he did not want to grab it. He begins to bite his lower lip. Behind him stands the guy they asked to deal with. Standing behind him, he says that maybe he is not telling him everything and maybe he should be tortured. Rick walks along the ground and says that he is no use. Smiling, he says that he gave him a chance. Grinning, the guy thinks that he probably understood everything just by looking at him. Looking down, the other people walk away from him. The guys walk near the corpses. His hair flutters and Rick asks a question, is he secretly trying to stop them? A red star was shining near him. We can clearly see his face, because he will not get away with it. Austin stands behind and asks a question, does he want to entrust the fugitives to another squad? Opening his mouth, he says that they need to do this. Making an angry face, the guy says that there are about 400 people left in the Black Wolf squad, half of them are wounded. Walking further, he says that a squad of 200 people will be enough to deal with the enemy. Perhaps they will be able to completely destroy the enemy. Austin walks near the trees and says that they need to be on guard. The enemy can do something unpredictable again. Anger was written on his face, because in this case they should interfere with their plans. Turning, he asks to bring a map. We see different buildings on this map. Holding it, he thinks. Looking into the distance, Rick realizes that they did not just run away. One of his eyes was covered by his bangs, and they changed their location to reduce losses in the battle. Turning his head, he says that they outnumber the Black Wolf squad, and the location will be good for them. Squeezing his hand, Rick says that it is very likely that the number of wounded increased during their retreat. Opening his mouth, he asks that he wants to divide them to destroy them. Jack frowned and says that this man is becoming a problem for them. Standing on the mountain, they understand that this is so. Smiling, the man understands that he continues to ruin his plans. Kao bites his nail, because he has a perfectly thought out plan. Then he holds a piece of paper in his hand. Also sitting on the roof with an ally. Many people died from his squad. The sword stood near the corpses. Squinting his eyes, he was interested. Looking into the distance, he became even more interested. Opening his mouth, Rick says that this is really impressive. Shifting his gaze, he thinks. His eyes lit up, because he will definitely get to him. The red star was still shining. The protagonist opens his eyes. Sitting on the ground, he understands that such a shiver went through his body. Looking at the stars, he had a bad feeling. We see a silhouette near him, because they are looking for him. There was fog near the rocks. Someone was standing near the cliff, because their bridges were cut off so that they could not follow. With his arms folded, he is told that the only way to cross the mountain is to climb it, and that way they will reduce the time as much as possible. With his mouth open, he asks if the commander is sure. Dexter also stands and thinks. We see his face, and he decides to climb the mountain. The guys behind him are very surprised. One of them looks and says that even if they climb the rock, their speed will be the same as if they were going on a hike. Frowning, he understands that if they go around, they can miss their route. After that, Dexter gets up, because they need to move. He crawls along the rock. The guys in masks also take off. After that, they also crawl along the mountain. There were many of them, and they moved slowly. Morning came, the sun was shining. People are standing in the field. Some were just talking, and some were being treated. Bald guys were praying, sitting on the ground. Kevin raises his hand, because here they will fight not for life, but for death. Kate bandaged the injured man, because they can no longer retreat. The protagonist looks at everyone, because they have retreat routes. John frowned, because it is their turn to fight back the enemy. Shifting his gaze, he says to counterattack, they retreated, thereby reducing human losses. Folding his arms, he says that during the retreat he saw how the troops of the Star Sirius fight against people. John puts his hand on his chest. Squeezing his hands, Chuck heard that they are called a spear of the battlefield. Looking down, the man says that in a short time they are able to break through the enemy's vanguard or follow it, and then destroy it. Calmly looking, he says that the most important thing is that they are decentralized now. They turn their heads to him and ask a question, will they split up again? Open-mouthed, the protagonist says that with a high degree of probability it will be so. He folds his arms and says that they need to finish off the Black Wolf squad before the Sirius Star squad joins them. We see the face of a man with a mustache, because looking at their situation, he begins to doubt. The people treated the wounded, because they were superior in numbers, but they lacked military power, because there were many wounded who were a burden on this power. Looking down, he says that at the same time, a decline in morale appears. John folds his arms and says that especially after they experience the enemy's strength. Looking seriously, Chuck says that they must fight one-on-one with each squad. They turn their heads to him, and he says that the absence of fear gives birth to victory. The one who has nothing to lose will win. Frowning, the man thinks. Standing next to each other, he says that in such a situation, it is difficult for an ordinary person to maintain composure. The protagonist looks and is told that few can remain calm in a critical situation. Raising his hands, he is told that he is simply gifted by heaven. The sun is shining on him, and John says that he is completely different from ordinary people. The sun is also shining on Chuck, because he has a chance to grab it no matter what and take a higher position. His eyes widen sharply. Standing not far from each other, he is told that fate helps the strong, but bites the weak. Frowning, the man says that if he does not look fate in the eye, he will become the one whom it plunges into the abyss of despair. The main character was completely serious. Coming up to him, he says that he can become a man who controls fate. We see half of his face and he thinks about his words. 3 people are standing on the cliff. They had black boots on their feet. From the side, we see their black silhouettes. They all clasp their hands. Dexter had a serious face. They look at the army, which is not far from them and finally caught up. The people stood in a row, as they were placed. Opening his mouth, he says that they have done a hard job this night. There are 2 people standing near him and judging by the direction of the enemy, they are ready to attack. Looking into the distance, he says that they lured them here. Dexter looks down, and perhaps they decided that they have an advantage. The guy smiles and says that apparently they underestimate the capabilities of the Black Wolves squad. Frowning, he says that among them there is a person who leads the whole process. We see the squad from afar, and from that person you can expect anything, and it seems that they have taken combat positions. Opening his mouth, he says that they lined up in phalanxes. Folding his arms, Dexter says that this is a kind of trap from which you cannot get out alive. The main blow will be on the vanguard. They will defend the front line at the cost of their lives. The man clenches his hands and says that the ranks are being built at regular intervals, creating a tight formation to preserve the front ranks, and those standing behind will replace the positions of the dead. He stands behind him and says that the enemy has built their battle positions in such a way as to react to their breaking force. Frowning, Dexter says that this will be a fight with a spear and a shield. Looking surprised, he is told that the life of one black wolf must be returned tenfold. His eyes lit up, because this is the fighting spirit of the Black Wolf Squad and the will of their commander. We see the squad that they wanted to break through. Opening his mouth, the warrior shouts that these fools have cut off the escape routes. Behind them stood people in black clothes. We see trees and rocks. The squad was built in squares. They tried to treat the wounded on the ground. Jack clenches his hands and says that the wounded have become an obstacle to their rear. Opening his mouth, he says that the wounded will block the escape routes instead of the river. Kate sits near them and says that they are doing well. Turning her head, she says that they can't even stand on their feet because of their wounds, so they made an obstacle out of them. Looking at the squad, Jack says that this guy amazes him more and that initially, they were skeptical about his plan, but after the squad took up combat positions, they seemed to perk up. They stood near the wounded, because there are people who need to be protected. Kate turns her head and looks at the rock. Her mouth was slightly open while examining. The people were calm and just stood there. The protagonist's eyes were serious. After that, he looks away. Edward bares his teeth, because they came for their souls and didn't even keep them waiting. John opens his mouth and says that a surprise attack is what they need. Smiling, Kevin began to think that they, having seen their formations, decided to wait for the serious Star Squad. Chuck turns his head and says that this will not happen. They look at him and ask why he is so sure. With his mouth open, he heard that in this war, the demon worship cult led the Black Heaven Alliance along with someone else and attacked the central plain of Wuling. Frowning, John says that they then formed an alliance. But the key figure here is the demon worship cult, the Black Heaven Alliance, and their followers. Standing next to each other, he says that this is why the cult took the beginning of the war seriously. Rick's eyes were red, because the order was given to storm the Wuling Union branch. The guy narrowed his eyes, and this was done to demonstrate the power of the cult, and not to the enemy at all, but to his own allies. Folding his arms, he says that the plan to capture the Sichuan branch was successfully carried out, but in the subsequent battle with reinforcements from the Wuling Union, the two units were defeated. Looking away, he says that because of this, their reputation was undermined, and the capture of the Sichuan branch lost its significance. The man with dark skin says that a bunch of fanatics doubted the greatness of their cult, which they were in power. Folding his arms, the protagonist says that the demonic cult will do everything possible to turn its allies into scapegoats. They come to him and ask, will this scapegoat be the squad of black wolves? We see Chuck from above, because if they put all the responsibility on the commander, the slightest mistake will fall on the demon cult. His eye was brown, and the man himself should understand this. Opening his mouth, John says that in this case, his squad will try to avoid the stigma of shame in every way. Frowning, he says that the cult will try to finish them off with the help of the squad of black wolves. We see Chuck's face, because their squad is aimed at victory. There are two guys behind him, and the probability was high. Dexter and his allies are running. They were running on the ground. Smiling, he says that strength is not the only component of war. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that there is no need to dig a grave in advance. Standing near the men, he says that they must believe in their capabilities as well as the enemy. Walking along the road, he says that now their primary problem is not a squad of black wolves, they need to end all this before the squad of the Star Sirius arrives. Squeezing his hands, he says that this is important. Opening his mouth, John says there are things that cannot be changed, so he relies on the courage of people. Looking at the guys, he asks a question, do they have a person who can resist the enemy? John, standing near his people, says that he cannot cope with him alone and will need at least two people to fight back. Kevin raises his hand and says that he caught a glimpse of someone fighting him. Grinning, he says that they have similar fighting skills. Frowning, he decides to take him. Standing near the guys, he is asked about attrition. We see three men, because the three of them will attack in turns and should change each other every 20 seconds. Looking at the man, Chuck says that it is better for him not to interfere in the battle and just take command. Their faces were serious, because this plan increases the chances of victory. Everyone heard him, because during the battle there is no need to try to finish him off as quickly as possible. Opening his mouth, he says that if one of them gets seriously hurt, the whole plan will go down the drain. Jack is surprised by these words. Kevin was still so cold-blooded. Edward widened his eyes after this. Raising his hands, the protagonist says that they need to focus on having one opponent in this battle. They glance at each other. People are standing near him. Two guys ask not to doubt them, because they will do everything possible. Opening his mouth, Jack says that he wants a chance to win back. He looks down seriously. After that, the three guys leave. They turn to the girl and ask why she doesn't take the guy on herself. Looking back, she says that the position of protector is already taken. Mike and the main character exchange glances. John raises his head and asks what he means by this. Chuck smiles and assumed that he would want to assign someone to him, so he asked in advance. The man opens his mouth and has never heard of such a thing. Leaning over, he says that he is a windblown wanderer fighting on foreign soil. Looking at him with disdain, they call him a mercenary. Smiling, they tell him that they were warmly received here and decided to stay. The main character was standing near them. Looking down, they ask him if he can handle this task. Mike with dark eyes says that he shouldn't worry. Chuck smiles, because they ask him not to let him down. Kate had a blush on her face and was asked to keep an eye on him as well. She folded her hands behind her back and said that she would be in good hands. He made a strange face and realized that this was too much. Kate raised her finger and told him that she probably didn't understand how important he was. She made a serious face and said that they would guard him. John came up to him and told him to watch the battle. Their faces were completely angry. The man started to walk away from them. Chuck frowned because he was ready. The enemies were already running towards them. Dexter was the very first. People started to fight and cut each other. The enemy was killed with a sword to the neck. The guy hurt the other side. Kevin grinned and realized that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. After that, he killed the enemy. John also grinned and fought. He killed his ill-wishers with ease. Edward opened his mouth and screamed. After that, he cut off the enemy's head. After that, he approaches Dexter. We see their swords touching. His foot was on the ground and trying not to slip. Opening his mouth, he understands that the enemy is strong. Smiling, Dexter asks the question, "Are you ready to die?" Grinning his teeth, he says that they will still see. The man lifts up and flies. Smiling, he says that it is not bad. Holding his sword, he says that it is not enough to defeat him. Blows occur near Jack. They begin to cut him from all sides. They hit him right in the chest. He falls to his knees. There is a red aura around him, because the enemy is devilishly strong. Dexter waves his hand and says that he is hopeless. After that, he decides to attack him. He holds a sword in his hands. Their blades touched. Grinning his teeth, he waves his hand. Kevin frowned and said that now he is his opponent. After these words, they begin to fight. Opening his mouth, he asks to remember his name. Jack grits his teeth and thinks that their battle is not over yet. The injured are still lying there and being treated. There is a battlefield nearby. Kate opens her mouth and blows. They come up to her and ask if she is afraid. There is a bead of sweat on her face, and it is hard to maintain composure in such a tense fight. Making a sullen face, she says that she should have fought with the others. Mike folds his arms and agrees because one could have done this job. The girl raises her hand and says that even 2 people are not enough. Then she turns her head and looks at Chuck. Opening her mouth, she asks if he is scared at all. Looking menacingly, he says that he is worried. Standing with his back to us, Chuck says that he is simply scolding himself for getting involved in this war. Looking down, he says that he has a helpless mother and a sick sister, whom no one but him can help. Squinting her eyes a little, they tell her that she is deciding on such a judgmental act. Mike also looks and tells him that nothing will change. Biting his lip, he says that he is already up to his ears in this madness. Standing in the center near the guys, they tell him that there is only one way out. His face was calm, because he needs to win. We see the girl's head and she says that we must win. Mike stands and is silent. Squeezing his hands, the main character says that he initially thought that victory would come easy, but, judging by the situation, he was wrong. Grinning his teeth, he understands that he miscalculated. Everyone was surprised by his words. Holding her shoulder, she asks the question, did he miscalculate? The main character bares his teeth after this question. Squeezing his hands, he says that he first went to war at the age of 12. The girl opens her mouth in surprise, because he was able to survive at such a young age. Grinning his teeth, Chuck says that although she was not so scary, he will not forget the terrible sight. We see people fighting and dying, because those helpless sides of dying with their limbs cut off and only screams of terrible agony. We see his eyes, because the soldiers on the battlefield were nothing more than cannon fodder that was thrown away as soon as they became useless. Standing next to the guys, the protagonist does not want to allow this to happen anymore. Closing his eyes, he says that he shouted at them countless times back then and shouted them with all his heart. Mike stands next to him, and he is shaking, because they would never listen to a lower-class man. Opening his mouth, he shouts that he will never put a human life on the line for the sake of victory. Kate looks at him calmly. The guy calms down and says that since then he began to think through battle strategies. They look at him and tell him that the art of warfare is not particularly valued in Wuling, especially military formation and deployment. Kate opens his mouth and says that the difference in battle experience plays a decisive role. Moreover, martial arts are the most important thing for a Wuling warrior. Standing not far from her, he says that it is naive to rely on them, and he can bet that the Wuling masters do not even test various strategies because they put fighting skills above all else. The protagonist was serious because he thought that he would win this war. His face was calm, and he is sure that even if the Black Wolf Squad is superior to them in their fighting power, they will be able to win using the right strategy. Opening his mouth, he says that the head of the Duga house listened to his words and did it without the slightest doubt. Opening his mouth, Kate says that there is no choice now, so they will follow him. Squinting his eyes a little, He says that the enemy is a demon worship cult, and that is probably why they trusted him. They stand next to each other. Mike widened his eyes after such words. Raising his head, Chuck says that they needed a person they can rely on. His face was calm and he said that his words had touched them because they came from the lips of an ordinary working man with no title. Raising her hand, the girl said that she did not know about the others, but that her father had a high opinion of his abilities. With her mouth open, she said that her father was a very perceptive man and that people trusted him. Mike closed his eyes because it was all true. Coming up to them, he said that he would not have joined without reason. We remember John folding his arms and saying that to get what he wanted, you have to grab hold of any reed. Looking down, he says that he bites the weak and helps the strong. Standing on the rocks, the man says that she will plunge him into the abyss of despair if she can't look him straight in the eyes. Approaching him, he says that he can become a man who creates his own destiny. Chuck looks at the sky, because it really is. Making a serious face, he would never have thought that his talents would be so valuable. After that, they look around, because they hear sounds. Standing with his back to us, he says that in any case, he needs to think carefully. People are still fighting, because if they leave everything as it is, then the fight will be long. By that time the squad of the Star Sirius will join, and there will definitely be no chance. Kate was blushing and she says that in this situation, the heavens will help. Standing next to him, she says that they need to do what they can. His eyes became more serious. Pointing into the distance, he asks to take them to that place. The boys look into the distance and are silent. Mike turns his head and asks again. Chuck frowns because he wants to see something. They look at each other. Opening his mouth, she decides to protect their master. Smiling, Mike says that his hands are already itching. They stood not far from each other, and say that staying here will not solve anything. Chuck was walking next to them, because they have little time and need to do something. They were walking straight to the battlefield. The boys are running, because they are already deciding who will do what. Mike raises the sword, and sounds were heard near them. In the end, they carry it out and also fight at the same time. His look was serious, because they need to win this war. He walks near the blows and does nothing. Mike fights and asks to stand where he stands. After that, he kills the enemies. Kate makes a blow and says that he cannot escape. She kills 2 enemies with the first blow. Smiling, he understands that everything is right. They came further and further. The guys were fighting and protecting the guy. The girl made blows again. She killed 2 people. They were standing next to each other. People are watching the 2 fight not far from the battle. Kate opens her mouth and asks if he wanted to watch this. Looking into the distance, he confirms her guess. Dexter made blows and the outcome of the battle depends on how quickly they can knock down the commander of the Black Wolves. Jack is hit in the stomach. He bares his teeth, but still holds the sword. Edward flies up to make a blow. After that, he hits the enemy's sword. Dexter raises his hand and realizes that they have changed again. He is also hit in the stomach. His eyes are open and he makes sounds. After that, Jack lands on the ground. Dexter is flying, and the man thinks that they will not lose. He decides to strike him again. Kate opens her mouth and asks not to get caught in this. Edward tries to catch his breath after the fight. After that, he flies away from the blow. The protagonist looks at the events with disdain. Dexter flew after him to hit him. Chuck's eyes widen sharply. They are fighting, because it will not be easy to win. Looking seriously, Kate says that the leader of the Black Wolf squad cannot be confused with anyone else. Opening her mouth, she says that wearing him down is a good idea, but nothing will stop him anyway. Standing behind him, she is told that everyone has weak points. Squeezing his hands, he says that if they find a weak point, they can radically change the course of the battle. Turning her head, she says that the man is a master of his craft. Mike also turns his head, because he thinks he is joking. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks if he has ever played Chinese checkers. Looking surprised, he denies it. Holding the sword behind his back, he says that he was so busy with martial arts that he did not have time to develop logic in this way. Looking into the distance, Chuck says that when the outcome changes dramatically because of one sudden throw made by an inexperienced player in his favor. The girl had a blush on her face and asks, does he want to make a sudden throw? His face was completely serious. Dexter hit the man below the stomach. There was a cut on his shoulder. Smiling, he asks a question, do they think they can beat him like that? Kevin hits him, but he bounces back. Dexter flies back and a smile on his face, because it was very interesting. After that, the guy is hit, but he defends himself. We see a silver sword. Jumping from the attack, he understands that there is no way out. Dexter makes attacks, because their pathetic attempts will not change anything. Kevin strikes, because if they fail, there will be no future. Grinning his teeth, he thinks, how to win? Opening his mouth, he found a way. Chuck watches their fight. Opening his mouth, he understands that the guys are losing distance. Turning his head, he asks the boy about the sword. Mike opens his mouth and says that the sword is good for close combat, good for cutting. Remembering Dexter, he says that it is more difficult to pierce with such a sword. We see his face and Chuck says that he does not strike in a straight line, but as if in the opposite direction, thereby increasing his maneuverability. Mike stands behind and understands that he has an eye. Opening his mouth, he says that he would like to increase the distance. An enemy appears behind him, because he wants to increase the distance. After that, he hits the enemy. Kate holds the sword and thinks about what to do. Opening her mouth, the girl says that even if she wants to maintain one distance during the fight, it will be difficult to maintain it. We see their fight, where two people are trying to kill the enemy. Jack crosses swords with the enemy. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that the distance is reduced if they move back. Kate raises her hand and asks if it is not logical to retreat back to increase the distance. Frowning, he says that it is true, but Dexter quickly reacts to this and immediately closes the gap. Looking the other way, she says that in this case there is no way to defeat him. Widening his eyes, he says maybe we should go towards him instead. Mike opens his mouth, and does not think that this will make him more vulnerable. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist asks, what if we use a similar attack position? Looking down, he thinks that in this situation he will be sure that he is in a winning position. They turn their heads and are surprised. We see how they fight, because it is not only about position, but also about tactics. Opening his mouth, Mike says that he is trying to put all his power into one blow. Dexter makes a blow, because he does not have enough strength to defend himself, since he puts all his energy into the blow, and there is no such move that would combine attack and defense. Looking at him seriously, he says that the boy is too obsessed with the offensive attack and forgets about his defense. Smiling, he thinks if he should try. Then he jumps to run. Holding the sword, he asks to make way, because it is his turn. Jack bares his teeth, seeing him. The boy raises and swings. Then he hits him. Dexter turns to him and asks a question, what kind of puppy is this? Jack is lying on the floor and trying to get up. His eyes suddenly widened. The boy was above and tried to dodge the attacks. Opening his mouth, he wonders if this is a person. Sweat runs down his face and he thinks about this boy. They strike not far from each other. Kate turns to her uncle and says that they are here. Jack jumps to fly. Then he lands near them. Kate opens his mouth and asks, are you okay? Squeezing his hand, he says that there are wounds, but not deep and will live. Looking into the distance, he thinks about this boy. Mike dodged the blows. The girl with a blush says that he is much stronger than she thought and anyway, he will cope. Jack looks at this, and says that he has been watching him for a long time. They hit each other and try to protect. They could not even imagine that at such a young age one can be strong. Dexter tries to remove his sword and it was really impressive. Frowning, the man says that if everything ends well, he will have to get to know him better. The main character opens his mouth and thinks. The warriors fought each other. The guy clenched his teeth. Frowning, the girl said that for his age he was so strong in spirit. The hero looked ahead angrily. The guy swung and shouted. The man parried his blow. Frowning, he shouted that it was impossible. Oh, he was small. Suddenly, the guy flew to the side. Looking to the side, he shouted that he should move away. Now it was his turn. Flying down, the guy thought that it was a pity, of course, but that was all. The man parried his blow. The guy raised his hands up. The protagonist frowned, looking straight ahead. Standing in front of him, the guy said that he was right. Having fought him, he did not feel any unrivaled skill. Looking to the side, Jack asked what could be felt when he was constantly pushing him away. Mike looked at him and answered that this was the whole point. The repulsion occurred due to the force of the speed that arose at one moment. The man looked at him in surprise. Frowning, he said that he thought he understood what he was getting at. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that the problem was the distance between him and the enemy. Jack looked at him in amazement, and thought that it was the distance. Grinning, the guy said that these were their brother Chuck's hints. Looking at the hero, Jack thought that there were so many intelligent thoughts in that head. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that but even if the problem was already on the surface, it was still not easy to solve. His speed was no joke. Frowning, the hero asked that if they could not increase the distance, why not close it? The people stood in front of him silently. Looking straight ahead, Jack said that is, if he cannot fight at the set distance, he needs to close the gap between him and the opponent. The protagonist nodded his head in response. They looked at him in amazement. Smiling, the man said that yes, he is a genius. He hit his hand on the sword. The people looked at the man in amazement. Jack grinned and said that although it was not a 100% guarantee of victory, it was still worth a try. Jumping up, he added that he was back in action. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was his turn now. He quickly rushed forward. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked if they could win. Mike grinned and said that time would tell, but apparently, the chances of winning were increasing. Looking at the hero, he added that by the way, he wanted to ask something. If he had not studied military affairs, then how could he understand the reason the first time? Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that he was simply watching carefully. They looked at him in amazement. The thought appeared that he was simply watching. It couldn't be. Putting her hand to her face, Kate wondered what incredible abilities he had. Did he really not understand what a huge potential he had? Raising his hands, the protagonist said that he thought they were on the right track, so now it was time to move on to the next stage. Looking away, he added that his job now was to give commands. Mike looked at him and asked what commands. Chuck narrowed his eyes and replied that the master would continue to fight, while the master and commander should join the general army of the Duga clan, and as soon as possible. Stretching his hand forward, he added that from now on they would use the crane wings tactic. Grinning, Kate replied that in order to hold off the enemy, they would disperse the formation, which would resemble the wings of a crane, so the battlefield would turn into a real swamp, from which it would be impossible to get out alive. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that it was a cool tactic. Looking away, he asked but how could he convey this command to him? He couldn't walk around the battlefield and explain everything. Frowning, the hero replied that he should say that they needed to line up in the second battle position. Turning his head, Mike said that it had already been discussed. There was no need to explain it to everyone. Grinning, he added that he would scream at the top of his lungs. When he was younger, he practiced the art of the lion's roar. The girl looked at him in amazement and thought that he had practiced the art of the lion's roar. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the guy said that on such a plane he would definitely be heard 3 kilometers away. Pointing at the hero, he added that he advised unprepared people to cover their sensitive ears. A glow appeared around him and Mike said that he was ready to begin his task. Frowning, he shouted that they should listen to the command of military advisor Chuck, the second battle position. People were fighting among themselves. The command of the military advisor was heard, the second battle position. The man looked away in amazement. Frowning, he asked again. Jack swung his sword and shouted that he had enough time to be distracted from the battle. The man parried his blow. Kate's eyes widened in amazement, and she said that it was amazing. She didn't even know he had such a talent. Raising his hands, the hero said that he seemed to have overdone it with the military advisor. Grinning, Mike replied that you need to be a soldier to give orders. Even if he is not fighting, everyone still thinks that he is just a private. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he cannot say that he is an advisor. The man flew to the side. Turning his head, he thought that giving commands like that, who is so resourceful. Looking straight ahead, the man added that it seemed like those were the words of that kid. Swinging his sword, Jack shouted that how dare he be distracted during a fight with him. The warriors rushed forward. Suddenly they stopped in front of a ravine. The girl put her hand to her face and said that fortunately, everything was going well. The protagonist turned around. The warriors were running forward at a rapid pace. Turning her head, the girl said that she never imagined that she would see the tactics of the crane wing with her own eyes. Frowning, Mike said that they had created a real shaky abyss. Raising his head up, the protagonist replied that he shouldn't have said his name. Looking straight ahead, he added that how could a person whose knowledge of martial arts equal pennies become the leader of the Wulin Union? Looking to the side, Kate asked that the knowledge of martial arts is calculated in currency. I wonder if it is in yuan or won. Frowning, she added that he had enough already. The lack of martial arts does not make him worthless. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that in any case, as long as she is around, no one will dare to lay a finger on him. The guy smirked and said that they shouldn't forget about him, that they had already seen how hard he gave that man. The hero smirked when he heard that. The warriors fought each other. Their swords clashed, emitting sparks. The man smirked and said that ever since their first battle, he had been disappointed in his abilities. Standing in front of Jack, he added that but now he felt that something had changed in him. The protagonist frowned. Turning his head, the warrior said that apparently that guy was involved in this. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that he should back off. Jack gritted his teeth, thinking that it was a curse. Smiling, the warrior said that first he would finish off that kid, then deal with him. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that his heart told him that this was his doing. Smiling, Jack asked what he was doing, looking for an excuse to avoid his defeat. Swinging his weapon, he shouted that he should then beg for mercy, trying to assert himself at the expense of a weakling who did not even understand martial arts. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what the weakling was, said that it seemed that an idiot like him was not given to understand that words also have power. He swung his sword. The warrior dropped the sword from his hands. The weapon flew forward. It was heard that it was out of the way. Jack fell to the ground and thought that he had thrown the weapon away. Frowning, he shouted that it meant that the distance would be reduced even more. Suddenly, the man struck with his elbow. The warrior flew to the side and wheezed. The man struck with his knee. He stepped on him with his foot. The warrior suddenly jumped up. He grabbed the weapon. The man suddenly rushed forward. The hero frowned. Swinging, the warrior shouted that it was better to get rid of the weed in advance, before it took root. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. The men raised their weapons and shouted to go back. They were missing them. Mike ran forward sharply. He struck the man. The warrior swung his sword. Flying up to the hero, he shouted that he would die from his sword today. Chuck opened his eyes in fear. Suddenly, another sword appeared. Having parried the blow, Kate replied that well, they would still have to see about that. The hero flew to the side. Smiling, the man shouted that he had no time for her now. Flying forward, he added that all he was interested in was him. Frowning, the guy shouted that he should first devote his time to them. While striking, he added that they would not let anyone hurt their little brother. Swinging, the girl shouted that she had promised their master would live a long and happy life. Turning around, she added that he should believe them, they would definitely save him. Jack frowned and shouted that he should step aside, that he was already busy with him. Rushing forward, he added that they should take Chuck and leave here, to which he was told that they were already leaving. The man swung his sword and shouted. Taking the hero by the hand, the girl said that they were running. She abruptly rushed forward. Suddenly, Kate stopped in front of Jack. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. Stretching his hand forward, the girl said that he had serious wounds. Gritting his teeth, Jack replied that, fortunately, he would live. Sitting on the ground, he added that this was expected, he was much stronger than him, he could not defeat him. Looking straight ahead, Mike replied that nevertheless he had battered him pretty badly. Looking at the battle, he added that he no longer fought with the same agility. The men fought each other. The people watched the battle. The warrior clenched his teeth tightly. Bright yellow rays appeared. Looking to the side, the guy said that this was the famous Great Eight of Kulin styles. Frowning, Jack said that the master was finally fighting at the distance they wanted to keep. The hero suddenly rushed forward. Looking at him, the girl asked what was going on. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. Looking straight ahead, he said that it couldn't be. Chuck raised his eyebrows and added that he had hoped they would come later. Kate looked at him in amazement, and thought that he should just not tell her that this was a heavenly demon's sword. Standing still, the hero said that if they had come a couple of hours later, their chances of winning would have been much higher. Frowning, the girl asked what they were going for, in which direction, damn it. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist replied that it was over there. A view of the mountains opened up. Frowning, Chuck said that there was a different airflow there, they were going this way. People looked at him in amazement. The thought came that they could tell by the airflow that they were close. It seemed that nothing could help them. The hero looked ahead in surprise. A glow appeared in the distance. The guy frowned. Stretching his hand forward, he said that his brother was right, they were coming from there. People looked at the glow, the thought came that the speed was incredible. Few could boast of such skills in moving through the air. Kate's eyes widened, she thought that it was a sky demon's sword, there could be no doubt. Frowning, Jack said that in that case, and the girl asked what they should do, and the guy added that they thought he was going alone. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that given his self-confidence, he would arrive before his army. Walking forward, the man said that he was going to reconnoiter. Perhaps he could delay him a little. Looking at him, Chuck replied that he should stop. Standing behind the man, he said that their task now was to deal with the squad of black wolves as quickly as possible. Frowning, the hero said that even if they couldn't do that, they would at least try to reduce their numbers. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that he understood what he was getting at. The appearance of the heavenly demon's sword did not bode well for them. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was time for the third stage. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that that was right, to take up combat positions. Jumping up, Jack shouted for them to take up the third combat position. The people looked straight ahead. Running forward, the man repeated the phrase. The warrior looked to the side. Looking up, Jack shouted that it was the third position, they needed to hurry. Frowning, he added that he would help him. The warriors were fighting among themselves. Looking to the side, Edward shouted that he should leave it to him, to notify everyone about the transition to the third stage. Looking straight ahead, Jack responded approvingly. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what and how dare he was some kind of joke to him. The warrior looked down. Suddenly, he threw the blades forward. Frowning, the man shouted what the hell, what kind of tricks is he pulling? He abruptly threw the sword up. The blow landed on Edward. Blood poured out of his mouth. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Swinging, the man shouted that he should prepare to meet his demon. He swung the sword sharply. The warrior clenched his teeth tightly. Kate looked forward in surprise. The man grabbed his eye and shouted. Blood poured out of Edward's chest. The people froze in amazement. The man fell to the ground. The warrior collapsed on him. Looking at them, the hero thought that both sides had lost. Frowning, Mike said that even though the master was alive, he had won. Edward gritted his teeth. The man lay on the ground. Holding the sword in his hands, the warrior said that he knew this heart was filled with the souls of his brothers he had killed. Swinging it, he added that it was time for him to avenge their deaths. Frowning, Edward shouted that he would pay with his life for defiling the spirit of Kunlun. Rushing forward, Mike shouted for him to stop. He stopped abruptly next to the man. Stretching his arms forward, the guy said that the military advisor said that they still needed him. The man turned around abruptly. Frowning, the hero said that he would arrive here soon. Looking at the glow, he added that it would not take him long to cross these two mountains. Edward looked at him in amazement. He lowered the sword down. The guy began to press on acupuncture points. Lifting the man, he said that he stopped the blood circulation, so that he would not be able to move, he would carry him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they also needed to go to the starting position. He turned around abruptly. Chuck and Kate ran forward at a rapid pace. The man and the boy ran after them. John swung his sword, and it was heard that the golden fragment was going on the offensive. The warriors fought each other. A battle appeared, and screams were heard. Gritting his teeth, Kevin shouted that there was nowhere to retreat, let them press on them. Swinging his weapon, he added that it was a great honor for a warrior to die in battle. The warriors struck. Striking, Jack shouted that they should speed up before the enemy reinforcements arrived. Victory favors the strong in spirit. Swinging his weapon, the man shouted that they should not turn their backs. Let them show the enemy all their power. The warriors fought to the death. The wounded lay on the ground. The man was sitting on the ground. The warrior was unconscious. Watching the battle, Kate asked how strong he was. Frowning, the hero asked if he was really that good that he could defeat 1,000 people by himself. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that he was wondering the same thing, asking what the sky demon sword Rick was, if it was as strong as they said. Raising her eyebrows, Kate asked if they didn't think they were exalting him too much. Standing still, she added that it really made her wonder if he would arrive alone, to which the hero replied that he had the same question. Frowning, he said that he would probably try to arrive before his people. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that the sky sword had a lot of confidence, allowing him to control the situation. The people looked at him in amazement. Chuck frowned and said that he also had to consider his army, which would follow him. Looking down, Mike replied that they seemed to be in deep shit, the likelihood of being destroyed was increasing. Turning around, the hero asked how the master was doing. Looking at him, Kate replied that the wound was deeper than she thought, he could have died if he had not entered meditation. Looking to the side, the guy said that this wound on his chest would be a problem. Edward was meditating. It was heard that it was not only the stab wound, but also the spiritual one. The man was unconscious. It was heard that the commander of the Black Wolf squad seemed to be defiling his soul, because even at the peak of fatigue, he did not hesitate to put all his energy into attacking the master. Looking down, the hero said that in this case, they might have to fight without his participation. Suddenly, the guy looked at him in amazement. Frowning, Mike said that he had come. Suddenly, they looked at him in amazement. Turning her head, Kate asked where he was. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that over there, very strong energy was coming from there. The warriors were fighting among themselves. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. A blow flew at the man. The warrior gritted his teeth and wheezed. Rick was striking the warriors. His eyes lit up. The guy looked away. Grinning, he said, "Let the show begin." Chuck frowned. He froze, remembering that his name was Rick, and his. Looking straight ahead, the hero remembered that if the opportunity arose, they would definitely meet. Well, he went. The protagonist's eyes widened, he thought of Rick. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was time to meet. Rick suddenly jumped up. He struck the man. The guy grabbed the weapon tightly. He swung the sword. The warrior struck the people many times. The hero watched the fight silently. The guy suddenly turned around. He struck the warrior. Rick quickly attacked the enemies. The protagonist frowned. The guy grinned. He struck the man. The warrior flew to the side and wheezed. He landed on the ground. The man held his hand out and said, "Oh shit." The people's eyes widened in amazement, and the thought occurred to them that no, this was beyond their power, they couldn't handle him. The man stood in front of Rick. Kevin glared at him. He looked down. Rick looked straight ahead. Then he frowned. The corpses were lying on the ground. The warriors stood in front of each other. Looking straight ahead, the warrior said, "The sword of the heavenly demon, well, here it is." Rick grinned and asked who he was. The man's eyes widened and he replied, "Kevin, the commander of the Black Warrior Army of the Wulian Union." The guy looked down. Gritting his teeth, Kevin added that it wouldn't hurt to remember that name. Grinning, Rick replied that he would first see what he could do. Standing in front of the man, he added that he would then decide whether he should remember it or not. Gritting his teeth, the warrior shouted that he was an impudent bastard. Jumping up, the guy shouted that he should try to stop him. Looking to the side, the man thought, "Wow, that's fast." Grinning, Rick asked what was wrong with his face. He'd only just started and he was already scared. Jumping up, the man replied that he was arrogant. Looking at him, the warrior replied that it was not bad. Rushing forward, he asked what he thought of that. The man swung his sword sharply. Dodging the blow, he thought that incredible strength, unimaginable speed. The guy struck. The thought occurred to him that this was only a small part of what he was capable of. A flash appeared between them. Gritting his teeth, Kevin thought, "Oh shit, he couldn't beat him." Pulling the sword to the side, he added that he was too strong an opponent. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that he was much stronger than he had assumed. Frowning, he said that his abilities were different from the abilities of the master who commanded the squad of black wolves. Rick looked to the side. Standing in front of the man, he said that he was nowhere to be seen. Kevin smirked and said that he had lost. Who knows, maybe he was already dead. In any case, his body was in their hands. Looking at him, the guy said that it was like this. Frowning, he asked which of them dared to knock him down. Looking straight ahead, the warrior said that it seemed like it was one person's idea to capture him. Smirking, he added that he was very interested in knowing who he was. Taking a step forward, the guy said that one way or another, he had suggested what he should do with him. Kevin frowned upon hearing this. The guy's eyes lit up and he said that the master was his right hand, asked what if he took one of the best willing masters for himself. Stretching his weapon out in front of him, the man shouted that how dare he would rather die than fall into his clutches. Looking straight ahead, the boy replied that lack of skill was no reason to be ashamed. Suddenly, he swung his sword. Kevin extended his hand forward. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he couldn't let him do this. Suddenly, the boy grabbed him by the neck. The man croaked from suffocation. He rolled his eyes. Rick smirked and said that great willpower was all that kept the army together. He let go of his hand from his neck. The man lost consciousness. Rick took him on his shoulder. Looking to the side, he said that they were not too late. Let them have fun. The warriors flew forward rapidly. They were approaching the troops. It was heard that the troops of the Star Sirius, they were here. They would kill the people of Wulin, every single one. Frowning, John shouted for them to fight until their last breath. The warriors rushed forward sharply. A blow flew at the man. The soldiers began to fight among themselves. The man swung his sword. It was heard that the future belongs to the army of the Star Sirius. They will show them the full power of the cult of demon worship. A blow flew at the warrior. A fight between the troops appeared. John struck the warriors and shouted that they should not give up. The hero looked at the man. Frowning, Kate said that the squad of the Star Sirius was already here. Turning around, she added that he should forgive her. She would not be able to keep her promise. She could no longer protect him. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement. Looking at him, the girl said that it was her turn to fight. They stood in front of each other. Chuck looked forward angrily. The girl looked up. Looking straight ahead, Mike said that if they could not stop them, and most likely they would all be killed, why go to certain death ahead of time? He opened his eyes wide and added that their job was to protect little brother Chuck, and it would be an honor if he died doing so. Kate frowned and said that she couldn't just stand there and watch their people die. She opened her eyes wide. The man took a step forward. They turned around in amazement. Walking forward, the man said that he should do his job. They would take care of the enemy. The girl looked at him in amazement. Gritting his teeth, the warrior said that they were all still alive only because of Master Chuck. The hero looked at him in amazement, hearing that it was their time to thank him. Standing in front of him, the man shouted that as long as their hearts beat, they would not let the enemy get close to their advisor. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that these people were ready to give their lives for him. Stretching his hand forward, he added that everything that was happening put him at a loss, and even running away was no longer an option. The guy smirked and said, oh well, he probably wasn't thinking about escaping. Looking at him, Chuck replied that to tell the truth, he was thinking about giving up and escaping. He would try to do it even though there was a high risk of getting caught. Frowning, the hero said that he would escape if Rick brought about 50 people here. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what he meant by that. Looking at the hero, Kate said that the Sirius Star Squad was currently about 200 people. Wasn't that enough to escape? The chances of dying were much higher. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that it wasn't at all. The chances of survival had increased. Standing next to him, the girl said that the enemy outnumbered them, and he said that their chances of survival had increased. He was contradicting himself. Frowning, Chuck said that whether it was true or not, they would soon find out. Standing in front of the girl, he added that the chances were increasing due to the fact that their enemy was Rick. The people looked at him in amazement. A thought appeared, what the hell does this all mean? His slow-witted head will not understand it. Looking straight at him, Kate said that he said that if the sword of the heavenly demon arrives, they are finished. Stretching her hands forward, she added that they must kill as many enemies as possible before he arrives. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that even now, when their enemy Rick brought his army here, superior in numbers to them, the chances of survival are much higher. Frowning, the protagonist said that time will tell on whose side the victory will be. The people stood in front of him silently. Raising his hand up, Mike said that let them listen, he understands, he is trying to calm them down and all that, but even a hedgehog can see whose side is winning. Chuck looked away in amazement, hearing what interesting conversations they have, however. Looking at him, the girl said that he woke up. Sitting on the ground, Edward heard how his wounds were, to which he replied that if they meant his mental wounds then. Closing his eyes, the man said that at least 5 more of his comrades were on the verge of being sent to another world. Looking straight ahead, he added that now let them explain what happened to them. Suddenly, lightning thundered. Frowning, the hero said that now was not the time to explain anything. They were standing in the rain. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they needed to urgently leave the battle before the situation worsened completely. The man looked at him in amazement, and asked what to leave the battle. Looking at him, Chuck replied that he would understand everything soon. but for now let him help his comrades retreat. Frowning, he said that let him give the command, retreat. Looking to the side, Mike answered approvingly. A glow appeared around him. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the guy shouted that the command was from the military advisor, retreat. Raising his head up, he repeated the phrase. The troops were fighting, a command was heard. Gritting his teeth, Edward said that fine, he would do as he said. Suddenly he rushed forward. People were fighting among themselves, it was heard that they were retreating. It was raining heavily. All the plants were wet. Water was dripping from the leaves. The sun was visible from behind the mountains. The troops stood opposite each other. Rick crossed his arms. The people stood in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that the greatest damage in war is caused during retreat. However, having such a strong enemy, they did without losses. Frowning, John replied that as soon as they heard his command, everyone immediately began to carry it out, they trusted him. Crossing his arms, he added that but he still did not understand one thing, the opponents did not follow them when they retreated. Looking to the side, Edward said that their advisor had every chance of becoming a master. Jack turned his head and asked again, and Kate added that what was he talking about, he didn't even know how to handle a gun. Looking straight at him, John said that even an advisor could become a master. Frowning, he added that it was a mastery of human psychology to make an opponent feel superior before striking, even the simplest gesture of such a master would be given deep meaning by people. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he seemed to be beginning to understand that advisor Chuck had fooled his opponents so often that they were now expecting some kind of trick. Frowning, John replied that perhaps they thought they had been lured into a trap, and yet. Looking straight ahead, he added that he felt that this was not the end. Looking away, the hero said that at the moment they were interested in who was giving the commands on their side. The man looked at him, hearing that as long as he remembered Rick, his intuition was always good, and his actions were distinguished by their abruptness. Turning his head, John asked that he remembered him, he knew him before. The protagonist frowned and replied that yes, just memories from the distant past. Walking forward, he added that it was his turn to negotiate. The guy looked surprised to hear that he should take the master with him. Taking the man on his shoulder, he responded approvingly. Standing behind the hero, Kate said that she would also accompany him. Looking at them, Jack said that the decisive battle. Frowning, Edward asked what he thought, this guy could end the battle with just a word. Looking straight ahead, John answered that the future would show, anyway, this guy knows what he is doing. People walked forward, it was heard that, besides, Rick was unlikely to kill a man who had his comrade as a hostage. Rick silently looked straight ahead. The man bowed, hearing the appeal. Grinning, the guy said that he should prepare the hostage. The hero walked forward. The protagonist stopped and thought, interesting. The guy was standing in front of him, and he added that he was. They stood in front of each other, and the protagonist thought he recognized him. Rick frowned. Chuck looked at him. The guy looked down. The hero did not take his eyes off him. They stood in front of each other in silence. Rick grinned and asked that he was the military advisor Wuling. The protagonist silently pointed at himself. Frowning, he said that he did not seem to recognize him. Rick looked down in amazement. The girl looked away. Mike frowned. Frowning, the guy asked what he did not recognize. Standing in front of the hero, he added that they had not met. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that of course he did not remember him. Looking away, he added that his image had changed little since then, but he was no longer that strange child. The guy looked forward. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he should forget his words, he was not obliged to remember people with whom he once crossed paths. The girl looked away. Looking at him, she thought that this annoyance seemed to upset him. Putting her hand to her face, Kate thought about what had happened between them. Bowing, the protagonist said that let him introduce himself. His name is Chuck. Closing his eyes, he said that he was escorting convoys in one transport company until he was kicked out of there. Then he decided to return home, but accidentally got involved in this battle. Looking at him, Rick said that he was escorting a convoy. Frowning, he added that in addition, his participation in this battle is just a coincidence. Looking at him, the hero answered that yes, that's right. Smirking, the guy said that well, it does happen, his case is, of course, unusual, but... Looking straight, he added that it is quite real. Raising his eyebrows, Rick said that he believes him, perhaps this is his chance. Frowning, the protagonist asked what chance, what he wanted to say. Stretching his hand forward, Rick replied that their meeting was marked by either chance or fate. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was given the opportunity to transfer from this boat. Suddenly, Kate's eyes widened in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what he would say, whether he was ready to go over to their side. Standing still, he added that with them he could achieve more, he would get everything he wanted. The people behind the hero looked at him in surprise. Chuck frowned and said that he heard everything correctly, he was a simple man who once worked as a convoy guard. Grinning, the guy replied that of course. Looking straight ahead, he added that they needed people like him. He was like a precious stone, ready to shine brighter than the stars with the right polish. The hero looked at him silently. Standing in front of him, Rick said that, however, he should take into account something. He smirked and said that if he didn't get the gem, no one would get it because he would smash it to pieces. Frowning, the protagonist said that if he refused, he would kill him. Standing in front of him, the guy said that he should think carefully about his offer, and let him remember that if he didn't get it, he wouldn't live to see the sunset. His eyes lit up and he added that he was warning her, he was putting his intentions into action very quickly. Gritting her teeth, Kate said that he was an arrogant bastard. Putting the man on the ground, Mike thought that things were bad. Rick took the sword from behind his back. Holding the weapon in front of him, he said that he should decide. Smirking, the guy said that with it he would be able to fully realize his abilities, or he wanted to water the grass with his blood. Chuck looked at him silently. Holding the weapon in her hands, Kate told him to shut up, and Mike added that it seemed like he was blind since he hadn't noticed them. Rick's eyes lit up and he said that they were fools. Frowning, the hero said that life or death, a lot would depend on his choice. Grinning, the guy replied that the choice was not so difficult, much easier than he thought. Standing in front of people, he added that to die to preserve his imaginary sense of duty, or to survive, but to become a traitor, it was not difficult, right? Frowning, the girl screamed at him to shut his mouth. Gritting her teeth, she added that honor and duty, he had never heard of such concepts. Holding the sword in her hands, Kate said that they were going together until the end, starting from that night together. Suddenly she froze in amazement. Lowering his head, the hero thought that a night together sounded very ambiguous. Looking straight ahead, Rick asked if they were sleeping, so this is how he achieves ranks. Raising her hand, the girl replied that no, that's not it. Standing in front of him, she added that she didn't mean that, to which the protagonist said that was enough. Looking straight ahead, he said that he already had a moral obligation and responsibility for these people. An army appeared. It was heard that just after hearing his story, he immediately believed in it and tried to lure him to his side, but wounded people who could hardly even stand on their feet were ready to fight for him and give their lives. The girl gritted her teeth, hearing that his sense of duty was drawn from their boundless trust, he could not betray it. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he made his choice. Grinning, Rick replied that he was digging his own grave. Frowning, he added that he could still make the right decision. Looking at him, the hero answered that no, his final answer. Rick swung his weapon and yelled that he should prepare to die then. Kate blocked his blow and said that he should just try. He struck back at the girl. Kate flew to the side. The guys began to fight. Kate slid along the ground. Gritting her teeth, she thought that damn, he was strong, so strong that it was impossible to even imagine. Mike held back Rick's attack. The man extended his hand forward and yelled that they needed help. John frowned and said that they should not interfere. He knew what he was doing. Looking at him, Jack said that but they could die. Edward raised his eyebrows and said that they could not calmly watch this idiot kill their guys. Something had to be done, otherwise it would be too late. Looking straight at him, the man said that no matter what happened, they should not interfere. Those were the words of their advisor. Standing still, he added that the best thing they could do was trust him and wait. Jack clenched his teeth. The guys were fighting each other. Mike clenched his teeth and wheezed. The hero grinned and asked what he was doing. Looking at Rick, he added that he absolutely had to die. Gritting his teeth, the guy shouted that he hadn't said it clearly. If he didn't get the gem, no one would get it. The protagonist frowned. Rick struck Mike. Looking straight at him, Chuck said that even if he killed him, the war wouldn't end there. Looking at him, the guy asked what, really? Reflecting the blows, he added that it was a pity, he had planned to deal with everyone by tonight. The hero looked down. Stretching his arms out to the sides, he said that he himself didn't understand why he decided to join them. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that without realizing it, he had become a part of them, and now they were grateful to him and appreciated what he did. Grinning, the guy said that in emergency situations like war, people will always need a hero to save them. Chuck looked at him in amazement, hearing that even if this hero performed a miracle, his followers would blindly trust his every action in the future. Looking straight at him, the hero said that just as he was trusted by the demon worship cult, he must be one of those heroes. Frowning, Rick said that they were alike in that. The guy gritted his teeth, and it seemed that only their warfare capabilities were different. Looking straight at him, the protagonist replied that so be it. He was ready to fight him off without fear. Standing behind the guy, he added that he was not afraid, because his wits were enough to stop his sword. Frowning, Chuck said that he decided not to delay this moment, knowing that sooner or later they would meet again. Rick looked at him. They stood in front of each other in silence. Looking straight at him, the guy said that a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since then, hadn't it? Looking at him, the hero heard that the boy was surprised by his abilities. Grinning, the boy said that unarmed, he walked without fear on that hellish battlefield. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was angry at him, but at the same time he was amazed why he was at that monstrous massacre. Standing in front of the hero, Rick said that this boy was like him. Recklessness was his main weapon. Instead of fiddling with the sword, he tried to do something else. Grinning, he said that this boy wanted to find a way to victory for their army. Frowning, the hero said that just like now, he easily trusted his words. Looking at the battle, he added that they would win if they retreated. No one would believe such crazy words, but not him. The protagonist grinned and said that he realized it at that moment when after his words he rushed to the commander without a shadow of a doubt. The guy stretched his hand to the side, hearing that he then said that he would become the ruler if he survived this massacre. Chuck and Rick looked at each other. Smiling, the guy introduced himself and asked what his name was. Turning his head away, the hero introduced himself. Looking at him, Rick asked again. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that if he was deaf, then it was not his problem. Lowering his head, the guy said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Kate frowned. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he knew, since then many trusted him. An army appeared. It was heard that for them he had become a ray of hope, and if this hope was taken away, their despair would turn into anger. They would fight to the last, until they let go of the sword. Watching the battle, Chuck said that in that case the battle would gain devastating momentum and would last at least a day. The guy looked surprised when he heard that by that time the Sichuan branch they had captured would be recaptured by the masters of the Dexter and Chinqing schools, which were part of the Wulin Union. Frowning, the hero said that his people who remained there would be destroyed. The guy looked down. Lightning flew between them. Frowning, Rick said that the Dexter and Chinqing schools. Swinging his arm, he added that they were not part of the Wulin Union. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that he seemed to be unaware of the latest news, that they were currently the second support squad for the Wulin Union. The guy frowned when he heard this. Standing in front of him, Chuck said that when Mr. John heard about the capture, he decided to head to the Sichuan branch first. He dissuaded him. Frowning, he added that by accepting his offer, he had secretly sent them a message. The guy was waving his sword, and the hero said that they should arrive there by the end of today. If they and their army headed there now, they might be in time for their arrival. Looking straight ahead, he added that he shouldn't have left so few people there. Putting her hand to her face, Kate wondered if this was what he meant when she said that he would run away if the Sky Demon sword brought 50 people here. Looking at the battle, the protagonist said that as far as he knew, he valued the lives of his subordinates, and they in turn would never retreat and would fight until their last breath. The guy looked away, hearing that. So what will he do now? Frowning, Chuck asked that he would go save the lives of his people or would prefer to stay here to kill him. Rick smirked and replied that he wondered what he would do. Mike parried his blow. He clenched his teeth. Suddenly, Rick swung at the hero. Kate's eyes widened in surprise. Jumping up, the girl screamed at him not to dare. Her eyes widened. She thought no, it was too late. The hero froze in amazement. The guy smirked, looking at him. John's eyes widened in amazement. Mike clenched his teeth. Kate froze in amazement. The guy stopped abruptly. The blow flew in front of the protagonist. He looked ahead silently. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Standing in front of the hero, Rick said that his offer still stood. Chuck looked down, hearing that he expected him to make the right choice the next time they met. Frowning, the guy added that but let him keep in mind that there would be no more concessions. Then he turned around. The man looked at him, hearing that he should leave the prisoner and take the master. They were leaving. Raising the body, he answered approvingly. The men looked at him in amazement. Looking straight ahead, Edward asked how he did it. They began to leave. The hero looked at his hand. Kevin was lying on the ground. Rick rushed forward. Frowning, he thought that they would see each other again. Looking straight ahead, the guy added that he would wait for their next meeting. The warriors flew forward rapidly. The protagonist silently looked forward. Chuck frowned. They were watching the warriors. Frowning, John asked that they really left. The sun was visible from behind the mountains. The hero looked down. The army stood at attention. Turning around, Jack said that he was unconscious now, but everything would be fine with him. Stretching his hand forward, John replied that thank God. Looking to the side, he added how much strength it took him to do this. Suddenly, the hero leaned over. Mike looked at him in surprise and shouted. Kate extended her hand and said that everything was fine, he just needed to rest for a while. Looking down, she added that he was so tired. The protagonist sat on the ground. The girl said with wide eyes that it looked like they would have to send a secret message again. The man looked at her with surprise and asked what she meant by sending a secret message again. Standing in front of him, Kate replied that, well, to the masters of the Dexter and Chinqing schools, whom they had sent to the Sichuan branch. Frowning, she added that the circumstances had changed. The heavenly demon sword was heading to the Sichuan branch. John looked at her and said that he didn't understand anything and asked that Chuck had sent the message. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he had sent it himself. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Kate looked at the hero. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked that it was a lie. Chuck lowered his head. Frowning, John said that only the Ame school had joined them. As for the Dexter and Chinqing factions, he had not sent them any messages. The boy and the girl looked at him in amazement. Looking down, the hero said that Rick had ultimately chosen the path of a hero. The troops were standing behind them. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the path of a hero. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that although he had not won this war, he had become a hero because he had chosen to save the lives of his people instead of winning. Frowning, he added that only heroes leave the easy path and choose the difficult one. Such a person will spend his whole life in hardship, but others will always follow him. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that today, the heavenly demon's sword had chosen this path. The girl looked at him in amazement, hearing that it did not matter whether he had deceived him or not. Crouching down, the hero said that the important thing was that he rushed to help his people without hesitation after learning that they were in danger. The protagonist looked at the mountains and said that today's event could stain the sword of the heavenly demon, but still, to the detriment of glory and valor, he acted extremely nobly, choosing to save a human life. Frowning, Jean thought that, however, he was not the only one who chose the path of a hero. Standing behind Chuck, he added that just like Rick, there was another person who had walked this path, and his name was. The hero looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that Chuck, as soon as this young man realized his abilities. People looked at the sun. The thought appeared that the world would write a new history with his hand. Flowers flew in the air. They fell from a tree. A bird flew in the sky. It stretched its wings to the sides. The bird flew towards the main center of the Wulian Union. The gate appeared. It was said that when the Black Heaven Alliance, represented by the demon worship cult, unleashed a war, a tension unknown to this day reigned within the Wulian Alliance. The alliance sign appeared. A bird flew over the city. A thought appeared that, as if exacerbating this tension, news from all corners of the world began to fly to the main center of the Wulian Alliance. All messages were addressed to the military advisor. She flew to the building. It was said that along with the chief sword master of the Wulian Union, the advisor was one of the people leading the Wulian Union. The window was opened. It was said that in addition, the Zhuge clan, led by his brother, was one of the 8 great clans. The man was sitting at the table. On the table were scrolls. It occurred to him that the Wulian Union owed a lot to him, because he had done many great things. Charlie looked in confusion. It was said that the Union often asked for Charlie's help, calling him a brilliant military strategist. Frowning, the man thought. Lowering his gaze, he said the name of the hero. Holding the note in his hands, Charlie thought that the last few news items were about this young man. Raising his eyebrows, he said that in addition, the content of these messages is extremely interesting. Looking around, the man added that there. Crossing his arms, he began to think. Charlie gritted his teeth and said that he would never have thought that some kid without much knowledge could surpass such a brilliant strategist like him. Looking down, he added that if he were in his place, he would be able to expose the spy disguised as an enemy. Sitting at the table, the man said that even if he exposed him, he would be able to deftly fool Rick. Putting his hands on the table, Charlie thought that he had been thinking about only this, but there was only one answer. Putting his hand to his face, he added that no, he could not. Standing by the window, the man thought about how, despite his young age, his abilities surpassed him. Raising his head up, he thought about the hero. Looking out the window, Charlie asked who he was. Suddenly, he looked to the side. The man was standing under his window. The man pulled his sword forward. He sharply cut the flower. Frowning, the warrior said that he was just about to call him to admire his sword in the moonlight. Looking at him, Charlie asked why he liked practicing so much. A glow appeared around the sword. Swinging the weapon, the man replied that he didn't really. Closing his eyes, Charlie asked why he continued then. Jumping up, the warrior replied that it was habit. Frowning, he added that if he quit doing this, the sword would rust. Gritting his teeth, Charlie replied that in his opinion, this sword had long been covered in rust because he did not use it for its intended purpose. Looking at him, the man asked what he thought so. Swinging the sword, he added that it was not surprising, because he had always been smart, but despite this, he was still quite a bully. Frowning, Charlie asked why he did not want to visit Sichuan. The warrior looked away. Frowning, he asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Said that the demon worship cult was invading the central part of the country, and the headmaster of the Wulian Union was happily watching all this from 39 lands away. The man began to swing his sword. Raising his eyebrows, Charlie replied that this place was the main center of the Wulian Union, not some outskirts. The warrior sat down on the ground. Looking straight ahead, he said that he thought differently. William frowned and said that he wanted to become a master that the younger generation would respect. Putting his hand to his face, Charlie thought that the respected master of the Wulian Union. The warrior swung his sword. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the youth of today is not what it used to be. Keeping his hands behind his back, he added that if the founder of the cult himself led the army, he would take the initiative. With his back to the master, Charlie said that no matter what, even if they paid a visit now, it would be a gesture of goodwill, and it would hardly affect their status in society. Looking to the side, William said that it sounded a little selfish, but he would not be ashamed if everyone understood that he wanted to satisfy his vanity in this way. Standing in front of him, the man said that he could understand, but it was not that easy to command the Wulian Union, which included the most influential families, the 9 major martial arts schools, the 8 great clans, and some Baidao families and monks. Stretching his hand out to the side, the master said that who knows, he has not lost his skills that much. Frowning, Charlie asked what he was upset about. Looking straight ahead, William said that he was a little angry. The man smirked when he heard this. Standing behind him, he said that while he was here, he should make a decision. William turned around and asked what he was talking about. The view of the building opened up. Sitting on a bench, the man asked what he thought of this boy, Chuck? Frowning, the master asked again. Turning his head, he added that he meant the genius strategist who suddenly appeared. Looking straight ahead, Charlie replied that yes, he was the same. As far as he knew, he worked for a transport company for some time. Crossing his arms, the master said that he accompanied convoys he sees. He has already made all the inquiries on this boy. Frowning, the man replied that this was only a little, there was still a lot to learn about him. Looking at him, the master asked what and what. Charlie raised his eyebrows, hearing that where did he get these incredible abilities from. Closing his eyes, he replied that his abilities are really impressive. He does not even know if he could have thought of such a thing. Looking away, William asked, by the way, if it was envy by any chance. Grinning, he added that he was joking. A building appeared. It was heard that, in general, it would be nice if some person suddenly appeared who would evoke this feeling in him, then he would shake off the old days. Looking straight at him, the man said that he was right, it seemed to be envy. The master looked at him in amazement. Gritting his teeth, Charlie said that no matter how hard it was to admit it. Frowning, he added that nevertheless he had a suspicion that he was a supporter of the cult. Looking at him, William thought that he was a supporter of the cult. Crossing his arms, he said that these were just guesses, asked what and why he decided so. Looking straight at him, Charlie answered that this could be their insidious plan, if he really was a member of the cult. Sitting next to him, the man replied that that was it. In that case they would hardly do anything else. Lowering his head, Charlie said that besides that, too many coincidences played in his favor. First he met Kate one-on-one in the tavern. The next day he exposed the nun's spy. Looking up, the man said that in fact, he somehow did not believe in this incredible series of coincidences. Looking to the side, he added that but hadn't he said that he worked for several years in a transport company as a porter. Putting his hand to his face, Charlie replied that perhaps before that he had something to do with the sword of the heavenly demon. Frowning, he continued that besides that, information had come in that Chuck and Rick had known each other for a long time. There was such an atmosphere between them, as if they had something in common. Crossing his arms, William said that nevertheless he had done too much for them. The man frowned and replied that it depended on how he looked at it. If he was on their side, then it was true. Charlie extended his hand and said that sooner or later, many people would talk about this name. Looking straight ahead, he added that he was a genius strategist who had outwitted the cult and defeated the heavenly demon sword with a word, a young genius who had appeared out of nowhere and saved hundreds of lives of the Wulin Alliance members. The master frowned and said that people would follow him. Looking at him, the strategist replied that his words would carry great weight in the eyes of the public. Looking down, William said that he could probably build a reputation for himself in this way to destroy them in an instant. They sat on the bench in silence. The master stood up and asked what decision he needed to make. Standing next to him, Charlie replied that he should be entrusted with the position of military advisor in the Baishan chamber. The man turned around abruptly. Frowning, he asked that he wanted to keep him close to look after him. Charlie smiled when he heard this. Flowers were falling down. A cherry blossom tree appeared. The carriage was driving along the forest. The man was harnessing the horses. Jack looked straight ahead. People were sitting inside the carriage. Suddenly, the wheel stopped on a stone. The guy woke up abruptly. Looking out the window, he thought that they hadn't arrived yet. Turning his head, Mike asked how far it was to his homeland. The hero closed his eyes and answered that yes, the road was still long. The guy yawned and said that it was boring. Looking at the girl, he asked that by the way, she decided to return to her usual image, said that he did not understand why she transformed into a guy when everyone knew that she was a girl. Kate closed her eyes and replied that the fact that he had understood it from the very beginning did not mean that others saw her as a girl, and in general, even girls made eyes at her in that form. Putting his hand to his face, Mike replied that in his opinion, she did not look like a guy. Grinning, he added that although there were enough fools in China for 100 years to come. The guy looked at the hero. The protagonist lowered his head, and he asked what he was sleeping there or something. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Mike said that such boredom, it would be better to chat, he just wanted to ask him about something. Frowning, Chuck asked what and about what. Looking at him, the guy asked why he chose him as his escort. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that it was because he was strong. Looking straight ahead, Mike asked how he knew that, was there ever such a chance? Sitting next to him, the protagonist replied that he knew that the moment he caught him on the bridge. Mike opened his eyes in surprise. Looking down, he said that it was strange, because at that moment he had not used his strength to the fullest. The guy opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that he had incredible strength, about which they still had much to learn. He looked away. Scratching the back of his head, the guy asked what he meant by he saw this strength. He frowned and added that he was a prophet or something, and in general, how could a person who did not understand martial arts know about this? Crossing his arms, the hero replied that even without martial arts skills, he saw his strength. Looking straight ahead, he added that he hadn't studied it, but he'd seen a lot. The girl looked down. They sat in front of each other in silence. Mike asked, wide-eyed, why he hadn't studied martial arts. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that he was busy making a living. Kate looked away. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that he had once tried to learn, but it was very different from writing, and therefore took a lot of time. Looking at the girl, Mike said that that was true. If you wanted to master this art and become a master, you had to focus on training alone. Frowning, the hero said that, well, to tell the truth, it wasn't that interesting, and he had a thin build. Looking at him, the guy replied that he wouldn't say he was exactly thin. In his opinion, he had a normal build, but it wouldn't hurt to pump up. The protagonist lowered his head and asked if he had to say that, to which the guy replied that he was telling it like it was. He smirked and added that he didn't think he was that sensitive. Kate put her hand to her face. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he did anyway, quickly lowering his hands, concluding that martial arts weren't his thing, however. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked if he had changed his mind. Looking straight at him, Chuck replied that yes, the whole situation had made him change his mind about it. Frowning, he added that he needed to learn martial arts, and that he would have to get used to the hardships of training so that he wouldn't be a burden anymore. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The hero raised his hand and said that it was something like that. The carriage moved forward, and it was heard that he would need his help in training. The man smirked when he heard that. The carriage moved along the mountain. A view of the sky opened up. A ruined building appeared. Mountains appeared near it. Rick crossed his arms. Ralph looked straight ahead. Frowning, he said that as it turned out, Dansang and Chinqing were going to move in their direction, but did not. Looking straight ahead, Rick replied that he already understood that. Standing on the ledge of the mountain, he asked if he had done the right thing. Looking at him, the guy replied that he thought of his people first. If they had really been attacked, they would not have coped without him. Watching the city, the warrior replied that nevertheless they had not attacked them. Gritting his teeth, Ralph asked what this chuck was. How did he know that he put the lives of his subordinates above all else? Looking straight ahead, Rick replied that a person is easy to deceive. Standing still, he added that if he himself wanted it. Frowning, the guy asked what it meant. He wanted to be deceived. Looking straight ahead, the warrior replied that in any case, there were no losses for their side. Crossing his arms, he added that the master was saved, and his subordinates were in no danger, besides. Frowning, Rick said that he did not have to kill a man whose death he did not wish. Putting his hands behind his back, the guy said that, however, this event tarnished the first outstanding victories, and the capture of the Sichuan branch of the Willing Union. Gritting his teeth, he added that, besides, the founder of the cult, having come to the occupied territory, will begin to make claims. The warrior grinned and asked, which was funny, right? Frowning, Ralph replied that no, he always comes to everything prepared, without lifting a finger. The man lowered his head. Standing behind him, the guy said that but now the situation is different. He brought here about 2,000 people and 5 elders. Putting his hands behind his back, he added that the most senior among them was Sean. One wrong move in their direction and they would be demoted. Grinning, the guy said that but they were not particularly interested in this. Rick smiled, hearing this. The man rushed forward and addressed the leader. They turned around abruptly. Bowing, the man said that he asked for help for their commander. Lowering his head, the warrior asked what happened. The commander of the squad of black wolves became worse. Frowning, the guy shouted that his wounds were not fatal, but the head of the cult was going to corporally punish him for defeat with 300 lashes. Suddenly, Rick's eyes widened in amazement. Looking at him, the warriors shouted that even a healthy person would barely have enough strength to endure such a massacre. Their leader would not be able to survive such wounds. The guy's eyes widened. A glow appeared around him. Ralph frowned and said that the master would definitely survive. The warriors looked at him and objected. Raising his hand, the guy said that this was obviously bait to see the reaction of their commander. All they were waiting for from their commander was that he would come to the aid of the leader of the Black Wolf Squad. Looking straight at him, Rick asked that they could not fail to live up to their expectations. Looking at him, the guy answered that yes, that was true, but he would repeat it again. The master was no pushover, he would endure this torture. The warriors opened their eyes in surprise and shouted that he should not let this happen. He would definitely die with such injuries. Taking a step forward, the warrior said that he should remember his words if he was ever in his place. The guy looked at him in amazement. Putting his hand to his face, he asked again. Following him, Ralph shouted that he had misunderstood, to which Rick replied that he had understood everything correctly. The man was sitting in the middle of the square. Kneeling, he said that they should just kill him. Sitting in front of him, Harold asked what kill. Looking straight ahead, he added that because of his defeat, the prestige of their school had fallen, But the death penalty would be too harsh a punishment. The discipline of their school, although strict, was not to that extent. Frowning, Gale said that he had fought for his school all his life. He thought he deserved to die from one sword. Kneeling, he added that if he were in his place, he would also be insulted by the punishment of the whip. The man looked down and asked what nonsense. Even in such a position he was trying to object to him. The master looked at him angrily. Frowning, the head of the cult said that apparently 300 lashes would not be enough. They would increase it to 500. Suddenly the man's eyes lit up. Raising his hand, Harold shouted that they were standing there. Why was nothing ready? The warriors walked forward and answered that everything was ready. A thought appeared that what an impudent fellow. All this time they with the sword of the heavenly demon were plotting something against him. Grinning, the leader thought that but this time one of them fell into his hands. He would make him crawl like a worm. He was waiting for this with impatience. The warriors suddenly froze, hearing the command. Rick and the squad flew up. The leader clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly Rick struck. The blow flew at the structure. The soldiers jumped to the side. The leader clenched his teeth tightly. Rick landed on the ground. Looking to the side, Gale thought that the commander. The guy was standing opposite the leader. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what the hell. Putting away his weapon, the warrior replied that unnecessary junk blocked his path. He had to clear it. The leader crossed his arms and asked what kind of disobedience. A glow appeared around the boy. Stretching his hand forward, Harold shouted that they had seen it, how brazenly he was behaving, and this in front of the elders. People were sitting on the stage. It was heard that this man had insulted not only him, but also the revered leaders. Looking straight ahead, the warrior said that he was the founder of the school, but not its leader. There was no difference between them, but he was still trying to build this hierarchy. Gritting his teeth, he added that he must have forgotten that he occupied the position of the commander-in-chief of the vanguard. What use was it to obey his orders when he had no authority to command? Lowering his head, Harold replied that yes, he was indeed the commander-in-chief. Stretching his hand forward, he added that this meant that he, too, must take responsibility for this defeat. Frowning, the man said that but he showed him special courtesy and decided to punish only the commander of the Black Wolf squad. He is ungrateful, trying to contradict him. Looking straight, Rick asked what defeat, and who said that they lost. Gritting his teeth, Harold answered that the second squad was completely destroyed. If this is not a defeat, then what is? Pointing at Gale, he added that the man would be held accountable for failing to properly carry out his mission. Sitting on a chair, the man said that if he had not saved him, he would have been captured by the enemy. Who knows, maybe he would have been killed. Looking down, he added that he had shown him mercy, and he had the audacity to argue with him. Harold frowned and asked if he was ready to take full responsibility and accept punishment instead of the leader of the Black Wolf squad. Looking at him, the guy replied that he had better not joke with him. Gritting his teeth, Harold thought that a glow appeared around his hand. Sitting in front of Rick, he asked what right he had to hold him accountable. Looking straight ahead, the guy replied that he would repeat it again. He was Rick, acting as the commander-in-chief of the advanced squad, and he should not forget that they had different powers. The man looked at him angrily. Sitting on the chair, he said that he was behaving inappropriately. Without even understanding the essence of the problem, he and the elders present were responsible for strengthening the law and order and its observance by all squads. Raising his hand, Harold added that in other words, rewards and punishments were within their purview. The elders looked straight ahead. The men looked around. Putting his hand to his face, Harold said that he must have been so drunk on his mercy that he forgot such simple truths. Smirking, Rick replied that he was so naive. Frowning, the man asked how dare he. He looked surprised to hear that the founder of the cult was right. Stretching his hand forward, Sean said that the upper management had decided to hold the leader of the Black Wolf squad accountable. The destruction of the second squad, the unreasonable pursuit, as well as the threat to destroy the Black Wolf squad definitely deserved censure. Looking straight ahead, he added that regardless of their opinion, the decision was not subject to appeal. Rick stretched out his hand to the side and said that he was trying to put all the blame on the man who had fought for this school his entire life. Frowning, he added that despite the inevitable casualties, they had certainly won this battle. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they had failed to capture the Sichuan branch, which was known for its impregnability. Merit is determined by victories, right? This man had done a lot for his school. Why make him a scapegoat? Sitting in front of him, Harold shouted that his arrogance had gone too far. Gritting his teeth, he added that now he was trying to disrespect the elders' decision. Frowning, Rick replied that he was not given the floor. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in surprise. Raising his hand, the guy said that he should not test his patience and let noble blood flow in his veins. Frowning, he added that there was a limit to his leniency. The man looked furiously and exclaimed. Standing still, the warrior said that if they gave him 15 days, he would conquer the Wuling Alliance. Looking straight ahead, the elder said half a month. Walking forward, the boy said that in the Wuling Alliance, there were 3 major factions, Amei, Chinqing, Diansung, as well as the great clans. He stepped onto the stage. Turning his head, Rick said that half of the people of the MA school were killed by them during the battle, so there should be no problem with the MA faction. Stretching out his hand, he added that in addition, the Diensung faction, the farthest place from the Wulin Alliance, would need about half a month to destroy the alliance. Frowning, Rick said that he would destroy the influential clans and the Chinqing faction before the Diensung faction arrived. The elders looked at him silently. Gritting his teeth, the man thought about what he was saying. Gale was kneeling, and he added that it was impossible to destroy the noble clans and the Chinqing faction. Looking away, Harold shouted that he should stop talking nonsense. He had no idea what needed to be done for this. Frowning, he added that he at least knew what kind of poisonous arsenal these families had. Looking down, the man said that there was no antidote to these poisons. If even a drop got on the body, a long and painful death awaited him. What would he say to that? Suddenly Rick grabbed his face. Throwing it aside, the guy said that he was making a promise. Frowning, he added that if he failed to conquer the influential clans and the Chinqing faction in half a month, he would accept any punishment from the higher-ups. The people looked at him in surprise. All the elders frowned. Looking straight ahead, Sean asked that he take responsibility for his words. Standing in front of him, the guy replied that he, the sword of the heavenly demon Rick. Grinning, he added that by putting his life on the line, he gave him his word. A view of the sky opened up. The cart was moving across the steppe. The wheels were sliding on the stones. The lamp wobbled, and it was heard that he was passing. Closing his eyes, Mike said that he agreed to the role of an escort, but not to the role of a teacher. Sitting next to him, the hero asked what and why. Raising his fingers up, the guy replied that according to his classification, there were 5 reasons for that. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again. Frowning, Mike said that firstly, he was too old to learn martial arts. Gritting his teeth, Chuck asked again. The girl put her hand to her face. Raising 2 fingers up, the guy added that secondly, due to his age, the pace of training would be slow. Looking at the hero, he said that even if he trained only air travel for several years, he still wouldn't be able to do even the most basic things. The carriage moved forward, and they heard that thirdly, it was too late to teach him combat skills without the ability to travel through the air. Crossing his arms, Mike said that he assured him that even if he trained for 10 years, he wouldn't be able to rise above the 3rd, the lowest rank. Frowning, he added that fourthly, he wouldn't have enough time to train now. Grinning, the guy said that he often had to work mentally rather than physically. Looking at him, Chuck replied that if you looked at it that way, all the reasons were interconnected. He was too old, so it was too late to learn this art. Raising his hand, the guy said that the 5th reason was different. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what was wrong, and why. Mike closed his eyes and said that he just didn't want to. The protagonist frowned and exclaimed angrily. The girl smiled, looking at them. The carriage moved forward, and it was heard that, and in general. Looking down, the guy said that he didn't like martial arts that much. Looking at him, Chuck heard that how could he teach people something that he himself didn't like. Frowning, the hero asked that he didn't like martial arts, despite his abilities. What was the reason? Raising her eyebrows, Kate asked what and why he studied martial arts if he didn't like it. The guy looked down. Looking at him, the protagonist said that there must be some reason, but there was no need to tell if he didn't want to. Mike continued to look down. Turning his head, Chuck said that speaking of reasons, looking straight ahead, he said that it wasn't very cool to be refused under such an absurd pretext. The man looked straight ahead and smiled. The carriage moved forward. Looking at the hero, the guy asked if he even needed to study martial arts. Frowning, the hero said that it would be nice if he could use physical force in critical situations. Standing up, the guy said that he shouldn't worry, because his protectors were nearby. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist replied that it was true, but they couldn't always be with him. Frowning, he added that he was too much trouble. The guy looked down. Looking at the hero, Kate asked why that thought had suddenly occurred to him. Looking down, Chuck said that in fact, at that moment with the wounded. Looking straight ahead, he said that those people could barely stand on their feet, but were ready to go into battle to protect him. Frowning, the hero said that since then he had decided that he should be able to stand up for himself. They looked at him silently. Looking down, Kate said that even if he managed to get away with it in one such critical situation, it was not a fact that he would be able to pull off the same thing next time. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that it did not matter. Under any circumstances, martial arts skills would never be superfluous, and now this question was more relevant to him than ever. The guy looked away and asked what if. Grinning, Mike said that it made no difference to him what to learn. Chuck looked at him in amazement. Frowning, the guy asked that he would really do what he told him to do. Grinning, the hero said that of course. Looking away, the guy replied that they would practice speed. The cart was moving forward, and someone said to stop the horses. The man reined in the horses. The cart stopped. Looking at the hero, Mike said to get up. He grinned and added that from now on he would be running after the carriage. The hero looked at him in amazement. A view of the sky opened up. A huge gate appeared. A signboard of the Tang clan union appeared. A view of the city opened up. City buildings appeared. It was heard that the influential Tang clans were a kind of clan settlement that had existed for several centuries. People were walking along the street. It was said that the scale of this settlement was really huge. City residents appeared. It was heard that they were really all locals. Men walked forward. It was said that they were well versed in various poisons. A settlement appeared. It was heard that of course not all, but among the residents there were great masters. A signboard of the Tang residents appeared. It was said that he heard that many people with the surname Tang did not know each other. The dishes were on the table, and it was heard that perhaps this was the reason why they were not very willing to cooperate. Sitting at the table, the man said that if you look at it that way, some uncertainty was not only in the alliance of clans. Looking to the side, he added that although the Tang clan had joined the Wulin alliance, the Diansang and Chinqing schools, as well as the Huashan and Baidao factions, had previously kept somewhat apart from each other. Frowning, John said that there was still no activity from the Wulin alliance. They did not immediately give him an answer when he asked for help. Frowning, Kevin said that it was good that this confused not only the allies but also the enemies. Holding a mug in his hands, the man said that it was true, the greatness of their allies made the heavenly demon sword change its mind. They sat at the table in silence. Kevin turned his head and said that it seemed like half an hour had passed. He didn't think he was being kept waiting for too long. The man frowned when he heard that he was the head of the Duga clan, one of the 8 influential families. The boy lowered his head and said that no matter what the position of the head of the Tang clan was, he didn't think it was a little. Frowning, John said that he was a respected clan head who had already reached the age of 93. Looking at him, Kevin asked that wasn't this meeting supposed to be a meeting between the two heads, where the distribution would be discussed? The man raised his hand when he heard that it wouldn't hurt to show some basic politeness. Looking straight ahead, the girl smirked. Bowing, she said that the head of their clan asked for an apology for being late. He would be staying for another 15 minutes. Kevin, sitting at the table, said that as far as he remembered, they had an agreement. Looking at the girl, he heard that another guest was about to arrive, so he asked for his attention. Turning his head, the guy asked who the other guest was, who they were talking about. Smirking, the girl said that she did not know, she was only relaying the words of the master. Frowning, John thought that another person was about to arrive, but who was he? A view of the buildings opened up. The doors opened slightly. The man entered the room. He silently looked forward. Kevin and John stood up abruptly. Harvey looked at them. Looking at him, John said that he was glad to meet him. He was the head of the Duga clan, and Kevin added that he should allow himself to be introduced. He was the commander of the Black Warrior Army of the Wulin Union. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that he was late. Let them forgive him. Looking to the side, he added that he lost track of time talking to this child. The girl stood still. John opened his eyes in amazement and asked what the military advisor was. Emily closed her eyes and said that she was asking for forgiveness. She did not know about their presence. The head of the Duga clan, the commander of the Black Warrior Army. Let me introduce myself. She is Emily. The girl looked straight ahead. It was said that one of the rising lights of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes possessed both martial arts skills and a flexible mind. The lamp illuminated the room. It was heard that since they were all gathered, they would sit down. The men were sitting at the table. Frowning, Harvey said that they should let him know why they had come here. Closing his eyes, John replied that he should first allow him to thank him for joining the Wulin alliance. With his support, they were able to avoid terrible events. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what they had to do with it. He said that this was the work of one genius who, having left his home, fooled the enemy. Frowning, John asked again. Emily looked ahead carefully as she said that it seemed like they didn't know yet that their military advisor, Chuck, was recently known as the Genius Wulin, adding that he was also called the self-taught hero Wulin. John's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he mentally asked her again. The blonde girl was shown in profile as she said that a simple worker with no martial arts skills was able to resist the heavenly demon sword with his wits, and that word of his feat spread very quickly. Sweat appeared on Kevin's face as he asked her again. The men sat in front of the advisor, who answered in the affirmative, explaining that such a decision was made by the council, and that the title of a simple worker did not harm the prestige of Wulin much. Emily lowered her thoughtful gaze as she added that if people knew about their advisor's past activities, it might tarnish his heroic feat. She and the men were at the table when the girl said that the academic council did not emphasize his past craft, and that now more than ever the people needed a hero who would ease the loss of the impregnable Sichuan branch. The counselor and John sat with their backs to each other when Kevin said that even for the sake of Wulin's prestige, it was not worth making a big deal out of this. The bearded old man looked ahead with a frown as he suggested getting back to the issues at hand. The dark-haired man put his hand under his robe. He placed a sheet of paper on the table when he asked to look at it. Everyone present looked at the said document. Harvey held the parchment in his hand when he asked what it was. The old man opened the document in front of him when he said that there was no need to answer and that he would figure it out himself. The leader and Emily looked intently to the same side. Harvey looked shocked as he looked ahead. Blue energy emanated from his eyes as he asked who sent it. John, looking ahead resolutely, answered that the so-called self-taught hero Wuling. The bearded old man glared ahead as he called him a goldfinch. The honorary counselor looked away appraisingly. Kevin and the leader looked in the same direction, thinking that his reaction was predictable. Harvey pressed the paper to the table as he asked John if he even understood what it was saying. Sweat was pouring down the dark-haired man's face as he answered in the affirmative, adding that he understood everything. The old man, looking ahead furiously, wondered if they were completely crazy. The leader and Kevin stared ahead tensely as Harvey asked how this boy was able to save them from the cult, and then wondered what they were even thinking. The dark-haired boy's mouth dropped open as he replied that he was overdoing it a bit. Harvey brought his hand to his face, wondering if they were really telling him something like that right now. Kevin looked confused as the old man explained that the young man was trying to give an order to an old wolf. Harvey held the message in front of him as he asked how he should understand it. Emily looked at him with pity. John was shown in profile as he asked him to understand them, adding that it was more of a recommendation than an order. The old man was enveloped in a blue aura as he questioned if this was a recommendation for them. Harvey was sitting in front of the leader as he said that this was not like him, and that he was not like that. The dark-haired man looked serious as he replied that he could tell he had a peculiar approach. The old man was in front of John, who added that the boy had figured out the possible outcome and warned them. Everyone present was sitting at one table as Harvey asked about this nonsense. The bearded old man had dishes in front of him as he said that they were trying to convince him that the heavenly demon sword would try to attack one of the schools. The four were shown from above as he added that even if there was another provocation from the cult, it was not enough, and that they would have to resist them. Harvey looked at the dark-haired man as he inquired that perhaps they were no longer considering the Tang clan's opinion. Kevin's mouth widened as he replied that this was not the case and that it was only a suggestion from their military advisor. The youth sat in front of the leader as he explained that Chuck was proposing to strengthen the borders and that before the Chinqing faction joined, they needed to concentrate their forces on the borders and not respond to the enemy's provocations. Kevin's eyes were closed as he admitted that it was not a difficult task. John looked ahead with a frown as he asked to believe that the advisor was thinking outside the box, which had saved them many times. The leader was sitting in front of the gray-haired old man when he said that a letter with similar content had been sent to the Chinqing faction, and that the one he could trust was the self-taught Wuling, their military advisor. They were sitting at a table with a red tablecloth when John concluded that even if he did not like his recommendations, he should not make hasty decisions. The dark-haired guy was sitting next to the leader when he said that they really asked him to do so. Harvey sat with his arms crossed. The carriage was driving through the forest. Jack was holding the reins in his hands. The driver was shown in profile. Someone was running next to the carriage, breathing heavily. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face. A carriage was driving in front of him. Two silhouettes were visible behind the shutters. Mike was sitting in front of Kate, who said that he was running quite well so far. The girl's face was shown close up when she added that she did not expect it, and that she thought that he would not run even 3 kilometers. The boy turned his head towards the window when he replied that although he looked frail, he ran well and that he seemed to have all the basic endurance in order. The protagonist ran with both arms bent when Kate agreed with him, saying that given his previous work, there was no question of endurance problems. Then she was told that she was right, because in order to carry cargo, you need to have strong muscles. Mike looked at the girl in front of him, who asked if he would really take on his training. The young man crossed his arms over his chest when he admitted that he had expected him to quickly tire and give up, and that he did not expect it to turn out like this. Kate looked at the interlocutor carefully when she replied that, in the end, if he taught him, then in a critical situation, he would be able to stand up for himself. Mike put his hand behind his head as he said that he didn't even know if he could train him enough to defend himself. The dark-haired boy looked ahead tensely, adding that now he had no choice but to teach him to run away from the enemy. The protagonist ran forward with his arms bent as Mike summed up that he would train him so hard that he would give up on his own. The full moon shone in the sky. Cherry blossoms grew in front of a multi-story building. Suddenly, the door opened slightly. The riders approached the gate. The horses raised their front hooves, neighing. The old man watched the riders as he asked Emily what she thought about it. The blonde girl held a cup in front of her as she replied that she didn't even know, and that they both looked like their minds were clouded. Harvey narrowed his eyes and looked away as he asked her again. The counselor looked down at her mug as she said that as the man kept saving them from seemingly impossible situations, their faith in him was reinforced, and that it was like that. The old man looked ahead incredulously as he replied that she was right, and that only a madman would trust an inexperienced boy. Harvey walked away from the girl at the table, who said that she had heard that the cult recruited others in a similar manner. The bearded old man stood by the window as he asked her if she thought the boy was a spy. Emily looked ahead appraisingly, replying that it was the most rational thought, and that the head counselor had assumed the same thing. Harvey sat in front of the girl as he assumed that Charlie was of the same opinion as them. They sat across from each other as the counselor replied in the affirmative, adding that he wasn't entirely sure, and that she wasn't entirely convinced either. Emily's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as she said that it was possible that this was a well-planned cult tactic that was slowly starting to work. Someone poured tea into the cup as the old man said that this was happening, but it was hard to tell from the outside. Harvey touched his mug as he added that the head of the Duga clan was not such a simple-minded person, and that from what he remembered, he had been reserved and reasonable since childhood. The blonde girl looked thoughtful as she reminded him that the master had once said that they were crazy. The bearded old man raised his mug to his mouth, answering in the affirmative, explaining that it was because he had not expected this from them. Emily put her hand to her chin as she said that she thought she needed to meet this man anyway. Harvey closed his eye, looking ahead. The old man was wearing a fur collar, as he wondered what she was talking about right now. He was sitting behind the female advisor, who replied that he was right and that she needed to see for herself. The man had a cup in his hand when he said that she was free to do as she pleased. Harvey frowned deeply when he added that if he was found to be a member of the cult, she should kill him immediately. Emily was standing by the window when she disagreed with him, saying that if he was an accomplice, she would turn the cult's plan against them. The old man was sitting at the table when he asked about her turning him into a double spy. The older man closed his eyes when he said that the whole situation was making him furious. The blonde girl had her back turned when she replied that they would look into the matter and that he should only focus on the future affairs of the Union, since he would have to take over after the head of Wulim resigned. The advisor turned to Harvey, adding that she and Chief Advisor Charlie would resolve the issue soon. The bearded old man was drinking tea when he thought that anything could be expected of her, and then agreed with her, saying that he trusted her. Emily was shown in profile. Her back was to Harvey, who wondered if she thought he didn't know that she and the chief advisor had used the position of the Wuling chieftain as an excuse for their clan to ally. The water in the cup began to boil when he said that one way or another, according to the words of this amateur genius, the heavenly demon sword would try to attack them. The old man poured out the contents of the mug when he added that in that case, he would feel firsthand why people all over the world cowered in fear when they heard the name of the Tang clan. Steam rose from the liquid that had landed on the floor. The moonlight illuminated the trees. A carriage passed along the high cliffs. The harnessed horses galloped forward. Chuck ran, breathing heavily. The protagonist's mouth was wide open. Mike looked away with concentration. Kate looked displeased when she said that he would fall very soon. The dark-haired young man looked away with concern when he said that he really knew how to surprise in many ways, and that he never imagined that he would run so far. He was in front of the girl, who asked the guy to finally stop, explaining that it was dark outside and nothing could be seen, and that if he fell, there could be problems. Mike looked ahead with indifference when he said that he had already fallen, then he was asked again. The protagonist fell forward. He fell while standing near the carriage. Kate opened her mouth wide when she asked to stop immediately. Jack looked at the horses in front of him. The girl jumped out of the carriage, turning to Chuck. She took a step forward when she asked if he was okay. The body of the advisor lay in front of her. The hair of the protagonist was shown, who answered that he was more dead than alive. His trembling palm touched the ground. Kate held out her hands to the protagonist, who said that his heart was pounding and that he felt like he was dying, and was asked why he kept running and if he was completely crazy. Mike was standing next to the girl when he said that he did not give him the command to stop. They were next to Chuck when the boy suggested that he decided to rest without his permission. The protagonist's face was sweating when he stuttered that the road was wrong, so he stopped. In front of the boys was an open wagon. Mike turned his head to the side when he asked him again, saying that there was no other path. The protagonist showed the way, sitting in front of them, when he explained that in order to get to his house, they needed to go down that way, through the forest. The moonlight fell on the forest path. Kate looked ahead worriedly when she wondered if he stopped, since they had reached their destination. Chuck was sitting on the ground when he answered that it seemed so. The girl and the boy looked surprised when they thought about why the guy didn't say it right away. Jack put his hands on his hips when he asked how far it was from there to his house, to which he replied that it wasn't that far, and that it was about a half-hour's walk. The dark-haired man's mouth dropped open when he said that it was a bit far. He turned around, looking back when he added that it looked like the wagon wouldn't be able to get through there. The boys were in front of Jack when the main character said that he would go alone. The protagonist opened one eye as he explained that his home was in a remote and sparsely populated village that was cut off from the rest of the world and lived off of farming and hunting. The bearded man looked ahead as he said that strangers like them would probably cause a stir if they showed up in this village. Chuck sat on the ground in front of him as he replied that that was true, and that on top of that, they were not ordinary people, but willing warriors. He rested his hands on his knees. The advisor stood in front of his comrades as he admitted that he did not want to disturb the peaceful life of the villagers anyway. The carriage was in front of them as the protagonist explained that there was another village called Qinglian a few kilometers away, and that it was a cozy enough place for them to spend the night, and that they would meet again in this place tomorrow morning. The boys exchanged meaningful glances. Mike looked confused when he said that he seemed to have forgotten that he was his escort, and then asked if he couldn't go with him. The dark-haired boy stood in front of the protagonist, who replied that he and his sister were the same age, but he felt awkward showing the poverty and weakness of his loved ones to strangers. Sweat appeared on Mike's face when he added that if the boy went with him, he would feel sorry for his sister. The boys stood opposite each other when Chuck said that even if the cult wanted to catch him, they probably didn't know anything about this place, so they shouldn't worry. The dark-haired boy looked at him carefully when he asked about the practice. The advisor looked confused when he asked him again, answering that it was very sudden. Mike opened his mouth, looking ahead, when he reminded him that the man himself said that he wanted to learn techniques that could save his life in a critical situation. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when he asked about whether the man was really offering to train now. Jack and Kate looked at each other, thinking about how unexpected it was, and whether the man was really offering it while being serious. The young man looked at the protagonist intently when he answered that if he wanted to go without an escort, he should first learn a certain technique, and that he just didn't know how quickly he would learn it, and whether he would be able to use it. The advisor followed Mike when he told him to follow him. Chuck walked behind the young man, looking at him when he said that there was a flat place in this forest for training. The guys stood behind Mike, who said that it would take some time, so the rest could take a nap. The protagonist watched the boy leave, wondering why he had decided to train so abruptly. The protagonist turned to Kate and Jack. The boys were walking away from the carriage, while the man was thinking about how, as Mike had said, it was better to teach him the techniques when the opportunity arose. The girl and the driver watched their comrades leave. The full moon shone above them. The bearded man looked ahead tensely when he said that the man accompanying him was also an unusual person. Kate crossed her arms over her chest when she said that maybe they really should take a nap, and that they would not go and watch them. Jack opened his mouth, looking ahead when he replied that of course they would not go. The girl was behind him when he explained that willing warriors were forbidden to spy on others' training. Kate yawned when she agreed with him, adding that in that case, she would still go and take a nap. The man had his back to her when he told her to go, and he would keep watch, and that danger could be anywhere. The moon illuminated the steep cliffs. The boys were standing opposite each other when Chuck thought about how it would be good to learn a move that could save him in a critical situation. The protagonist looked thoughtful when he realized that this would be his first combat move. The protagonist was shown in profile when he thought about the fact that he didn't even know if he could do it. Mike looked ahead determinedly. A tree was shown. A dense forest grew under it. Jack was sitting on the roof of the carriage. His foot touched the surface when the girl said that she didn't think they would really be up all night. Kate looked away sadly when she added that the sun would rise soon. She nimbly jumped onto the carriage. Her feet touched the roof of the carriage. The girl was standing near the driver when she asked how long they were going to train. She turned her head to the side, asking how strong this technique was that it took her all night to practice. Jack looked serious as he replied that it was probably not that strong, and that he didn't think it would be that hard to learn. Kate sat down on the roof. She was sitting next to the man when she said that she didn't think it would be that hard to learn either. They looked ahead carefully. A young man appeared in front of them, then they realized it was Mike. The boy was standing straight, looking forward seriously. The boys jumped down to the ground. They stood in front of Mike when they asked why he was alone and where the advisor was. The boy's mouth opened wide, yawning as he replied that he went straight to his house because it would be too much trouble to go back to them before heading upstairs. Jack and Kate looked shocked. The bearded man looked at the girl's back. Sweat broke out on her face as she thought about how he should have at least said goodbye first. The boys were standing in front of her. Kate was watching the yawning boy as she said that it looked like he had a rough night. Mike had one eye open as he replied that he hadn't really, and that he had even gotten some sleep that night. The boy looked at her closely as he added that to be honest that was why he wasn't sure if he had really mastered the technique, so she asked him again and reminded him that he was a teacher and then asked how he could do that. Jack and Kate were standing next to Mike as he explained that he was more passionate than he thought and that he had been practicing the technique all night and then asked how he could have been watching him all that time. The boy took a step as he announced that he was going to get some sleep. He approached the carriage as he asked his companions to wake him up when they reached the tavern. The boys turned away from him, wondering if they could let the protagonist go alone. Kate looked ahead worriedly as she wondered why she was so uneasy. The sun was shining through the thick bushes. The protagonist was walking along a narrow path. The protagonist was shown in profile as he thought about how it had been months since he had seen his mother and sister. His feet touched the ground as he thought about how he was afraid that they had only gotten worse since then. There was a small settlement in front of the counselor, as he decided that he would take them to the doctor to prescribe them some tonics, and that he would also buy them a new set of clothes. Chuck looked ahead with a smile as he thought about how he should buy them more meat since they could use some now, and how his sister was getting to the age where she wanted to look good so he would buy her a hair accessory. Hills and mountains were visible ahead. A lone tree was shown. The protagonist looked ahead in shock. He stopped in front of a large tree. Human bodies were hanging from its branches when the protagonist asked what all this meant. Chuck gritted his teeth, cursing and wondering what he could have done. The advisor turned around when someone said his name. A man was standing in front of him and said that it was indeed him. The protagonist was in front of him when he asked the escort what he was doing there. Roger looked scared when he answered that the head of the escort had dragged them there. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when he asked him again in his mind. There were bodies hanging in front of them when Chuck asked him just not to tell him that the head of the escort did it. The boys looked at each other when the escort answered in the affirmative, adding that he ordered them to do it. The advisor looked at the man seriously when he asked why he would come there and do such a thing. Roger's mouth dropped open when he answered that it was all because he was jealous of him. The protagonist looked surprised when he asked him again, swearing, and then asked what he was talking about. The men stood next to each other when the escort explained that after he was kicked out of the escort center, the chief personally went on an escort mission, and that after the death of the previous head of security, most of the leaders quit, so he had no choice but to join the mission himself. The guy sat down, spreading his arms out to the sides. The protagonist stood before the escort, who added that he had managed to re-establish relations with the Green Forest bandits, and that he was also determined to create a new escort route. Chuck looked ahead angrily as Roger concluded that it was probably all thanks to him. The escort sat before the advisor as he explained that the young man had always been a thorn in his side, as he had flawlessly carried out everything the former escort leader had asked of him. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as the man explained that his eloquence and decisions, especially regarding the situation in Aso Fortress, had made him very jealous. Roger was shown in profile as he said that, in any case, the escort mission he had led had not gone so smoothly. They were facing each other as the escort explained how he had failed to say anything of value at the first fortress he had encountered, Hyuxa, and that the entire escorted cargo had ended up being looted, adding that he now realized that this was to be expected since he did not have the same talents as Chuck. The protagonist stared ahead intently as Roger said that more importantly, with the Murim Alliance and the demon cult engaged in an all-out war, the Green Forest was no longer what it had been in the past, and that they did not care about any relationships and simply took whatever they wanted from anyone they met. Bodies hung from the branches of a tree as the man explained that the problem was that the escorted cargo was quite large this time, and that once he paid compensation, Jinsen escort might have to close down. The advisor looked at the escort who said that after he had been robbed of all his goods and had returned in a devastated state, he had started hearing rumors about the protagonist again. Roger frowned deeply as he added that they were rumors that seemed unbelievable, and that they said that the protagonist had become a military advisor to the Murim Alliance, and had made a mockery of the demon cult. The man in the blindfold looked down seriously as he said that it drove him crazy every time he heard such rumors. Chuck held out his hand to the side as he stood in front of him as he wondered if that was why he had done what he had done. They were in the center of a small clearing when the escort responded in the affirmative, saying that he had gone completely crazy and remembered that his family lived there, then gathered a few escort warriors and rushed in without thinking. The protagonist looked worried as Roger explained that he said that there was no way a simple porter could become a military advisor to the Murim Alliance, and that since the protagonist said that he was returning to his family, he wanted to see for himself. Chuck looked at the man in front of him, who said that he really didn't want to go with him, but was afraid that he might do something crazy, so he came to stop him if he did. The escort looked down sadly as he added that he couldn't do anything, and that the crazy escort leader and the warriors he brought there all hated the advisor. Human bodies were hanging from a tree as Roger explained that when they wanted to hang his mother and sister, several villagers tried to stop them, and that's how every villager ended up hanging from a tree. The blindfolded man looked ahead determinedly, adding that he thought it was lucky that they weren't killed, and that they were just unconscious. The protagonist looked up, lifting his head as he thought about how hard it was to imagine that they were treated like this because they were trying to help his mother and sister. The escort was in front of the protagonist as he asked why he was there. Roger was standing in front of the young man as he said that he believed that he had truly become a military advisor to the Murim Alliance, and then asked if the rumors were true. Chuck opened his mouth, looking up. Above them were the bodies of the villagers. The protagonist looked ahead confidently as he asked where his mother and sister were. The escort was standing behind the protagonist as he replied that they were in their home, and that fortunately they were still safe, so he should not worry. Chuck began to walk away from the man as he thanked him for his help. The man grabbed his wrist, saying his name. Roger pulled the advisor's hand when he advised him to just run away, warning him that if he returned home, his mother and sister could be in even greater danger. The man in the blindfold, looking ahead, exclaimed that if he did not appear before him, he could stop in a few days and leave. The protagonist stood in front of the escort when he asked if he had not said that he was completely crazy, to which the man replied that he had. The protagonist looked determined when he explained that such a person would most likely kill people in a fit of anger. The guy walked past the tree with the bodies when he added that therefore he had to put an end to it, and that he was the only one who could stop it since it was hunting him. Chuck introduced the smiling head of the escort. People gathered in front of the house. A woman was sitting in front of Bob when he said that since ancient times they say that someone who forgets the kindness of others is considered worse than a beast. The frightened girl looked at the head of the escort, who added that if she was human, then of course she should be thanked. Sweat was pouring down the woman's face when he ordered more force to be applied to the massage, otherwise it was not at all refreshing. The advisor's foot touched the ground. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. Sophie looked amazed when she recognized him as her brother. The protagonist's mother wrapped her arms around the man's shin. Clarissa looked away intently. Bob looked ahead with a wild look when he exclaimed that he was finally there. He was guarded by the escort warriors. Chuck frowned, looking ahead. The corpulent man's mouth fell open when he asked if they saw that he was right. The men looked in the same direction when they wondered how people like him could become military advisors, to which the chief replied that he said that it was just rumors. The protagonist stood behind his mother when he turned to her, informing her that he had returned. The woman was massaging Bob's legs when she said that she saw and that she was grateful to the head of the escort for giving him a job, so his mother was doing him a small favor. The protagonist looked down sadly as he thanked her, saying that now that he was there, she could stop, and then turned to his sister, repeating the same thing. The brunette looked forward in relief as she agreed with her brother. Someone grabbed her arm. Bob looked away in displeasure, as he said that he didn't tell them to stop. The head of security smiled widely as he asked about how much money he had already given them, and whether they were going to just leave, adding that if they survived by his grace, the least they could do was thank him. Chuck gritted his teeth and looked forward as he addressed Bob by name and ordered him to stop. The man looked angry as he asked what he had said. The warriors glared ahead as they thought about what an arrogant bastard he was and how dare he say the chief's name. The advisor stood in front of the chief and his soldiers as he said that his mother volunteered out of gratitude, and as a favor to him. A woman's hand was shown as he added that thanks to this, they would be able to leave there alive. The angry protagonist stood in front of Bob as he explained that he would just assume that his mother really did volunteer and that would be the end of it, and that he would take his subordinates and leave with them, threatening that if he did not, he would be furious and not let them go. The escort leader's mouth dropped open as he asked if he was crazy and who was letting who go. Bob pointed at the protagonist in front of him as he ordered him to kneel before him, and then called him a worthless plowman. The warriors held their weapons as they asked the young man if he was crazy and then ordered him to kneel. He was struck in the leg with a spear. Chuck fell to his knees in front of the soldiers. Clarissa looked ahead with concern as she called her son's name. The advisor smiled tightly as he told his mother and sister not to worry about him, adding that they could go into the house and that he would take care of the bad guys. The warriors looked in one direction with anger as the protagonist asked his loved ones to trust him. Bob kicked his pelvis as he exclaimed that this pathetic bastard had gone completely crazy. He snatched the weapon from the soldier's hand. The head of the escort stood in front of his subordinate as he said that punishment was the only way to deal with crazy bastards. The man began to beat the protagonist viciously when he suggested that he try to open his mouth now. The people present watched the beating of the boy. The spear broke from another blow to his body. Chuck buried his face in the ground. Bob raised his hands above his head as he shouted that he was not so fast and that they still had a long way to go. The man swung the weapon, striking the boy. His mother and sister looked ahead in horror. The woman grabbed her daughter by the hand. Clarissa pulled Sophie along with her, then she turned to her mother. The woman turned to her as she explained that her brother was the type to do whatever he said, and that since he asked them to go into the house, they should take his word for it. The brunette, crying, looked ahead as she objected, answering that her brother was suffering from this. The mother in front of her looked determined when she said that there was nothing they could do to help him now, and then suggested that she do as he said so that Chuck would not feel burdened by them. Bob hit the protagonist on the back. The door slammed shut with a distinctive sound. The head of security swung his arm at the protagonist when he wondered why his father relied on this worthless servant, and whether he realized that he was a loser because of him. Bob looked angry when he opened his mouth and asked the guy what he was doing, reminding him that he said he would take care of them. The dark-haired man looked forward with a mad look when he wondered how dare he shout that he would help him, and why he was being beaten now. Chuck was hit on the head, then he told the head of the escort to stop. Bob gripped the stick with both hands. The protagonist braced his hands on the ground. He was on all fours in front of the head of security. The protagonist looked away with a smirk when he suggested a one-on-one duel. Bob's face was sweating. Chuck turned his head, gritting his teeth, when he said that if he was so confident, they should duel one-on-one. The man with the stick was standing next to the advisor when he asked him again. The warriors looked ahead when they wondered what happened to his head after he was beaten. Then someone suggested that the guy must have gone crazy. Bob's mouth opened wide, angry when he asked how this impudent bastard dared to say such a thing. The protagonist was in front of the escort leader when he replied that he didn't look confident, and that he thought all he could do was run around with a bunch of minions and lord it over the weak. The protagonist looked pleased when he asked about how their cargo was stolen, and they ran away to the mountains, adding that Bob was a real coward. The man hit Chuck with a stick as he cursed and told him to shut up. The warriors stared ahead in silence. Blood was running down the advisor's face as he said that he was at least 100 times weaker than him, and that's why he couldn't think about going into a one-on-one fight. The head of the escort frowned, looking down as he replied that he was indeed helping him. The man pointed to the guy in front of him as he explained that he had just helped him find a way to kill him legally, and then he agreed with him, saying that he would fulfill his wish. The warriors stood on either side of them as Bob asked what they would use, offering a sword and a blade. The protagonist looked at the head of the guard with a smile as he replied that these weapons killed quickly and that if it was over too quickly it wouldn't be fun, so it would be better to use something else. The corpulent man looked down with satisfaction as he said that this would be their last meeting, so he could tell him whatever he wanted. Bob stood in front of Chuck, who asked him what he had in his hands. The head of the guard stuck his tongue out as he laughed, saying that it was enough to satisfy his taste, and then asked if the guy wanted him to beat him with it until he died. The man looked at the warriors behind him as he ordered them to make another one, to which they responded in the affirmative. Someone broke a stick over his leg. The soldier smirked at the advisor as he called him an arrogant bastard, saying that he would bleed for his pride. The protagonist snatched the stick from him as he replied that they would see who would bleed. The warrior clenched his fist, his mouth hanging open as he exclaimed that he was still arrogant, even though he was about to die. The protagonist turned around, looking at Bob, who told him to get out of the way. Chuck pointed the stick at the head of the escort when he thought that he hadn't expected to have to use it so soon. The corpulent man gritted his teeth and looked ahead. The advisor held the stick in front of him when he realized that he had to succeed or die. The setting sun shone on the bamboo stalks. Game was roasting on the fire. The boys were sitting around the fire. Jack smiled widely and exclaimed that everything was ready. He looked at the boy when he asked him to put out the fire so that it wouldn't start a forest fire. The people were standing in the middle of a small clearing when he agreed with him. Someone tore off part of the roasting prey. Kate looked at the food with admiration when she was told that one of the legs was hers. Mike looked at the food with a smile when he was told the same thing. Jack started eating when he exclaimed that since he was a big guy, the rest would be his. The boys were standing in front of the man when the boy said that he thought he would have to catch a few more to match his size. The dark-haired man's eyes were closed when he asked what he was talking about, explaining that he wasn't much of an eater. The girl was standing in front of him when she answered in the affirmative, adding that he consumed 10 chickens and 7 portions of beef stew in one sitting, and only ate about 5 kilograms of pork. A smile appeared on Jack's face when he said that if she didn't know, he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Kate stuck out her tongue when she wondered if the man thought she would believe that, to which he replied that he was serious, and then asked about the last time she had ever seen him lie. Mike's mouth dropped open, looking ahead. The girl was in front of him when she addressed him and asked if he really wasn't going to tell them what he had taught the protagonist. The boy was eating meat when he replied that it was nothing special. Kate and Mike were standing across from each other when she asked him why he didn't tell them if it was nothing special and what the problem was. The boy looked straight ahead seriously when he said it was bloodless heart puncture. The girl and Jack looked shocked. They were standing across from the boy when they mentally asked him again. The dark-haired man looked down thoughtfully when he said that the name sounded absolutely amazing. Mike held a piece of meat in front of him when he explained that it was a martial art that didn't require much thought and that it involved punching a vital point to destroy an opponent. His comrades looked at him indifferently when Kate suggested that, in simple terms, he taught him how to poke. Mike looked away reproachfully when he answered in the affirmative, adding that he taught him to choose a target and then concentrate and hit it accurately. The girl looked ahead boredly when she asked if that was all he did that night. The boy looked at his comrades in front of him seriously as he asked her not to even begin, saying that focus, tenacity, and persistence were just a bunch of arms and legs. Kate looked away with a concentrated look as she said that even if he trained all night, it would be hard to use it without the energy inside. Jack bit into a piece of meat with his eyes closed as he asked what it was, saying that it was just a matter of learning something. The boys were standing in the middle of the forest as the man asked what he was doing now, to which he was told that he was probably sitting and talking to his family. The protagonist's pupils narrowed. A series of blows were thrown at his body. Bob hit Chuck with a stick when he asked how he dared to talk about one-on-one combat, calling him an arrogant bastard and suggesting that he must want to die. The counselor's mother and sister closed their eyes. The blow landed on his stomach. The protagonist was standing in front of the head of the guard when he started coughing. The protagonist flew back from the force of the blow. Chuck was lying on the ground, hunched over. Bob stood next to him when he reminded him that he had asked him for a duel and asked if he was thinking about giving up already. The guy stuck a stick into the ground. The soldiers were watching the duel. The head of the escort looked angry when he suggested that the young man stand up. The advisor pointed the stick at the man. Bob looked ahead with a wild look as he said that now that he was in position, it was time to attack and that he shouldn't die so quickly. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face as he thought about the vital spot. The head of the escort was in front of him as the boy realized that he needed to find a vital point in his body. The protagonist's vision of his opponent was blurry as he thought about the fatal vital point that would cause death was in a position that was difficult to damage. Chuck was swinging his stick in front of his opponent, as he realized that, in addition, the enemy was constantly moving. Bob's face was shown up close as the advisor thought about how, despite this, hitting such a spot on an opponent who had mastered martial arts was something he couldn't even do with his talents right now, and that the most accessible place he could inflict maximum damage was right there. The protagonist frowned deeply as he realized where it was. The man's chin was shown as the protagonist pondered that while it was not a fatal vital point, it was one of the softest places he could do much damage. The spear fragment hit the stick as the head of the guard exclaimed that he was doing the right thing by attacking. Bob was in front of Chuck as he added that only then would it truly feel like a duel. The guy's eye was shown close up. The head of the escort opened his mouth, looking ahead as the advisor realized that this was his chance. The protagonist held out a sharp stick in front of him. The man looked ahead tensely. The head of the guard dodged the blow, assuming that he was trying to strike his neck. The duel was watched from the sidelines as Bob asked if that was what he was thinking. The man held his hands out as he said it was his turn. The protagonist stuck out his tongue as he was struck. Chuck grabbed his throat, starting to cough. The opponents stood opposite each other. The head of the escort opened his mouth wide as he exclaimed that he had been gentle with him because if he hadn't, he would have died immediately. The people were in front of the house when the man added that he would never have let such fun end like that. He swung the broken piece of his spear. It hit the counselor's shoulder. Bob attacked the guy, swinging his stick and asking him to endure all this and hold on until he got tired of it. The head of the guard swung at the protagonist when he warned that this time it would be his head. The protagonist's eyes widened when he added that he couldn't do that because the guy would die quickly if he did that. Bob swung, aiming for the torso when he reminded him that he had asked him to be patient. Chuck leaned forward from the blow. The counselor, gritting his teeth, looked ahead. The man raised his hands, his mouth open, when he asked how dare he look at him. The head of the escort slapped the boy with a furious look when he questioned him for thinking that someone like him could defeat him and hurt him. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when he thought about how only one blow was needed. Bob looked insane as he beat the boy when he wondered how dare the lowly porter look at him with disdain. The soldiers watched the mockery while the head of the guard thought about how he hated that look and mocked it, yet it still lingered like a weed that he could not get rid of. The protagonist was hit in the stomach again when Bob thought about how he, who had both wealth and power, must feel inferior to the likes of this boy. The man's eyes blazed with fire as he thought about how if this unfortunate relationship between them did not end, he would have to live with this nasty feeling of defeat for the rest of his life. The head of the escort took another swing at Chuck when he decided that he would instead force him to submit to him, even if it meant killing him. The advisor's eyes widened. Bob hit the protagonist on the shoulder. The protagonist gritted his teeth in pain. Chuck aimed the stick at his opponent. Blood spurted from the wound. The head of the guard looked forward in fury as he shouted that he had finally succeeded after his last foolish attempt. The advisor was hit on the head when the man exclaimed that even if he resisted, the boy should never cross certain lines, calling him an insufferable dirty bastard and adding that if he did, he would not be able to control himself. A powerful blow to the head spurted blood as Bob concluded that he was no longer fun to play with. The youth planted his hand on the ground. The head of the escort continued to hit him, telling him to take 100 such attacks before he died. Clarissa and Sophie gritted their teeth, closing their eyes. Someone slammed their hand on the ground. The protagonist extended his hand with the stick forward, deciding that he still had a chance to hit. The protagonist lunged towards the man, thinking that as long as he was breathing, this chance would definitely present itself. The stick ended up near Bob's head. The leader's eyes burned with fury when he assumed that the guy still had the strength to resist, and then asked about how didn't he say that it wasn't fun anymore. Chuck's comrades were watching the fight, when the opponent just wished him to die. Jack, Kate and Mike were standing nearby. The guy dug his feet into the ground. He bent over, standing in front of the head of security, who cursed, asking if he still wanted to try. The girl and the bearded man looked forward, wondering why he couldn't just give in and was so stupidly stubborn. Jack looked away thoughtfully, wondering if he had always been this reckless. Mike stared ahead as he replied that it wasn't stubbornness, but determination. Bob ducked the advisor's attack as the boy added that it was determination to hit the spot he had chosen, no matter what. The head of security held a stick over his head as the boy concluded that it was unlikely that things would go his way, since there was too much of a difference in skill. Bob struck the protagonist in the head when Mike decided that he needed to intervene, since it looked like things were about to get really bad. Blood was streaming down the boy's face when someone suggested that they watch a little longer. Kate and Jack were looking in the same direction when the girl replied that he had already taken too many hits. The protagonist began to fall backwards when she added that if they missed the time, they might not be able to save him. The boys were standing next to each other when Mike objected, explaining that the man was right and that for some reason he felt like it was not the right time to interfere. Chuck pointed the stick at the enemy when the boy added that this was not just a fight and that this was his first real fight with a real weapon. Bob glared at the stick. He was standing in front of the advisor when he exclaimed that this was very annoying. The head of security was enveloped in a fiery aura when he wished death on the boy. The protagonist was attacked in the shoulder. He lay on the ground in front of the enemy. Blood vessels burst in his eyes. The protagonist, looking forward determinedly, put his hand out. Mike looked surprised when he thought that this could not be happening. Sweat was pouring down Bob's face. Chuck's bloody face was shown. The advisor struck the head of the escort. People were in the yard in front of the house when someone wondered how this was possible. The boys looked forward, standing next to each other, as the boy thought about how cool that was, and how hard it was to imagine that he actually succeeded by suddenly changing his aim. The protagonist gritted his teeth when Mike added that he thought he wanted the enemy to lower his guard, and intentionally kept aiming for the neck to deliver a surprise blow. Bob brought his hand to his face. Liquid was leaking from his nostrils and eyes. The head of the guard fell to the ground, screaming loudly. His body lay in front of the enemy. Clarice and Sophie looked shocked. Bob was sobbing, lying on the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth, breathing heavily. The warrior in the blindfold looked down in concern as he addressed the leader. The soldiers ran to his body, asking Chuck how he dared to do this, assuming that he had a death wish. The warriors looked forward in surprise when they were told to stop right there. The advisor's comrades appeared in front of them. The faces of the boys were shown up close. The protagonist looked away with a smile. He leaned forward, closing his eyes as he thought that he could finally rest. The protagonist was lying on the ground as he realized that he was very tired. He clenched his teeth, crying. The warriors looked forward menacingly as they cursed, asking about where they came from and who they were. Jack stood next to his friends as he said that they were not escorts, and that they were more like a gang of robbers, and then asked Mike to go and teach them a lesson. The boy turned around, looking at the man as he replied that he was about to do so. He grabbed the spear from the warrior, saying that he would borrow it for now. Mike charged at the soldier, swinging the weapon. The boy fought 3 warriors at once. He swung the spear in front of himself several times. Kate was next to Jack when she asked Chuck if he was okay. The girls ran out of the house calling for his son and brother. The tall man held him in his arms when he asked them not to worry, assuring them that he would be fine. In front of them, the boy was fighting the warriors when he added that they needed to stabilize him first. A wooden house was shown. The small window had no glass. The boys were standing next to their comrade's bed. The injured advisor's eyes were closed. Kate looked thoughtful when she realized that he really was incredible. The girls were standing next to the protagonist when she thought about how she assumed it would be impossible, but he managed to defeat the man with tenacity, persistence, and determination. The blue eyes were shown up close as Kate added that it wasn't because that martial artist was third-rate. The redhead watched the protagonist as she thought that with his determination, even if he fought a first-rate martial artist, he would win. There was blood on Chuck's face as she decided that maybe not as fast, but the end result would be the same. The protagonist was lying on the bed. The girl was sobbing and asked that he wasn't going to die, right? Looking straight ahead, Kate replied that he shouldn't worry, he wasn't going to die, he just fainted in relief when he saw that they had arrived. The woman treated the wounds and said that her reverse might look fragile on the outside, but inside he was a very strong person. No matter how deep his wounds were, he would never leave this world before them. Looking down, Jack said that he was right, he was stronger than many in this world. Stretching his hand forward, he added that although his injuries look serious, they should not affect his life, so they should not worry. Stamping his foot, the guy said that thanks to this bastard, who overestimated his strength, who held back. Frowning, he added that he was able to get him with a bloodless puncture of the heart. Raising his hand up, Mike said that but he did not accept the heart in a bloodless puncture as a weak spot of a person. He was very precise in this matter. Smiling, the man replied that maybe this bastard will not die, but he will definitely not escape the fate of the eunuch. Closing her eyes, the girl said that they will stop talking about it, they do not see, there are women here. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Jack said that damn, it was disrespectful of him to say something in the presence of unmarried women, and Kate said that they need a doctor. Looking straight ahead, she asked where they should go to find him, to which the girl replied that there was no one nearby, they needed to go to Chongreianhyang. Looking to the side, Kate said that she should go get a doctor with the lady. Looking at the hero, she added that although his injuries were not life-threatening, they were still quite serious. If they used the wrong medicine, he could get an infection. Pointing to the side, Mike asked that shouldn't he just deal with those people swarming outside, said that he wanted to hang them on a tree like they hung the villagers. Smiling, Jack said that it sounded fun, he would do it. A tree appeared in the distance. People were hanging from it. Blood was running down the man's face. A view of the Sichuan province opened up. The estate of the fragrance of the sword appeared. The view of the city opened up. It was said that half a day's journey from the Tang clan there was an estate that was famous for its especially fragrant tea. Flowers appeared. The thought arose that however, recently, the sword estate was not emanating the smell of fragrant tea, but a heavy atmosphere of unrest. People were sitting in the gazebo. Sarah was holding a cup in her hands. Dylan was sitting in front of her. The people were sitting in the gazebo silently. Frowning, the guy said that they finally got a break. He could not believe that they were drinking such fragrant tea among such fragrant and beautiful flowers in the midst of a war. Looking at him, the girl replied that the flowers were certainly beautiful, but the tea was not fragrant at all, it was too bitter. Grinning, Dylan said that it was because she had not experienced the bitterness of life, so she thought that the tea tasted bitter, to which the girl replied that he was the same, there was only an 8-year age difference between them. Turning his head, the guy said that the Fragrant Sword Manor is a place where many people in Jianghu become friends just because of tea. It is also a place where the aroma of tea is better than the aroma of black tea. Sarah closed her eyes and said that, but still, there is only bitterness in her mouth. Emily lowered her gaze. They sat silently at the table. Sarah widened her eyes and asked if something unpleasant had happened to her. Raising her finger, she added that why did she look so gloomy since this morning. Dylan closed his eyes and said that something was upsetting. There really was something. Looking straight ahead, he added that right now, not only the Dako clan was staying at the Fragrant Sword Manor, but also the Kunlun sect, the Mystic Combat Squad, and the monks of the Ma sect, but the one she wanted to see the most was not here. Sarah smirked and said that the scholar Mirima. Looking straight ahead, Emily heard that he went home for a short time, but why did it take so long? The girl widened her eyes and asked what was right. The Phoenix sword seemed to be traveling with the Mirim scholar as well. Frowning, Dylan replied that yes, she was his bodyguard. Smirking, Sarah asked what was under her protection, said that she believed it was really important. Suddenly, the girl stood up. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that it was probably because such treatment was justified, that was why she did it. Sitting at the table, the boy heard him say that he had heard rumors about this person. Crossing his arms, he replied that yes, recently the most talk was about the Mirim scholar and the heavenly demon saber. Smirking, Dylan asked what she wanted to hear first. Looking down, the girl replied that they would start with easy topics. The boy lowered his head. Walking straight ahead, he said that there were rumors that the Mirima scholar would not be coming here, but would be heading directly to the Dako clan. Looking to the side, the girl asked that everyone including the patriarch were here. Why would he go there? Looking straight ahead, Dylan replied that he did not know the reason, however, he knew that the origin of the rumor was from a member of the Dako clan. Standing behind the girl, he added that people thought that he had heard the news that she was here, and was trying to avoid her. Emily turned around after hearing this. Looking at the boy, she asked again, to which he replied that they said that he was scared, and so he was going to meet the Mirima Alliance advisor. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that it seemed like people were just inevitably talking about where he was going and where she was going. She began to walk forward. Looking at the tree, the girl asked what rumors were going around about the heavenly demon saber. Putting his hand to his face, Dylan replied that he thought she already knew about it. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that if he was talking about the heavenly demon saber sending a request for a duel to the Chinqing sect leader, then yes, she had heard about it. Grinning, the guy said that it was as expected. Frowning, the girl said that however, come to think of it, the rumor had already begun to spread. Raising his finger, Dylan said that it was possible that the demon cult was actively spreading this rumor. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that he should tell her more about this rumor. Frowning, Dylan said that the heavenly demon saber had requested a one-on-one duel with the Chinqing sect leader. If he lost, he would offer his head and order the demon cult to immediately retreat from Sichuan. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that in turn, if he won, the Chinqing sect would have to close down for the next 10 years. Looking down, Sarah asked him if he was crazy. The girl raised her eyebrows and replied that then it was safe to say that they had spread this rumor on purpose. Raising her head, she added that the heavenly demon saber was only the vanguard commander in this war. He did not have the authority to order a retreat from the territories they occupied. Frowning, the guy said that then, the real rumor they wanted to spread might be. Looking at him, Sarah asked what kind of rumor it was. Closing his eyes, Dylan replied that if the Chinqing sect refused his request, they would not just close their sect, but destroy the entire sect. They would be attacked as soon as they refused, and the Chinqing sect would turn into ashes. The girl exclaimed in amazement. Looking straight ahead, she asked that this was crazy and arrogant, but why did it seem a little cool? Sarah smirked and said that the young martial artist was asking for a duel with the head of the great Chinqing sect, and if they refused, he would destroy them. There couldn't be anyone in the world more crazy or arrogant than him. Emily looked straight ahead and said that he was currently waging psychological warfare. They looked at her in astonishment. Dylan frowned and thought that it was psychological warfare. Emily looked straight ahead and said that the rumors about the demon cult were a complete bluff. She looked to the side and added that there were currently more than 2,000 disciples in the Chinqing sect. Even if the demon cult mobilized everyone in the Sichuan branch, it would not be enough to defeat the Chinqing sect. Walking forward, she said that since the siege required several times more manpower than the defense, he still said that he would exterminate them if the Chinqing sect rejected his request. Emily looked down. There were flowers growing on the ground. The girl crouched down. Dylan frowned and said that this was nonsense. There was no point in leaving Sichuan undefended when they had already occupied it with the purpose of attacking the Chinqing sect. Holding the flower in her hands, the girl replied that although the demon cult had now taken over Sichuan, if you look at it from another perspective, they were trapped because they couldn't just leave it empty. Looking down, Emily said, as for their army, the Tang clan and the Chinqing sect had already united, and although it would take some time, once the Diancon sect joined them. The petals flew up, and she added that until the war to retake Sichuan began, they could only stay in Sichuan while waiting for reinforcements. A glow appeared around the flowers, and it was heard that the martial artists from the Mystic Squad, the Dako clan, the Kunlun sect, and the Amei sect had temporarily gathered in the manor. The Chinqing sect and the Tang clan were 25 kilometers away. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that the demon cult would definitely know that they would be attacked by all of them if they even came one step closer to this place, and so they would not take any rash actions. Frowning, Dylan replied that if that was the case, then the reason for their provocations was to make them think that they were much more powerful than they thought, and spread a sense of fear and anxiety everywhere. Turning around, Emily replied that it was quite logical. She was holding a flower in her hands. Looking straight ahead, Sarah retorted. Raising her eyebrows, she asked that didn't Scholar Murima warn about something like this, that the heavenly demon saber would appear in the Sichuan branch and attack the Chinqing sect as well as the Tang clan before the Diancon sect joined the main force. Smirking, the girl asked what she thought about it. The girl lowered her gaze. Emily looked away and thought that was why it sounded rather suspicious. Looking up, she added that if he really was acting on the sky demon's saber, then everything fell into place. She had to find out who he was at all costs. A star appeared in the sky. A view of the village opened up. The girl was sitting on the porch of the house. She lowered her head, thinking about her brother. The man took a step forward. The girl raised her head. She looked at the guy in amazement. The buckets fell to the floor. Stretching her hand out to the side, the sister said that he should take this. Grinning, Mike replied that everything was fine, no need, they had eaten recently. Looking at the bucket, the girl said that they were probably hungry after such a long journey. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he had eaten enough to be full for a long time. There was food on the table. It was heard that the villagers had apparently brought it. Closing her eyes, the sister said that yes, she told them that they did not need to bring anything else. But it seemed that they would bring food as long as they, their saviors, remained here. Looking away, Mike replied that he was a bodyguard and his brother, and being called a savior was a bit of a stretch. Sitting in front of him, the girl asked that but he saved them, how could she call him anything else, to which the guy asked that he had not woken up yet. Turning around, she answered that yes, 3 days had already passed, it seemed that he would not wake up today either. Mike looked down. The hero was lying on the bed, it seemed that this was very strange. Looking at him, the doctor said that his injuries were not so serious that he would not wake up by now. Looking at him, the woman asked that it could be because of the head injury. Looking straight ahead, the man said no. When he checked his pulse, there was nothing serious on him except for bruises. Maybe it wasn't that he couldn't wake up, but that he was actually just resting. Putting a hand to his face, Kate asked him about resting. What did he mean? With wide eyes, the doctor replied that sometimes it happened when someone used too much strength and mental abilities. Crossing his arms, he added that he believed that he was very tired mentally after the fight, which was difficult to endure. Frowning, the girl thought that it was not only because of the fight. The protagonist was unconscious. The thought came to mind that he had been leading many people all this time, and had fought battles that seemed impossible, while living under great pressure. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she thought that on the outside he might look calm, but on the inside, he must have been so hard and lonely. Looking straight ahead, the man said that in any case, there was nothing they could do for him now, they could only hope that he would wake up on his own. Putting his hand to his face, he added that when he woke up, they needed to prioritize and be sure to feed him plenty of nutritious food so that he could quickly regain his strength. The star in the sky began to shine. Food was being cooked in a cauldron. Sitting on the ground, the girl asked that when her brother woke up, she hoped that he would soon wake up and eat meat soup and get stronger. People were sitting on the porch. Looking at the star, Mike said that today the star of the Supreme Ruler was shining with an especially crimson light. Frowning, he asked that she was not interested in who was the owner of the star of the Supreme Ruler. Looking at him, Kate said that although people knew about this star, not many were interested in it. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that maybe someone completely unexpected is its owner. The girl stretched out her hand and asked what completely unexpected, to which Mike replied that instead of a martial artist who knows martial arts, it could be someone like him. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes in surprise. Looking to the side, she thought that the Supreme Ruler. Raising her head, Kate said that she doubted it, to which Mike replied that of course, he is too weak to become the owner of the Supreme Ruler star. The hero was lying unconscious. It was heard that but there is no such rule that says that only someone who has overflowing energy, such as the heavenly demon saber, he can very well become the Supreme Star Ruler, right? Frowning, Kate said that in a sense he is right, but she just can't imagine it being him, she just can't imagine him being the Supreme Ruler. Mike grinned and replied that he should just imagine that it wasn't only a tyrannical power that could turn the world upside down, that it was enough to just use his mind to turn the world upside down. The girl looked at him silently. The guy opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that, and what about him? Frowning, Mike asked why she was suddenly talking about him. Grinning, the girl replied that he didn't want to become the owner of the Supreme Ruler's star. The guy looked up. The star began to shine, and it seemed that this didn't apply to him at all. Looking at the sky, Mike said that the Supreme Ruler's star had already been there long before he was born. Grinning, Kate replied that its energy could be received not only by children born in the year of its appearance. Sitting on the porch, she added that from what she knew, it was possible for anyone born 3 years before or after its appearance, so it applied to him too. The boy smirked and asked what about her, saying that since no one had said that it was only for men, she could have a star too. Raising her head, the girl replied that people who had no sons in their family said the same thing, and because of that, all their expectations were placed on her. Frowning, the boy asked that this was happening now, wasn't it? They silently looked at the sky. Kate smirked, looking straight ahead. The boy looked surprised to hear why he hid his abilities and became a guest of her clan. Looking straight ahead, he replied that he hadn't hidden them. They had told him that they would give him a place to stay and food if he showed them at least a little of his martial arts. Holding out her hand, Kate said that she knew he was capable of more than he had shown them so far. Frowning, she asked if there was anything she could learn about his sect or his teacher. Mike looked down and replied that he was sorry, but he would tell her about it in the future. Raising her hand, Kate said that it was okay if he didn't want to talk about it, but he should answer one question as honestly as possible. Looking away, she added that she could trust him, right? The guy frowned. Looking at the girl, he replied that she could trust him. Smirking, Kate said that was good, then she would trust him. Looking away, she added that this was not a question, but a request. Raising her hands up, the girl said that she shouldn't strain herself too much. It was completely normal to ask for help when it was needed. Looking straight ahead, Mike heard that of course, he might not talk about it now, but when he needed to tell someone something, he should still tell her. She would listen to him at any time. The girl stood up abruptly. Turning her head, she asked that it was strange that Jack hadn't returned yet. The mountains appeared in the distance. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that considering how much time had passed, he could have traveled to Korangan and back 3 times already. Stretching out her hand, she added that the conversation was about him. The man jumped up. Kate looked at him in amazement. Jack landed in front of them. The people's eyes widened in surprise. The star in the sky shone. Jack was sitting on the porch. With wide eyes, the girl said let him repeat it. It was true that the heavenly demon sword sent a request for a duel to the head of the Chinqing sect. Handing over the plate, the man said thank you. He was late because he heard these rumors and went to check them out. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked that the duel was in the middle of a war. Standing in front of the man, she added that he was sure of this information. The man frowned and said that he thought it was just nonsense at first, but it seemed like he actually sent a request. The reason they were doing this was to reduce unnecessary casualties. Mike frowned and said that he thought there were conditions under which they would win or lose. Jack looked up and said that if the heavenly demon saber lost, he would sacrifice his head and order the troops to retreat from Sichuan. But if he won, the Chinqing sect would have to close down for 10 years. The girl gritted her teeth and said that this was ridiculous, and the boy added that it was bold and stupid, as if the heavenly demon saber would do such a thing. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the worst part was that there was a hidden meaning in this request, that the Chinqing sect would be destroyed if they refused to duel. They looked at him in amazement. Frowning, the girl asked if he had really gone crazy. Lowering his head, Jack replied that anyway, they didn't have time to stay here, they needed to go back. Looking to the side, he asked if the advisor was still unconscious. Looking at him, Kate replied that yes, in such an emergency, the hole left by his absence was even more noticeable. If he wasn't unconscious, he would have definitely found out why the heavenly demon saber sent this request. They looked at each other in silence. Frowning, Kate asked, by the way, was there any information about the location and time? Looking straight ahead, the man replied that it would be held tomorrow near the Chinqing Inn. Standing in front of him, the girl asked again, and Mike said that it was an inn built in the middle of the Dopian clearing. Grinning, he added that it was the perfect place for duels. He thought there would be a lot of spectators there to watch. A star appeared. It was said that he did not think there would be many spectators, because people were usually afraid of demonic cults. Clouds covered the moon. It was said that most people would think that such a duel would never take place. Perhaps only those who were truly interested would be there, as well as agents from each sect. Suddenly it began to rain. Lightning appeared in the sky. It was pouring heavily. People were standing in the middle of the path. The sign of the inn appeared. The people looked straight ahead. The men stood in the rain. Frowning, the man said that it seemed like they had come in vain. Looking straight ahead, he added that they had wasted their time because of this nonsense. With wide eyes, the warrior replied that it seemed so, they were returning, since there was no point in waiting any longer. Gritting his teeth, the man replied that they should wait. People appeared ahead. It was heard that they seemed to be already riding. Rick was riding a horse at a fast pace. Frowning, the old man asked that there were only 2 of them. The man looked at him in amazement and asked why there were only 2, said that he didn't think it was a heavenly demon saber, and the other added that they must have been there to watch the fight. The boys were running on horses. The horses were running through puddles. The man frowned and thought, what an ominous energy. Could it really be a heavenly demon saber? The people were standing in front of them. Rick grinned, looking straight ahead. Looking at him, the man said that it couldn't be that a heavenly demon saber would only take one subordinate with it. Frowning, he asked who they were. Looking straight ahead, the warrior turned to his assistant, to which he responded. Smiling, Rick said that he should leave the old man alive and finish off the rest. Ralph frowned and answered approvingly. The man looked at them in bewilderment. Suddenly, the guy got off his horse. The warriors opened their eyes in amazement. The guy took out a sword from behind his back. Suddenly, he swung the weapon sharply. Gritting his teeth, the warrior shouted that he was so bold, how dare he look down on the great Chinqing sect. The man opened his eyes in shock and asked what was going on. Could this really be the heavenly demon saber? And the other replied that he had no idea. He could not see well in front of him due to the heavy rain. The man opened his eyes wide and said that since they had never met the heavenly demon saber, they could not know for sure, and the other added that but each of them had a certain energy. They would know after observing them. Looking to the side, the man asked who came from the Chinqing sect, did not think that it was the sect leader, to which he was told that it seemed that someone known as the master of the Yusung Pavilion, an elder of the Chinqing sect, had come here. Frowning, the man shouted that they had started. Suddenly the boy swung his sword. A blow flew at the warriors. The people looked at him in amazement. It was heard that it was incredible. He killed 2 with 1 blow. The warriors watched the battle. It was heard that if his subordinate was so strong, then it meant that the saber of the heavenly demon was really here. Ralph swung the weapon, and someone shouted for him to stop. The man frowned and exclaimed. The boy looked at him and said that he would spare his life, so he should get out of his way. Ralph swung at the people. The men looked at him in amazement, and shouted that it was impossible. Ralph stood still. Gritting his teeth, the old man said that he... Rick grinned, looking straight ahead. Sitting on his horse, he asked why he looked so serious. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that they should know that only death awaits them as soon as they arrive at this place. The old man frowned and asked what he meant. Looking at him, Rick replied that if his sect leader had come in person, he wouldn't be here. The fact that he wasn't here meant that he had rejected his offer. He smirked and added that despite that, he still sent them. It also meant that if he actually showed up, he would use them as sacrifices to anger the other disciples of the Chinqing sect. The man frowned and shouted that this was nonsense. He wasn't that kind of person. Looking at him, the warrior replied that he shouldn't be too confident. The leaders he was familiar with were, after all, that kind of people. The old man looked forward angrily. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that the Chinqing sect leader had only guessed one thing wrong. After they died, the people would not only be furious, but also afraid. Sitting on his horse, he added that he would spare his life, so let him come back and tell them about the horrors he had witnessed. Smiling, the boy said that when the sect leader fell and he had no other choice, there would be only one thing waiting for the Chinqing sect. Looking down, he added, collapse. Lowering his head, the old man thought that they were waiting for collapse. Looking to the side, the warrior shouted that they were leaving. The boys rushed forward. The man silently watched them. The old man followed them with his eyes. He frowned. Standing still, the man thought that this was their reality. The people looked straight ahead. A thought arose that the fate of their sect was decided in this place. Water was dripping from the leaves. A view of the forest opened up. People were eating at the table. Grinning, Mike said that it was very delicious, simply amazing. Jack frowned and said he was right. It was incredibly delicious, the best beef noodles he had ever tasted. Looking straight at him, Kate said of course it would be delicious. It was made with such care. The woman looked down. It sounded like she must have cooked it with all her heart, and with the belief that she could feed it to Master Chuck when he woke up. I wonder if they could really eat it. Sitting at the table, Jack replied that was why they should eat it with even more zeal. He was sure that she cooked it not only for the military advisor Chuck, but also for them, whom she saw as her own children. Looking at him, Kate replied that she could consider them her children, but he was a little. The man looked down and said that it was good, except for him. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the building that he had woken up. People turned around, hearing that Chuck had woken up. The woman turned around in amazement. People's eyes widened, the thought appeared that he had woken up. Suddenly they rushed forward. Steam was coming from the food. The hero opened his eyes. Standing next to him, the sister turned. Tears appeared in Clarissa's eyes and she asked that he had woken up. The protagonist looked away. The people were silently looking at him. Chuck grinned and said that it was nice to see everyone here. Kate grinned when she heard this. The protagonist frowned and said that he felt weak, but he didn't feel any pain. Putting her hand to her face, the mother replied that of course he would feel weak. After all, he had been sleeping and not eating for 4 days. And Sophie added that it was a relief, such a huge relief. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought it was 4 days. He turned his head and asked if it was true. he had really slept for 4 days. Kate looked at him and said that yes, that was true. The doctor said that sometimes it happened, especially to those who use too much strength and mental abilities. The protagonist frowned when she heard that it seemed that he was very exhausted mentally, having gone through many difficult situations. Lying on the bed, Chuck said that his mother and sister should leave the room for a minute. Looking away, he added that he needed to discuss something with the boys. The woman grinned and said okay, they would go and cook some food. They left the room. The mother and sister walked ahead. The door slammed shut. Sophie looked up and said that it was strange. They stood in silence outside. Turning around, the girl said that it was as if he had become a completely different person than before, and that was strange. Looking straight ahead, the mother said that maybe he was just becoming who he was originally supposed to be. Looking at her, the girl asked what he was supposed to be. Lowering her head, Clarissa said that they, the weak, had been blocking her brother's future all this time, but now he had broken through that barrier, as if it was destined. Stretching out her hand, she added that she always thought about it when she looked at him. One day there would come a day when he would soar into the sky. The woman cooked food and said that despite his exceptional intelligence, he was deprived of the opportunity to truly blossom because he had a useless mother like her. But now her heart was much lighter. Looking straight at him, she added that they had to become stronger from today onwards. They could not be the ones hindering him and holding him back. A building appeared. The hero tried to sit up. Frowning, Mike said that he would help him. He extended his hands towards him. The boy grinned and said that he was simply incredible. To think that he managed to use the bloodless heart puncture, which he learned in just half a day. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he understood that this technique was not as cool as it sounded. Gritting his teeth, the boy replied that no, it was definitely a technique that lived up to its name. Standing next to the hero, he added that if he continued to train further, the day would come when he would understand this one too. Mike smirked and said that the power of a bloodless heart pierce. The protagonist looked at him silently. He raised his head and said that if you think about it, 4 days have already passed, they should hurry up and leave. Looking at him, Kate said that although the situation was indeed urgent, it would be hard for his body to move. She frowned and added that since he had been starving for 4 days, he needed to eat and rest first to regain his strength and energy. Only then would he be able to move. Chuck stood up and said that they didn't have time for that, the longer they waited. He frowned and added that the situation would become irreversible. They looked at him in confusion. Jack lowered his head and said that even a demonic cult wouldn't be able to defeat the Tang clan and the Chinqing sect easily. Looking straight ahead, he added that the patriarch had already sent a message to the Tang clan. Looking down, the protagonist said that the message he sent would most likely be ignored. The girl looked at him in amazement, hearing that the Tang clan probably mistook the heavenly demon saber for a child. And as for him, they would never listen to a request coming from someone like him. They should be grateful that they were not angry or felt that their pride was hurt. Looking up, the protagonist said that he only asked the patriarch to do this because he could not just stand by and do nothing. The people looked at him in amazement, hearing that however, he had no expectations from the beginning. Their eyes widened. The protagonist frowned. Sitting on the bed, Chuck said that he needed Mike to go first. The boy smirked and asked again. Looking at the hero, he asked him if he was asking him to send a secret order or something like that. Frowning, the hero replied that it was true. Mike said with wide eyes that it was indeed a secret order. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had to give him a message to the patriarch who was in the Sword Aroma Manor, and he also wanted him to find out something. Chuck frowned and said that he had one last thing. Looking straight ahead, he said that he needed several sets of clothes that belonged to the followers of a demonic cult. The people looked at him in amazement, the thought that the clothes of the followers of a demonic cult appeared. The girl stood still. Walking through the forest, she thought about the scholar Murima. Putting her hand to her face, Emily thought that she was sure that there was a good reason why he was staying in his hometown for so long, but what could it be? What could his reason be? Suddenly, she looked to the side. Dylan had appeared next to her. He frowned and asked why there was such a mess outside, yet she was leisurely strolling around here. The girl looked at him and asked what kind of mess he was talking about. The boy stood behind her, confused. Taking a step forward, he asked her if she hadn't heard. Standing in front of the girl, Dylan said that the Chinqing sect had sent an elder and several other disciples to the designated location to duel with the heavenly demon saber. But when the heavenly demon saber arrived, everyone from the Chinqing sect except the elder had been killed. Raising her head, the girl asked if such news was worth making a fuss about. Walking behind her, the boy replied that because of this, everyone in Sichuan had now frozen, everyone was very tense, and were watching the situation to see if the demon cult would come to destroy the Chinqing sect, or if the enraged Chinqing sect would go after the demon cult. Emily looked forward. Looking to the side, Dylan asked that this was really considered trivial news in this place, said that the patriarch and the captain of the mystical combat squad also looked indifferent. Lowering her head, the girl replied that it was because these people would only listen to Scholar Murima. Looking at her, the guy asked what she wanted to say, that they were acting like this because Scholar Murima asked them not to make rash moves no matter what. Frowning, he added that she really thought they should act as indifferent as they did. Emily looked to the side. They walked forward silently. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that he go with her. Lowering his head, Dylan asked again that why was she suddenly asking about this, where would they go? Looking to the side, Emily replied that she was thinking of going to the Chinqing sect. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked what she meant by wanting to go to the Chinqing sect alone. Looking down, the girl said that she wouldn't be alone if he went with her. The boy glared at her. Dylan lowered his head and replied that he would accompany her if she wanted, but to tell the truth, he didn't really want to see everyone's despondency caused by that Murima scholar. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that they were just tired. Walking straight, she added that they were probably very grateful that the Murima scholar taught them not to make rash moves no matter the situation. On the other hand, perhaps it was an instruction that they should follow no matter what. Looking to the side, Dylan said that Murima scholar asked if he could also consider people's psychological states. Emily silently looked forward. Standing behind her, the guy asked when she was going to go to the Chinqing sect. Looking to the side, the girl replied that she was going right now. The view opened up to a forest. Her mother and sister were sleeping on the floor. Looking at them, Kate thought that it was driving her crazy when she saw how urgent the situation was, but they could do nothing but stay here. Frowning, she added that she wondered how everyone was doing. Looking at the building, the girl thought that nothing had happened to it. She took a step forward. The girl opened the door slightly. The protagonist was lying on the bed. Kate frowned. She quietly closed the door. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard someone speaking to her. Entering the room, she asked why she woke him up. The protagonist sat up and told him to come in. Smirking, Kate apologized. Looking at him, she said that it seemed like she woke him up by opening the door unnecessarily. Sitting on the bed, the girl added that he needed to rest in order to properly recover. Sitting next to her, Chuck replied that he hadn't woken up because of her, so he shouldn't apologize. Frowning, he asked what was more, where was Jack? Looking straight ahead, Kate replied that he had gone to get the carriage they had left in the forest. His mother and sister were asleep. It was heard that his mother and sister had fallen asleep on a wooden bench. It seemed that their worry had disappeared when they saw that he had woken up. The protagonist frowned when he heard this. Sitting next to him, the girl said that he shouldn't worry about the two of them anymore. She would take them to her clan and look after them there. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this meant that he would have no choice but to become a guest of the Dako clan. Looking at him, Kate asked what was wrong. Didn't he like it? Chuck raised his head and replied that the Dako clan might meet their end because of him. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked why he was suddenly saying that. What did he mean? Looking away, the hero said that if he became a target for someone, it meant that the Dako clan would also become their target. Looking at him, Kate replied that this was something they would naturally have to accept. Moreover, they had already promised it, and therefore were obliged to protect him from the demonic cult. Frowning, the protagonist said that perhaps it was not only the demonic cult that was hunting him. They looked at each other in silence. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she understood what he was talking about. Looking straight ahead, she added that no matter what, the fate of the Dako clan would be connected to his too. Chuck grinned and closed his eyes. Sitting on the bed, he said that he would like to take a rest in the fresh air. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The sky was visible. Sitting on the ledge of the mountain, Kate said that the sunset sky that could be seen here was truly beautiful. It would be so great if people could become as beautiful as this sky. Looking straight ahead, she added that it would be great if people could live normal lives instead of fighting for their desires and ambitions. The hero smirked upon hearing this. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked what he thought the outcome of the duel between the Chinqing sect leader and the heavenly demon Saber would be. Frowning, the protagonist replied that no sect leader would respond to such a request for a duel, which meant that the fight did not take place. Sitting next to him, Kate said that she did not understand anything. His own sect could be destroyed because of his decision, and he still did not want to fight. Looking straight at him, Chuck said that it was better than closing the sect for a few years just because he lost the duel. Looking at him, the girl asked why destroying the sect was better than closing it. Lowering his head, the hero said that the Chinqing sect leader might have taken into account in his calculations that he might lose the duel, and that the Chinqing sect disciples would smile at the threat of their sect being destroyed by the heavenly demon. Looking at him, the girl replied that then, by not responding to the request for a duel, the sect leader was taking a path that did not take risks. Looking straight at him, the protagonist said that but based on these calculations, the Chinqing sect might actually be destroyed. Looking to the side, Kate said that it couldn't be. Perhaps they could be destroyed with the entire demon cult, but it would be impossible with only the powers of the heavenly demon Saber. Raising her eyebrows, she added that the Chinqing sect was the strongest in the world if they protected their main sect. Lowering her head, Kate said that in addition, there were many subsidiary Taoist academies and martial arts academies on the outskirts of Mount Chinqing. Frowning, she added that if they wanted to destroy the Chinqing sect, they would have to go through all of these academies first. Looking to the side, Chuck said that this could be their weakness. Looking at him, the girl asked again. Lowering her gaze, the hero said that the thing that is often considered the strongest point can sometimes be the most fatal weakness. Raising his hand, he added that the only thing they can hope for is that the Chinqing sect will act according to his request. If they do not. Frowning, the protagonist said that they will have no future. Kate widened her eyes in amazement. Mount Chinqing appeared. The view of the Chinqing buildings opened up. The entrance to the building appeared. The man was sitting on a chair. Morgan frowned and asked what he meant. He returned alone. Lowering his head, the elder replied that he swears it was not his plan to return alive alone. He had no choice because he had to convey the words of the heavenly demon saber to him. A glow appeared around the man and he replied that yes, he was just mocking him. What else could he say after killing innocent disciples of their sect? Looking straight ahead, the old man said that he saw and felt while he was there. He believed that the words of the heavenly demon saber should not go unheeded. Frowning, he added that when he said he would destroy their sect, it was not just a simple threat. His eyes and energy said so. Kneeling, the old man said that they told him that he would definitely carry out what they said. Looking at him, the man asked that wasn't this a natural outcome, considering how crazy he was. Oscar frowned and said that this was the only way he could throw them into confusion. Standing next to the elder, he asked if he didn't understand that his main goal was to throw the entire Murim alliance, including their sect, into confusion, to which he was told that when he sent out the duel request. Gritting his teeth, the elder replied that he thought so too, but after seeing him in action, he now thinks differently. He wasn't bluffing. Lowering his head, Morgan said that it didn't carry much weight, especially when he was the only one who came back alive. Looking at him, the man replied that how could he say such a thing? Extending his hand forward, the leader said that one way or another, everyone's opinions could be considered the same. Looking straight ahead, the elder heard that he wanted them to stay here and focus on protecting the main sect, because they were scarier than they thought. The man frowned when he heard that, or they believed that they should remain in their positions because they might get caught up in their complicated plot if they made a hasty move. With his hands behind his back, Oscar said that the conclusions were therefore the same, and the leader added that he wanted everyone to voice their opinions. Sitting on a chair, the elder said that the disciples of the Chinqing sect were brutally killed. Looking to the side, the man said that they were talking about a real situation now, where the reputation of the Chinqing sect was at stake. Frowning, the elder asked that if they were thinking about the future of the Chinqing sect, they should act in a way that would do right by those who were killed. Looking down, the leader said that they were all right. Therefore, he decided to create a squad of executioner soldiers to pursue those lawless bastards of the demon cult. Looking straight ahead, he addressed the man. Morgan extended his hand and said that he wanted him to lead this mission, to form an executioner squad by tomorrow and go after them. The man bowed and responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the leader turned to Oscar, to which Oscar replied that he was waiting for his orders. Frowning, the man said that he wanted him to do whatever he wanted from now on. Oscar frowned as he looked at him. Putting his hands behind his back, he asked what he meant. Looking down, the master asked that he wanted to protect their sect with force, right? Standing in front of him, the man replied that it was true, but he did not think it was necessary to respond to their provocations so quickly, and the leader said that there was one thing they should respond to. The man looked away in amazement. Frowning, Morgan said that he wanted him to gather all the groups and branches of the martial arts academy in the vicinity of Mount Chinqing as soon as possible. Looking straight ahead, he added that although they were a fence for their main sect, they could be destroyed one by one if their enemy was a demonic cult. Looking at him, Oscar replied that in fact, he had already asked them to be ready to gather in case of a sudden attack by a demonic cult. Looking to the side, he added that he had already designated 4 rally points in all 4 corners. They would act as soon as they gave the signal. Smiling, Morgan said that to think that he already had everything ready. Good job. Bowing his head, Oscar thanked him. The star in the sky shone. Mountains appeared. The man was standing on a ledge. Rick crossed his arms. He looked at the fighters. The warriors were sitting on the ground. The guy was walking behind him. Looking straight ahead, the warrior asked what their current strength was. Grinning, Ralph replied that they had 98 people, including them, exactly 100 people. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that 100 wolves would destroy the great Chinqing sect. It seems like a new legend will soon be born. Looking to the side, he added that there were any changes in the Chinqing sect. Ralph put his hands behind his back and said that as expected, they ordered all the branch martial arts academies to gather at the places located at the 4 corners. From what they saw, there should be about 500-odd martial artists gathered at these 4 places. Rick smirked and said that he was sure that the Murim Alliance Information Network already knew how many people they had. Looking at him, the guy replied that yes, that was right. Standing behind the warrior, he added that although there were only 100 people in the Heavenly Wolves squad, he was sure that they believed that the 500-odd martial artists from the branch academies were more than enough to deal with them until the disciples of the main Chinqing sect arrived. Rick lowered his gaze. Smiling, he said that in order to instill hellish despair in those who think they can handle them. Looking straight ahead, the guy added that they must act quickly. Putting his hands behind his back, Ralph asked that they leave now. Looking to the side, Rick asked that they chose their first target. Looking at him, the guy replied that it was the Qinghu Taoist Academy, located in the north. The warrior raised his head up. Looking at the star, he thought that the star of the Supreme Ruler today was emitting a truly crimson glow. Smiling, the guy said that they would go. Suddenly, they rushed forward. Flying forward, Rick said that taking over the Chinqing sect was just a small fight for all of them, and yet, the warriors flew after him. It was heard that none of them should die. Frowning, the warrior said that none of them should receive injuries, no matter how minor. The party flew through the forest at a fast pace. Chinqing Mountain appeared. The horses rushed forward. The girl and the boy were sitting on the horses. They ran forward at a fast pace. Suddenly Emily pulled back the rope. Looking straight ahead, Dylan said that it was already midnight. Frowning, he added that they would arrive soon, but it seemed too late to visit representatives of other sects. Looking straight ahead, Emily replied that the Chinqing sect was not just another sect to her. The boy smirked and said that he believed that this was true, since she was the right military advisor of the Murim Alliance, and the Chinqing sect, strictly speaking, was part of the Murim Alliance. The girl looked away. Dylan looked at her in confusion. He turned his head. Looking straight ahead, Emily asked him if he felt anything. Walking forward, the boy replied that he did not feel anything strange. They looked away in silence. Dylan frowned and asked what she saw. Turning her head, the girl said no, just a strange feeling, something like a fast flow of energy cutting through the air. Looking to the side, the guy thought that the feeling, energy and flow, he had no idea what she was talking about. Looking straight ahead, Emily said that they were moving on. Even if there really was something there, they still needed to get to the Chinqing sect. Sitting on her horse, she exclaimed. They rushed forward. People ran quickly through the forest. The view of the settlements opened up. People were standing in the square. The man held torches in his hands. They clenched their teeth tightly. Looking straight ahead, the man heard them coming. The man opened his eyes in amazement. It was heard that there was a sudden attack from a demonic cult. The warriors quickly flew forward, and someone shouted that the enemies are here. Everyone to the defense. Why are they so fast? The entrance to the settlement appeared. Suddenly, the doors exploded. The warriors began to strike. They swung the sword. A blow came at the man. The man closed his eyes and cried out. The warriors struck them. A deadly battle appeared. Rick looked straight ahead silently. The man's eyes widened, thinking that they would fall so easily, even without the opportunity. The warrior flew up. The thought came that he should swing the swords properly. Suddenly the man fell to the ground. The warriors struck the people. Rick watched the battle carefully. Suddenly Ralph jumped up. Landing next to him, the guy said that they were weaker than they thought. Smirking, he added that or maybe the squad of sky wolves was just too strong. Standing next to Rick, the guy said how proud he was of them. They always trained as best they could, hoping to become strong enough to be useful to him. Now more and more people were becoming stronger. Rick looked down. Looking straight ahead, he asked what about the messenger. Standing behind him, Ralph replied that they had left a clear path for him. Since he was very fast, he should have reached them by now. Frowning, the warrior asked that they wait until the main sect arrived. Looking straight ahead, the boy asked if they would come. Closing his eyes, Rick replied that they probably would not. Crossing his arms, he added that they would just wait until the morning. The warriors struck. It was heard that they would stop for now and leave the rest alive. Ralph jumped up and answered approvingly. A glow appeared around the warrior. A view of the settlement opened up. A lamp illuminated the room. It was heard that they were so grateful for it. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he could not believe that the right military advisor, called to handle all the movements of the Murim Alliance, was here at such a late hour out of concern for them. Standing in front of him, Emily replied that it didn't really sound like a greeting. Smiling, the leader said that it wasn't like that at all. How could he be unfriendly to the right military advisor? Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she just wanted to know what exactly was going on. She didn't intend to interfere as the right military advisor. Frowning, Morgan said that he had no doubt that was the case. However, if she had any advice, she should feel free to share it. He was all ears. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that, but who was the man who came with her? Frowning, Dylan introduced himself and replied that he was paying his respects to him. Looking down, the master said that if you look closely, he must be a miracle child from the clan. Not only is he one of the 12 warriors, but he also heard that he was even stronger than his brother, the only older brother of his clan. Looking straight ahead, Dylan replied that he was flattering him. He was only a person who was known as the Lower Moon and who had barely reached the lowest rank among the 12 warriors. Suddenly, there was a sound from outside the door that a messenger had arrived. A messenger from the northern mountain, the Qinghu Taoist Academy, here. Oscar lowered his gaze. Looking straight ahead, Emily thought that the messenger had arrived so late, which meant that she looked away.